You possessed the legendary Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant, yet you died without ever knowing how to use it. You thought you would die with this regret, but upon opening your eyes, you found yourself back before the game's advent, with the memories of a full-level Yuan Emperor. Not only did you know the strategies for dungeons after the game's arrival, but you also discovered how to use the Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant. Reborn, you were determined to become stronger. You would never stumble into the same pitfalls as in your previous life. The first thing you did upon your rebirth was to quit your job and return to the village to raise various insects at home. The villagers secretly called you a big fool behind your back, and even your parents thought you'd lost your mind, but what they didn't know was that soon the game would descend upon reality. At that time, all animals and plants would transform into treasures within the game, and humans would inherit all their skills and attributes from the blue star. And the insects you raised, once gamified, would all become formidable beasts. These would all turn into your experience points, which was why you raised so many insects. At this moment, you sat on the sofa and pulled a jade pendant from your pocket. It was a Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant, but the jade was of poor quality, the kind no one would bother to pick up even if it were lying on the street. Suddenly, an emotionless, synthesized voice, like that of a machine, echoed abruptly and without warning in everyone's mind: data template loading, communication module loading, forum module loading, safe zones generating, wilderness dungeons generating, transfer shrines generating, life transformation. A series of voices resounded in people's minds, and countless individuals began to panic. They didn't know where these voices came from, but seeing the astonished looks on people around them, it was clear everyone had heard them. It's finally begun. In the breeding farm, you murmured, "Reborn, you've staked everything." Although you knew the game would merge with reality in a year, you couldn't be certain this day would truly come. But now it's good you bet right in the end. You silently thought, opening your attribute panel, "Please set a nickname first." The same voice as before echoed in your mind. You paused slightly before saying, "Former king." Nicknames can sometimes be truly deadly. Your death in the previous life was related to your nickname. After the game arrived, many new races appeared, including the ancestors. Although for some reasons the ancestors couldn't openly kill you, they stabbed you in the back during the First National War, leading to your death on the battlefield. When you were finally killed, the ancestor revealed a secret: you were connected to a certain legacy. But you still decided to call yourself former king this time. You would have a good time playing with those ancestors. After the nickname was set, a light appeared out of nowhere before you. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, former king. Race, human. Dragon country. Level, 0. Experience, 1%. Skills, 5. Remaining deaths, 3. As a reborn individual, you are well aware of the importance of the 5 basic attributes. Strength affects physical attack, agility affects movement speed and attack speed, spirit affects magical attack and mana, constitution relates to HP, and endurance is linked to defense. As for critical hits, they require equipment or titles to grant them. One difference from online games is the number of deaths. Online games allow infinite resurrections, but the Blue Star datafication has a limit on the number of deaths. Everyone starts with 3 deaths. When these deaths are exhausted, it means complete demise. Since there's a death count, you can also acquire additional deaths, for instance, through wild boss first kills, dungeon first clears, as well as various events and serendipitous encounters. Everyone has a talent. Your learning talent is the same ordinary talent as in your previous life, but that's no longer important. Looking at the Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant in your hand, in your previous life, you only discovered its secret when you were over level 70, which was ultimately a bit late. This life is different. You are only level 0, which is the perfect time to use what's inside the Jade Pendant. You slapped it with your backhand, directly onto the table, and the Jade Pendant instantly shattered. After shattering, the scarlet color in the middle of the Jade Pendant quickly condensed into a drop of blood, mysterious blood, the blood of an unknown entity. With such a simple description, you didn't hesitate. You immediately took it in your hand and consumed it. Drip. Consuming the mysterious blood grants a new talent, growth, and a new talent upon every level up. In your previous life, you only learned the effect of this mysterious blood by accidentally consuming it. You then check the attributes of the growth talent. Each time you level up, you gain additional attribute points equal to your level. The next moment, your eyes widen instantly, almost popping out of their sockets. You even rubbed your eyes, fearing you were seeing things. As far as you know, talent levels are divided into common, elite, prodigy, legendary, epic, and mythical. You have never heard of a competitive tier talent. In your previous life, after consuming this blood, you only obtained an epic talent. This growth talent is simply too powerful. Everyone gains a total of 10 attribute points upon leveling up. From level 0 to 100, the total attribute points gained are 1450. But with the growth talent, the 1450 points you inherently gain, plus the 5050 points granted by the talent, total 6500 points. And the level isn't just 100. Although the highest level in your previous life was only 113, you once discovered wild treasure monsters over level 500 and NPCs over level 1000 in the wild. You can't even imagine how vast the gap will be between you and others once your level truly grows. You calmed your excited heart, then looked at the insects you were raising. At this moment, the insects also began to evolve into wild monsters, and their evolution was nearing completion. You turned around, picked up a shovel, and entered the breeding room filled with earthworms. Without hesitation, you swung the shovel at the earthworms. Ding! You killed a level 0 wild monster, earthworm. You gained 1 experience point. A continuous stream of notifications rang in your ears, but you ignored them, frantically hitting with the shovel. Ding! Experience full. Level increased to 1. You gained 5 free attribute points. First level up. You gained the title Pioneer's Foresight. Only after this notification sounded did you stop swinging the shovel, a look of relief appearing on your face. Title, Pioneer's Foresight. Unique attribute, can stack all title attributes. Commemorates the first person to take the initial step and dare to challenge the unknown. Pioneer's Foresight is a unique title that doesn't have attributes itself, but its ability to stack all other title attributes drives everyone insane with jealousy. This is because everyone else can only equip one title. In the previous life, the person who acquired this title boasted incessantly, but now this title belongs to you. Suddenly, a message popped up on your phone. You took it out and saw that your phone was already flooded with various messages. Most messages were about Earth's digitalization. Everyone was discussing whether it was a god's prank, a prelude to alien invasion, or the true nature of the world. After casually reading a few messages, you put your phone away. Out of boredom, you entered the forum function brought about by digitalization. At this time, some people were already posting on the forum, but unfortunately, there weren't many posts. It seemed everyone was silently observing, and most of those posts were also discussing digitalization. You thought for a moment and began to edit a post, writing down some of the changes and important aspects brought by digitalization, and the importance of level and class advancement. First, changes to the body. People suffering from illnesses can consume 1 life point in exchange for a healthy and complete body. Second, the importance of level. Raising your level can improve your physical fitness in all aspects and allow you to master various extraordinary powers. Third, class advancement. Class advancement is divided into 3 types: automatic class advancement temple, and hidden professions. It is well known that hidden professions are powerful but also rare, so don't force it. You are not the protagonist, nor are you the chosen one. After reviewing the article and finding no omissions, you posted it on the forum. Unexpectedly, not long after the post was published, it attracted the attention of many netizens, though more of it was abuse. You shook your head and directly closed the forum. Everything would become clear once someone reached level 10 and the leaderboard function was activated. Back at the farm, you thought about the possibility of artificially breeding bosses in your previous life. The easiest boss to breed was the 5 poison beast, which required gathering 5 poisonous creatures: geckos, centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, and toads. Whether you could breed a 5 poison beast, even you didn't know for sure. After all, you only had a few venomous snakes and toads. Now it seems your luck wasn't bad, and you managed to breed one. This way, you'll definitely get the first kill. Hearing the continuous chirping from the room, you went to the cockroach breeding room, picked up a phone box, and started putting cockroaches into it. Cockroaches, like earthworms, are level 0 wild monsters. Then you took out some dichlorvos and poured it into the foam box full of cockroaches. Next, you found a stick, stirred it around in the foam box, and once it was mixed well, you poured the dichlorvos-soaked cockroaches through a small, specially left window, all at once into the 5 Poison Beast boss room. The 5 Poison Beast boss has a very wide level range. The weakest are level 5, and the strongest are several hundred. Perhaps there are even higher ones, just undiscovered. The 5 Poison Beast boss you cultivated is naturally the weakest. Chewing sounds came from the level 5 boss room. This is the 5 Poison Beast boss eating cockroaches, so as time passes, the 5 Poison Beast boss will develop corresponding resistance to poison. You kicked open the locked door and rushed in with a shovel. Upon entering the room, you saw a creature about the size of a teddy dog lying on the ground. It was an extremely bizarre creature with the exoskeleton of a centipede, the tail of a scorpion, the body of a toad, the head of a venomous snake, and the 4 legs of a gecko. 5 Poison Beast boss, normal level, HP 377, 2000, attack 10, physical defense 21, magic defense 10, skill unknown. The 5 Poison Beast boss is only level 5, and you are also level 5. Your attack power is only 20, with 3 points coming from the shovel, so you unhesitatingly added 20 points to strength. As for the remaining 20 points, you added them all to constitution. With your current 150 HP, if the 5 Poison Beast boss so much as touched you, you'd probably be close to kicking the bucket. Adding 20 points to strength and 20 points to constitution brought your attack power to 40 and your HP to 350. Seeing such high HP, you let out a slight sigh of relief. You should be safe now. Immediately, you raised your shovel and swung it at the 5 Poison Beast's tongue. 38, a red number floated up from the 5 Poison Beast boss's head. When attacking enemies in the digitized blue star, there are 5 types of damage display: white for normal damage, yellow for critical damage, red for weak point damage, green for poison damage, and black for fatal damage. Critical damage and weak point damage are both double the normal damage, while fatal damage is 10 times the normal damage. As for poison damage, it depends on the effect of the poison. The tongue clearly belonged to the 5 Poison Beast's weak point. When you struck it with the shovel, you directly dealt double damage. Your attack dealt 40 damage. The 5 Poison Beast, enraged by your slap, immediately lunged at you madly. You performed a somersault, evading the 5 Poison Beast's lunge, then quickly got up and struck the 5 Poison Beast again with your shovel. A white damage number, 19, appeared from the strike. Having taken another shovel hit, the 5 Poison Beast grew even angrier. Its tail, raised high behind it, flashed with a black light, and then plunged into your calf. 0, no defense broken. You are poisoned. A notification sound rang out. Although it didn't break your defense, the venom from the scorpion tail had entered your body. 15, a green damage number appeared above your head. You quickly checked your status bar: scorpion tail poison, duration 10 seconds, 15 damage per second. After understanding the poison you were afflicted with, you let out a sigh of relief. Even with full calculations, it was only 150 HP. You raised your shovel and delivered another fierce blow to the 5 Poison Beast. A critical hit, 38, another red damage number appeared. At the same time, a mosquito coil-like pattern appeared in the 5 Poison Beast's status bar. You were instantly amused when you saw it. The 5 Poison Beast had been stunned by your shovel and entered a dazed state. The 5 Poison Beast boss has entered a stunned state. How could you possibly miss such a good opportunity? You started wildly striking the 5 Poison Beast boss's head with your shovel. 38, 38, 38, 3 consecutive red numbers appeared above the 5 Poison Beast boss, and its HP dropped to 206. Instantly, the 5 Poison Beast boss recovered from its stunned state, letting out a piercing shriek filled with boundless rage. You chose to ignore it and rewarded the 5 Poison Beast with another shovel hit. 19. Just like that, you kept hitting the 5 Poison Beast with your shovel, and the 5 Poison Beast, apart from its angry shrieks, was utterly helpless. Because the 5 Poison Beast's attack methods were extremely simple besides lunges, it only had its scorpion tail attack. You could evade the 5 poison beast's lunge with a somersault. As for the scorpion tail attack, it was too fast to dodge, so you could only endure it. Fortunately, your HP was high enough. After being hit by the scorpion tail poison one more time, you successfully defeated the 5 poison beast boss. The entire process seemed quite easy, but this was after you had already dealt with a wave of 5 poison beasts, reducing its HP from 2000 to 377. Even so, your current HP remaining was only 50. If you had been stung by the 5 poison beast boss's scorpion tail one more time, you would have been the one to fall. You have defeated level 5 boss, 5 poison beast. You gained 1000 experience points. Boss first kill reward completed. Special reward title, Boss Nemesis. You have leveled up, your attributes have increased, and you gained 5 free attribute points. You have reached level 6, gaining 6 free attribute points from your growth talent. A series of system notifications echoed in your ears. In the previous life, the reward for the first kill boss was always a mystery, and the person who received it never revealed what it was. In this life, you have obtained this first kill boss reward, and you are eager to see what it truly is. Title, Boss Nemesis, Unique Attribute, Soul Collection +2, Luck +3, Evolution. Soul Collection, after killing a wild boss, randomly gain 0.1 free attribute points. Luck, after killing a wild boss, the chance of obtaining items increases by 1%. Evolution, after killing a wild boss, gain 1 point of purification value. When purification value reaches 100, the title effect will be enhanced. Good heavens, you finally understand the rumors from outside. In your previous life, the guy who got the first kill boss reward was very keen on killing all sorts of wild bosses, and he wouldn't let go of any wild boss of any level. He even frequently went to low-level monster zones to steal wild bosses from low-level players. It turns out it was all because of the title Boss Nemesis. World announcement: player Xian Wang from Dragon Nation has completed the first buff kill and received a special reward. A deafening sound suddenly resonated from the sky. This was the sound of a world announcement. Upon hearing this sound, your expression turned serious, and then you slapped your forehead. How could you have forgotten about this? It seems that you don't even need to wait for players to reach level 10 and unlock the rankings. Blue Star is probably about to be filled with all sorts of public opinion, and even various disturbances are about to break out. Thinking of the turmoil after the rankings opened in your previous life, you sighed slightly. This was not something you could prevent. Why am I thinking so much? Let's see what kind of surprise the first boss killed in this world will bring me. After Blue Star became datafied, it was just like an online game. Killing wild bosses would drop various items, such as equipment, coins, skill books, and so on. At this moment, you were staring blankly at the corpse of the 5 poison beast. To your surprise, the 5 poison beast actually dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a long sword and a piece of armor. In addition, it also dropped a bead and some coins. Scorpion tail sword, green weapon, one-handed sword, attribute physical attack +3, strength +3, special effect attack inflicts poison damage 5, lasting 10 seconds, level requirement 10. Centipede carapace, white clothing, armor, attribute physical defense +5, level requirement 5, 5 poison orb, special, anti-poison, resists poison rat damage for 10 seconds, effective when placed in inventory. As you understand it, equipment grades are divided into white common equipment, green uncommon equipment, blue rare equipment, purple legendary equipment, and red epic equipment. There should actually be mythical grade equipment too, but unfortunately, no one had ever seen it in your previous life. The 5 poison beast was just an ordinary level 5 boss. Logically, it should only drop white grade equipment, but now it has dropped a green grade item. This is clearly due to it being the first boss killed. The 5 poison spider's attributes seem weak, but it possesses hidden properties. The more poison it absorbs, the stronger its inherent anti-poison becomes. Moreover, there's an epic dungeon related to the 5 poison spider, but you don't know which one it is. You contentedly placed the 5 poison spider into your backpack. You immediately donned the centipede carapace. The scorpion tail sword requires level 10, although you could hold it and use it to kill monsters. Without reaching the required level, its equipment attributes would be ineffective, so you chose to hide it. After ensuring nothing was left behind, you immediately found a backpack and, under your parents' bewildered gaze, began packing various foods. While packing, you retrieved a letter from beneath the mattress on your bed. Dad, it's possible that after I leave, someone will come looking for you soon. At that time, you just need to give this letter to those people and tell them I'll be back in half a month at most. I'll go find them myself then. Amidst your parents' reluctant expressions, you resolutely departed. Never underestimate any official authority. What you do will be discovered in minutes. Once discovered, you'll definitely be arrested or even placed under house arrest. In such circumstances, the only option is to run for now. This is the initial stage of datification. Countless benefits await you. You cannot waste time on these matters. Just as Wang Xian expected, on the second day of his escape, some people arrived in their village and found his parents. These individuals were very polite and did not trouble Wang Xian's parents at all, especially after seeing the letter Wang Xian had left behind. They all directly departed. In a massive conference room somewhere, a letter was projected onto a screen. This letter was precisely the one Wang Xian left for his parents before he fled. A dozen or so people, clearly long accustomed to high positions, sat in their seats with varying expressions. Some were poker-faced, some wore cold expressions, some were angry, but more were showing expressions of both laughter and tears. Gentlemen, don't be silent anymore. Let's discuss this interesting young fellow. The oldest man, sitting in the main seat, spoke. After living for decades, this is the first time I've been threatened. It's indeed very interesting. Someone chuckled. Exactly, how many years has it been since we've been threatened? Do you think if we bring this young fellow before us, he'd still dare to threaten us? Ahem, let's talk business. The elder who spoke first cleared his throat, stopping the conversation between the others. Right, let's talk business. Through confirmation from various countries, Blue Star has been completely datified. This is an unchangeable fact, or rather, something we cannot change. Now, what we need to do is figure out how to gain sufficient benefits in a datified Blue Star. Putting aside the potential downsides of digitalization, us old-timers have certainly experienced the benefits firsthand. We instantly feel young again. Couldn't agree more. Yesterday, I had a big showdown with my subordinates, and it felt so good. An old man radiating an aura of iron and blood chuckled. We've all felt the changes in our bodies. Moreover, what that person on the forum, Prophet, said has also been confirmed. So what? Hidden professions. Hidden professions must be very important, otherwise, Prophet wouldn't have said not to give up on hidden professions, even in the most desperate situations. Besides hidden professions, leveling up should also be very important. I completely agree about leveling up. I conscripted some livestock, and after killing them, I found that my level increased. After leveling up, all aspects of my body were strengthened, and the free attribute points gained after leveling up can also strengthen the body. That Prophet probably knows a lot more information, but we can't reach him. Do you think Prophet on the forum could be that interesting little fellow who sent us threatening letters? It's possible. We can't confirm if Prophet is Wang Xian, but we can pretty much confirm that Immortal King in the world announcement is Wang Xian. If Wang Xian is Prophet, then everything makes sense. According to Wang Xian's letter, a year ago, he suddenly started having repetitive dreams every day. The content of these dreams was the digitalization of Blue Star. This is why he quit his stable job and went home to open a farm. You believe that? What else can we do if we don't believe it? That little fellow has already run off, there's no way to verify it. Run off? Where could he run to? Shouldn't he be easy to find? Someone asked doubtfully. If it were before, we would have found him easily, but now, it's really difficult. The eldest man let out a wry smile, then picked up the remote control and clicked it at the projector. A vast forest appeared on the projection screen, but this forest was uneven. Some areas had lush trees, others were bare, and some areas that should have been lakes were devoid of water. Jiqing Wetland Park was originally a large-scale greening project, expected to take several years to complete. However, with Blue Star's sudden digitalization, this wetland park changed, and countless monsters suddenly emerged. These monsters, according to current terminology, should be called wild monsters. The ones we found are at least level 5, with the highest at level 9. Whether there are higher levels is currently unknown. Wang Xian is now in this wetland park, but our people are basically level 0, so we don't dare to enter. This wetland park doesn't look big. Can't we send a drone or a helicopter in to search? Someone else asked. The old man shook his head and said, "This wetland park only looks small, but once you enter, you'll find that it's many times larger than the outside. As for drones, we did send some, but they were shot down by some flying wild monsters. For the safety of personnel, we didn't send in helicopters." So, that kid had everything planned out early? It should be. By the way, after the world digitized, isn't there a communication function? Can't we reach Wang Xian with that either? No, Wang Xian has rejected all call requests, including those from his parents. It seems we won't be able to contact that kid anytime soon. Indeed. So what should we do now? Let's put Wang Xian's matter aside for now. Since the prophet on the forum has been confirmed, we should fully organize personnel to level up and vigorously search for hidden professions. That prophet should also know some unusual information, and it's probably related to hidden professions, otherwise, he wouldn't have emphasized them. Agreed. Agreed. Concur. In a forest, Wang Xian swung the mace in his hand, killing the last monster that was entirely green and extremely ugly, then found a spot to sit down. He had been in this forest for 2 days, and his level had risen from 6 to 8. But it wasn't enough. This level couldn't give him any sense of security. Only when his level reached 10 and he had transferred to a hidden profession would he have the confidence to walk out of this forest and out of this wetland park. As for the monster he had just killed, it was a type of monster called a goblin, very common in this forest. Their levels ranged from 7 to 12, perfectly suited for Wang Xian to level up. The mace in his hand was contributed by an 11th level goblin leader. Mace white. Weapon, two-handed blunt weapon. Attributes. Plus 14 physical attack. Level requirement, 7. A trashy piece of equipment, but something is better than nothing, right? Wang Xian made do with it. Taking out some food and water from his backpack, Wang Xian ate while opening the forum. He had been busy grinding monsters and leveling up for the past 2 days and hadn't checked the forum. Now that he was resting, he wanted to see what was happening outside. Compared to 2 days ago, the forum was much livelier now. There were all kinds of posts, seeking equipment, seeking grinding spots, seeking teams, guilds recruiting, and even posts for. Well, you know. In short, there was nothing you couldn't imagine that wasn't there. Wang Xian ignored those posts and focused on the hottest ones, one of which was posted by him. He clicked on it and found that all the critical replies were gone, replaced by inquiries and thanks. Finding nothing noteworthy, Wang Xian closed his own post and looked at the others. Suddenly, a post caught Wang Xian's attention. Already transferred, and a hidden class. I am indeed the protagonist, the chosen one. Someone transferred to a hidden class? Wang Xian was very surprised, so he clicked on the post. But after seeing the content of the post, Wang Xian fell silent. Indeed, this person had transferred classes, and the class could be considered a hidden class, but this person's class was not very well regarded. Keyboard Warrior. A class that made countless players in Dragon Kingdom grit their teeth and seethe with hatred. Seeing the post's extremely boastful content, Wang Xian silently replied with 4 words, "Please crush him to death." Wang Xian's ID on the forum was Prophet. Due to his previous post, he had gained a lot of attention, and after the content of his post was largely confirmed, he became even more famous. Therefore, when Wang Xian replied using the Prophet ID, many people received notifications. However, when they saw Wang Xian's reply, they were all stunned. "Please crush him to death." What did that mean? Everyone was puzzled. There were many confused people, but even more who just wanted to watch the show and stir things up. Bed shakes, kidney strength known, brother, although I don't know why Prophet wants to crush you to death, I'm sure you're in big trouble. There's a Polonia tree at my door, dude, prepare for the afterlife. Prophet knows many secrets. If Prophet wants to crush you to death, you must have a reason to die. Commit suicide as atonement. 28-29-31 Friend, I don't believe Prophet. Tell me where you are now, and I'll protect you. Snow and May, so envious of the hidden class. Sakura, please announce the hidden class skills. Burial of Love Lang Xiao, I think this Prophet is not a good person, he must be jealous of this brother's hidden class. Burial of Love Gua Xiao, that's right, Lang Xiao is right, Prophet must be jealous. Next was a series of IDs with the Burial of Love prefix, all uniformly supporting Burial of Love Lang Xiao's reply. Dragon Knight, CTM. Who opened the ancient seal and released this bunch of guys? Evil Emperor, the seal has been opened, I shall emerge as well. Immortal in the clouds, Evil Emperor, do not be so arrogant. Watch as this immortal seals you again. The thread suddenly went off topic. There were countless various replies, but in the thread where Wang Xian replied, the highest voted one was from an ID called Life has always been full of simp dogs. What is a keyboard warrior? As is well known, there exists a terrifying type of creature on the internet. They bully the weak and fear the strong, point fingers, argue about everything, spew venom at anything, and flock together like mad dogs at the slightest whiff of scandal. I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about, right? Exactly, internet trolls. Or keyboard warriors. But no one expected that under the influence of datafication, keyboard warriors would actually become a hidden profession. I, for one, am both shocked and envious, and I believe many people feel the same way I do. However, after the Prophet's reply appeared, things seemed to take a different turn. For those unfamiliar with the Prophet, you can check out some of the hottest posts on the forum. There are detailed analyses of the Prophet there. Alright, let's get back to the keyboard warrior hidden profession. I believe no one has reached level 10 yet. Since no one is level 10, according to the Prophet's post, it can be confirmed that transferring to the keyboard warrior profession must have been an automatic transfer. I ask you, what kind of person can transfer to become a keyboard warrior? Obviously, internet trolls. The number of internet trolls is immeasurable. To stand out and successfully convert one's profession into a datafied hidden profession, one must admit that this guy's strength is absolutely the greatest among all internet trolls. From this, one can conclude that while this keyboard warrior may not necessarily be a bad person, they are definitely not a serious one. The Prophet's intentions are currently unknown, but judging from a post made by the Prophet, they should be an upright person full of righteousness. Therefore, if you find this keyboard warrior, it's best to capture him, or just kill him directly. I have a hunch that this keyboard warrior is definitely a menace. Wang Xian finished reading the reply from the ID Life has many simps since ancient times, nodded, and then liked his reply. He was right, that keyboard warrior was truly a menace. This all goes back to his hidden profession. His hidden profession is bizarre, and its advancement method is even more bizarre. Wang Xian never wants to see what this hidden profession looks like after it advances. That would definitely be the nightmare of everyone in Dragon Country. Being able to nip this hidden profession in the bud, or rather, it's better to nip it in the bud, this hidden profession really shouldn't exist. Especially the owner of this hidden profession, his personality can only be described as retaliating against society. In his previous life, in order to encircle and suppress this guy, a dozen top hidden professionals and hundreds of top powerhouses acted together, but in the end, the guy still got away. Later, due to the national war, the pursuit of him was temporarily abandoned, and then, Wang Xian was reborn. Unexpectedly, this keyboard warrior has appeared now. Fortunately, though, this hidden profession's power should truly kick in after the third profession advancement at level 70. Now, what Wang Xian said was to cause trouble for this guy. It would be best if he could catch and kill him. If not, it didn't matter, there would always be ways in the future to prevent this guy's hidden profession from advancing. One like from Wang Xian made the forum even livelier and made more people curious about what keyboard warrior had done to make the Prophet care so much. After checking other popular posts and finding nothing worth paying attention to, Wang Xian closed the forum. It was time to continue leveling up. The forest at night was very quiet and even more eerie, especially with green-skinned goblin monsters occasionally popping out. An ordinary person would definitely be scared out of their wits.
However, for the reincarnated Wang Xian, it was very normal.
Although he wasn't a master in his previous life, he had experienced a lot, having seen countless demons and monsters.
A patch of forest, a few goblins, a piece of cake. After grinding monsters all night, Wang Xian's level finally reached 9.
Feeling a bit tired, Wang Xian found a place with no monsters, planning to rest for a bit and then continue grinding.
V-room. 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 Whoop-hoo.
Suddenly, a roar of an engine sounded not far away, mixed with excited shouts tinged with fear. Moreover, that sound was getting closer and closer to Wang Xian, as if heading directly for him. Wang Xian stood up, picked up his spiked club, and looked in the direction of the sound. He immediately saw a woman, wearing leather pants, a leather top, a leather jacket, and a helmet, riding a motorcycle directly towards him.
As for why he knew it was a woman?
From the shouts just now and her figure, anyone who wasn't blind or deaf would know. The woman on the motorcycle sped all the way to Wang Xian, made a graceful stop, and pulled up right in front of him.
"Uncle, get on! There are snakes behind me!"
The woman shouted at Wang Xian. Compared to her earlier shouts, the woman's voice was much clearer now, and from her tone, one could tell that she was quite young, at most 17 or 18.
"You called me uncle?" Wang Xian was bewildered. Although he was 24, he wasn't old enough to be called uncle, was he? "Uncle, are you coming or not? If you don't, those snakes will be here."
The woman, no, the girl, said with a hint of annoyance and urgency. Wang Xian ignored the girl and turned to look in the direction she had come from, only to see over a dozen green-scaled snakes, all only level 5, rapidly slithering towards them. Green-scaled snakes were non-venomous and ranged from 1.5 to 2 meters in length. Wang Xian had hunted them for a while before, but found them a bit troublesome, so he switched to hunting goblins in the forest. "Uncle, if you don't get on the bike, I'm leaving by myself." The girl also saw the group of emerald-scaled snakes getting closer, and became even more anxious, even reaching out to pull Wang Xian's clothes, trying to drag him onto her motorcycle. Wang Xian glanced at the girl, then sent her a team invitation. The girl's movements immediately froze. Through the glass of her helmet, she looked at Wang Xian in confusion.
Wang Xian didn't bother to explain.
He picked up his mace and charged towards the group of emerald-scaled snakes. Now at level 9, Wang Xian naturally wouldn't gain experience from killing these level 5 emerald-scaled snakes, but emerald-scaled snakes were a type of wild monster that fought to the death. Not dealing with them was still a bit troublesome. Who knew if they would suddenly pop out and bite him? Moreover, although the motorcyclist girl's words had annoyed him and made him somewhat impulsive, she wasn't bad at heart. So, Wang Xian didn't mind helping her solve this problem, and even leveling her up. The girl was astonished by Wang Xian's actions, but when she saw Wang Xian quickly smash an emerald-scaled snake to death with that ugly mace, she immediately reacted and quickly accepted Wang Xian's team invitation. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Xian smiled slightly, then continued to swing the mace in his hand, killing the emerald-scaled snakes. Triple X refers to the motorcyclist girl, but it doesn't mean her name is Triple X. This brings us to the name mechanism after Blue Star became digitized. For anyone you don't know, whether adding as a friend or forming a team, their name generally displays as Triple X. Only when this stranger tells you their name will Triple X change to the name they told you. This also leads to a person having different names in the eyes of different people. For example, Wang Xian himself, his nickname is Immortal King. If Wang Xian tells others, then when they see Wang Xian, the name appearing above his head will be Immortal King. If Wang Xian tells others his name is Prophet, then when those people see Wang Xian, the name appearing above his head will be Prophet. However, some people are different. Even if they know Wang Xian's nickname is Immortal King, in their eyes, the name appearing above Wang Xian's head is still Wang Xian. These people are Wang Xian's parents, friends, and those who knew Wang Xian previously. In their eyes, Wang Xian is Wang Xian, so the name appearing above his head is simply Wang Xian. Unless they subjectively believe that Wang Xian is the Immortal King, only then will the name appearing above Wang Xian's head change from Wang Xian to Immortal King in their eyes. Of course, there is also a way to know the other party's real nickname, which is through the investigation skill. However, although this auxiliary skill can investigate the other party's name, it cannot investigate if there is a level difference of 10 or more. Also, the names floating above one's head can naturally be hidden.
You can see it if you want to see it, and you can hide it if you don't want to see it.
Everything is according to your wishes, just like in an online game, where you can easily choose whether to display a player's nickname. The green-scaled snakes were only level 5 wild monsters, and against the level 9 Wang Xian, they were all wiped out within a few rounds. The biker girl's level also rose from 3 to 4.
After killing a dozen green-scaled snakes, Wang Xian decisively kicked the biker girl out of the party.
The trouble was resolved, and he had no interest in continuing to level her up.
"Uncle, you're so fierce. So heartless."
Seeing Wang Xian finish off all the green-scaled snakes, the girl cheered excitedly, but before she could finish, her excited cheer turned into a mournful tone. It was obvious that she had received a system notification about being removed from Wang Xian's party.
"Uncle? Calling me uncle again? Am I really that old?" Wang Xian's mouth twitched. "Also, what's with that mournful tone? I, Wang, haven't done anything to offend you."
Shaking his head, ignoring the biker girl, Wang Xian picked out the largest green-scaled snake, preparing to roast it. Wild monster corpses are edible.
Moreover, if a wild monster's corpse is left in the wilderness for more than half an hour without being handled, it will automatically disappear.
Similarly, wild monsters can respawn.
As for whether it's unlimited, that's unknown.
In his previous life, after Blue Star became data-driven, the respawn rate of wild monsters provided enough for billions of players to level up. Wang Xian briefly processed the green-scaled snake's corpse, set up a bonfire, and started roasting the snake meat. As for the biker girl, he ignored her the whole time.
"Uncle, you look really strong, please take me with you.
The monsters around here are really tough, and I'm only level 4, I'm so scared." The biker girl didn't leave, sitting not far from Wang Xian, looking at him with pitiful eyes. At this moment, the biker girl had taken off her helmet, revealing her appearance. Just as Wang Xian expected, the girl looked to be 17 or 18, with shoulder-length hair that had likely been dyed. The hair below her ears showed a very light purplish-red hue. The girl's face was also quite pretty, with blue eyeshadow on her eyelids and somewhat vibrant lipstick on her lips. Below and slightly to the right of her right eye was a dark mole, next to which were 2 items that looked like rhinestones. Wang Xian didn't know what those things were called exactly, but he found these flashy things quite repulsive. Call him rustic or straightforward, he just disliked them.
"Uncle."
The girl stretched out her voice, calling out to Wang Xian, her voice becoming extremely saccharine.
Goosebumps instantly covered Wang Xian's entire body. "Stop." Wang Xian made a gesture. "Uncle, you've agreed to help me level up?"
the girl said excitedly.
"No." Wang Xian shook his head. "UNC. Stop."
Wang Xian saw the girl about to make that cutesy voice again, so he spoke first, cutting off what she was about to say. "I can help you level up, but first, answer me a question."
"Uncle, don't just say one question, 10 or even 100 questions are fine." The girl immediately said. "Why do you call me uncle? Do I look that old?" Wang Xian asked with a hint of sadness.
He was only 24, yet a 17 or 18-year-old girl was calling him uncle.
Was he really getting old? "You just look like an uncle,"
the girl said with an air of it's obvious.
"What do you mean?" Wang Xian didn't quite understand the girl's words. "Here, uncle, see for yourself."
The girl took out her phone from her leather jacket pocket, snapped a picture of Wang Xian, and handed it to him. Wang Xian took it and saw on the screen a photo of a man with messy hair, a scruffy beard, and a face covered in dust. At this point, Wang Xian finally understood why the girl called him uncle. He hadn't really groomed himself these past few days in the wetland park, and he indeed looked like he was in his 30s.
"Don't call me uncle anymore, I'm only 24 this year." Wang Xian tossed the phone back to the girl and said. "Uncle, you're only 24? The girl's face showed surprise, along with a hint of pity. "What's with that pitiful expression?" Wang Xian could understand the surprise, but what was with the pity? After a moment of hesitation, the girl still said,
it's just that I feel a bit sorry for you, uncle. You're only in your 20s, yet you look so old.
Wang Xian staggered slightly. What do you mean look so old? It's because I haven't groomed myself. Wang Xian glared at the girl, then stood up and walked towards the nearby lake.
He needed to wash up, then make this girl realize her mistake. Uncle, don't be angry, I said the wrong thing.
You don't look old, you're the most handsome.
Uncle, men like you are the most attractive, I've never seen anyone handsomer than you. The girl thought Wang Xian was angry, so she quickly got up and chased after him, apologizing profusely and even starting to flatter him in various ways.
I'm just going to wash up. Why are you following me? Are you eyeing your uncle's body? Wang Xian looked at the girl with amusement.
Ha! The girl was stunned. She clearly hadn't expected that to be the situation.
Put. Uncle, you're so annoying.
The girl glanced at Wang Xian's body, her face flushing slightly, then she scoffed at him and ran off.
Wang Xian shrugged and continued walking towards the lake.
After cleaning up, Wang Xian returned to the campfire and continued roasting the snake meat. The meat of the azure-scaled serpent was still quite difficult to roast.
Uncle, you don't look old at all.
The girl chuckled softly. Wang Xian glanced at the girl and said, You just said I'm not old, so why are you still calling me uncle?
I don't know your name, so if I don't call you uncle, what should I call you?
Hey!
The girl retorted. Wang Xian was stumped.
The girl really didn't know his name, and uncle was indeed much nicer than hey. But then again, the girl didn't know his name, and he didn't know hers either.
What's your name? Wang Xian asked the girl. Then what's your name, uncle? The girl didn't answer Wang Xian's question, but instead countered with her own. Wang Xian pondered for a moment, then uttered 3 words that left the girl dumbfounded.
Guzi.
Guzi? Uncle, even if you don't want to tell me your name, you don't have to pull out such a ridiculous name, do you?
The girl looked defeated by Wang Xian, speaking weakly.
It really is Guzi.
You should see the 3 characters floating above my head.
Wang Xian pointed a finger above his head.
Regardless of whether it was Guzi or something else, since Wang Xian told the girl, the characters she saw floating above his head at that moment were indeed the name he had just stated.
Uncle, stop messing with me.
I already know that the names floating above our heads are what others told you, or what you perceived yourself to be.
The girl looked at Wang Xian with a slight disdain. You actually know? Wang Xian looked at the girl in surprise.
Regarding the name mechanism, no one really paid attention to it at first. It was only later, when someone posted about it on a forum, that countless people became aware of it. I didn't know at first either, but then I found out that what floated above my parents' heads were mom and dad. At the time, I was confused.
My parents shouldn't have such names. When I asked, I realized those weren't their nicknames at all.
Later, I met some elders, and what floated above their heads were things like uncle, auntie, and so on.
That's when I understood what was going on. The girl said. Smart. Wang Xian gave the girl a thumbs up.
This matter seemed simple, but few people paid attention to it, because subconsciously, the people you know are called by those names, and you unconsciously overlook the issue of names.
Uncle, can you tell me your name now? And, uncle, you can't trick me anymore. The girl said with a pout. All right then.
Wang Xian wore an expression that said, How could I trick you when you're so smart, then uttered 2 words, Brother Guang.
Brother Guang? Uncle, you're not trying to fool me, are you? The girl looked at Wang Xian with suspicion.
Seriously, my name is Wang Guang, and my friends all call me Brother Guang.
When I set my nickname, I just set it as Brother Guang. Wang Xian looked at the young girl with a very sincere gaze. Then I'll believe you, uncle.
The girl stared at Wang Xian for a while, then nodded, indicating that she trusted him.
What about you?
Seeing that the girl believed him, Wang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
My name is Cheng Yao, and my nickname is Yao Yao. You can just call me Yao Yao, uncle, all my friends do. The girl spoke very frankly, without any hesitation. Cheng Yao? Yao Yao?
Wang Xian's body stiffened, and the meat of the azure-scaled serpent he was roasting over the campfire slipped from his hand and fell directly into the fire.
Ah, uncle, what are you doing?
The girl, Cheng Yao, quickly got up and retrieved the snake meat that had fallen into the campfire. She had smelled its delicious aroma and was waiting to eat, never imagining that Wang Xian would drop the roasting stick and let the meat fall into the fire. Bovohu, it's all dirty, but thankfully, it's only the outer layer that's dirty, we just need to scrape it off.
Uncle, you really are, what are you spacing out about?
While carefully picking the wood ash off the snake meat, the girl spoke to Wang Xian with a hint of complaint in her tone.
Wang Xian didn't respond to Cheng Yao. His mind was currently filled with information about her. Cheng Yao. Nickname, Yao Yao. Gender, female. Age, unknown. Talent, unknown. Hidden profession, flower goddess. Dragon Kingdom's top support.
World's top support.
10th on the 100 Flowers list.
Honorary president of the Dragon Kingdom's second largest guild, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. This was Wang Xian's subconscious reaction. There was no helping it, Cheng Yao was simply too famous in his previous life. Almost everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knew her, and she was practically a household name in other countries as well.
But was the Cheng Yao in front of him really the number one support from his previous life? Wang Xian was deeply skeptical.
Although he hadn't interacted with Cheng Yao in his previous life, according to various rumors, Cheng Yao was a gentle and demure person, completely unlike the carefree and overly familiar girl before him.
Was it just a coincidence with the name? It shouldn't be names can be repeated, but nicknames cannot.
Wang Xian watched the girl meticulously picking wood ash off the snake meat, falling into deep thought once more.
Uncle, what are you looking at? So engrossed?
A pair of hands waved in front of his eyes, waking the lost in thought Wang Xian.
What's wrong? Wang Xian looked at the girl, Cheng Yao, blankly. Uncle, what's wrong? Why do you look like you've lost your soul after hearing my name?
Cheng Yao looked at Wang Xian, puzzled. Nothing, it's just that your name is the same as my ex-girlfriend's, and it reminded me of her.
Wang Xian smiled, took the snake meat from the girl's hand, and continued to grill it. Uncle, your way of picking up girls is really old-fashioned. Cheng Yao gave Wang Xian a disdainful look. Picking up girls? When did he pick up girls? Wasn't he just stunned by the words Cheng Yao and lost his concentration for a moment? How did that become picking up girls?
Uncle, although you're a bit old, since you're so powerful, it's not like you don't have a chance.
If you perform well, I might consider you. Cheng Yao patted Wang Xian's shoulder, encouraging him. Are girls nowadays also direct? Wait a minute. He didn't want any damn chance. He had absolutely no intention of pursuing the girl in front of him. Get away from me, go sit back where you were just now.
Wang Xian glared at Cheng Yao, who was sitting next to him.
Uncle, we just met. You can't expect me to agree to your pursuit right now, can you? I've never even been in a relationship, at least let me experience what it's like to be pursued.
Cheng Yao put on a wronged expression, thinking Wang Xian was angry because of what she said earlier.
Wang Xian felt dizzy. Are young girls' thought processes so bizarre these days? He picked up a branch nearby, tapped Cheng Yao on the head with it, and said grumpily, "Pursuit my ass, I'm not interested in little girls." Really? Cheng Yao still didn't quite believe him. Really? I swear. Wang Xian looked helpless. That's good. Cheng Yao patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Wang Xian's mouth twitched. What did that mean? Was being pursued by him that scary?
Ignoring Cheng Yao, whose thought process was clearly abnormal, Wang Xian focused on grilling the snake meat. Half an hour later, the snake meat was finally cooked, and the two enjoyed a delicious meal. Afterward, Wang Xian added Cheng Yao back to the team. Since he had promised to help her level up, he had to keep his word. Yao Yao, what's your talent? While grinding monsters and leveling up, Wang Xian and Cheng Yao started chatting again. Cheng Yao didn't hide anything and said directly, "Divine Grace." What's its rank? What's its effect?
Wang Xian asked again. Just by hearing the name, he couldn't judge how good the talent was. Mythical rank.
The effect is that when releasing buff type and recovery type skills, their effect is increased by 1000%.
Uncle, how is this talent? Cheng Yao had an expression that clearly said, I'm a newbie. Alright. It's confirmed.
This young girl in front of him is Cheng Yao, the flower goddess, the top support from his previous life. With the divine grace talent, plus a hidden profession, if she doesn't become the top support, she might as well dig a hole and bury herself.
Uncle, why are you quiet again? How good is this talent anyway? Cheng Yao clearly had no experience with online games and completely didn't understand this talent.
Don't talk to me, I need some peace and quiet. Although Wang Xian himself possessed the growth talent, which surpassed mythical and reached forbidden level, growth was closely tied to level and couldn't truly compare to Cheng Yao's divine grace talent in the short term.
Uncle, is my talent super amazing? Cheng Yao asked excitedly.
She might be a gaming newbie, but she was smart. From Wang Xian's expression, she could tell that her talent was incredibly powerful.
Uncle, is it? Uncle, tell me. Uncle.
Cheng Yao started to act coy again. Wang Xian couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to explain the power of her mythical grade talent to her, also warning her never to expose the fact that she possessed a mythical grade talent in the future. In his previous life, those with mythical grade talents, before they could grow strong, lived incredibly perilous lives, not only being assassinated by other countries but also being guarded against by people from Dragon Country.
Ultimately, fewer than 10 people with mythical grade talents managed to grow strong. As for whether there were others hidden, Wang Xian didn't know.
At that time, Wang Xian's talent was merely the common grade learning, so he only paid slight attention to this matter. Now, hearing about Cheng Yao's mythical grade talent, he remembered it.
So I'm that amazing, oh ha ha ha.
Cheng Yao put her hands on her hips and laughed up at the sky.
Wang Xian broke into a cold sweat.
He truly couldn't associate this girl, currently suffering from chinibyo, with Cheng Yao, the flower goddess, the dream lover of countless men in his previous life.
Uncle, what's your talent? After laughing for a while, Cheng Yao asked Wang Xian. Learning. Wang Xian casually replied as he killed a goblin that suddenly sprang out with his wolf tooth club. What grade? Mythical? Epic? Or legendary?
Wang Xian had just explained the talent grades to her, which was why Cheng Yao asked. Wang Xian glanced at Cheng Yao and said flatly, common.
Oh, common. What? Common.
Cheng Yao was about to nod but suddenly exclaimed loudly.
Uncle, you're not trying to trick me, are you?
Why would I trick you?
Besides, why would I trick you? Who knows? Don't uncles always have some strange hobbies? Cheng Yao snorted. Wang Xian's face instantly darkened. What does uncles always have some strange hobbies mean? He's not an uncle. Wait.
Why is Cheng Yao still calling him uncle?
Didn't he tell Cheng Yao to call him brother Guang? Could it be that he's just gotten used to hearing it? No. This habit cannot be formed. Yao Yao, why are you still calling me uncle? Wang Xian asked. Brother Guang doesn't sound as good, uncle sounds better. Just for that reason?
That's right, just for that reason.
Cheng Yao nodded heavily.
Just as Wang Xian was about to say something else, a deafening system sound rang out from above the firmament.
World announcement, congratulations to player Roadfielding from the Free Nation for reaching level 10. World announcement, congratulations to player Roadfielding from the Free Nation for reaching level 10. World announcement, congratulations to player Roadfielding from the Free Nation for reaching level 10.
After the world announcement, a series of system prompts followed, though these prompts only sounded in each person's own ears.
A player has reached level 10, unlocking new functions.
Leaderboard function unlocked.
Arena function unlocked.
Guild function unlocked.
Chat function unlocked. Main city unlocked. Map upgraded. After level 10, the changes on Blue Star were significant, the most prominent being the change in size.
According to inaccurate calculations, the so-called map upgrade caused the volume of blue star to increase by at least 10 times compared to before. This was only the initial map upgrade. When someone reached level 100, the map would upgrade again. The method and location of the map upgrades were also strange, all occurring at the borders between countries, and these maps contained a large number of high-level wild monsters. Everything seemed to be deliberate, to prevent conflicts from arising between countries too early. However, even so, it was difficult to deter some ambitious individuals. They sacrificed a large number of elite personnel to pass through those high-level maps, infiltrate other countries as undercover agents, and launch various instigations, espionage, and assassination attempts.
Those with mythical level talents were the primary targets. If given the chance, epic level talents would also be eliminated.
Although those with these talents were powerful, that was in the later stages. In the early stages, there were many ways to kill them, such as sniper rifles, poisoning, and so on. The initial 3 revival opportunities seemed so pale and powerless in the face of almost endless assassinations. Although Dragon Country later put in place strict defenses and protected those with mythical level talents, it was already too late. Because it wasn't just one country targeting Dragon Country, more than half of the nations on Blue Star were targeting Dragon Country. In less than half a year, nearly 90% of mythical level talent holders had fallen, and the number of deaths among epic and legendary levels was even harder to count. Next, was the appearance of the main city. Every main city is enormous, capable of accommodating a terrifying minimum of 100 million people. While the main cities appeared in the former territories of various countries, countless relatively high-level wild monsters also surround these main cities.
Entering a main city is truly not an easy task.
Of course, one could use existing technological weapons to eliminate those wild monsters, but doing so would be more trouble than it's worth. Wild monsters killed with existing technological weapons yield no experience or equipment. Finally, it's worth mentioning the chat function, which is almost identical to those found in online games. The chat function has 5 main channels: current channel, regional channel, guild channel, national channel, and world channel.
The range of the current channel is roughly within 1,000 meters. The regional channel covers a city. The national channel covers a country.
The world channel covers the entire Blue Star. The guild channel, of course, is a dedicated channel that can only be used after forming a guild.
Among them, the world channel automatically translates text. People from any country will see the text in the world channel displayed in their own language.
There are no restrictions on the chat channels, but speaking in the 3 channels other than the current channel and guild channel requires spending varying amounts of gold coins.
Regional channel, 1 gold coin. National channel, 100 gold coins. World channel, 10,000 gold coins. Doesn't seem like much, right? However, these gold coins only allow you to send 1 character. The world channel truly lives up to its name: 1 character, 10,000 gold. After level 10, the changes are largely limited to these other aspects, generally don't have much impact. Uncle, someone actually reached level 10. Poor me, I'm only level 5. Chang Yao looked envious. By the way, Uncle, you're already level 9. How much more until level 10?
Before Wang Xian could say anything, Chang Yao asked again. Wang Xian glanced at his experience bar and saw that it was already past halfway.
Soon, level 9 is already past halfway. With a little effort, I should reach level 10 today. So fast. Afterward, Wang Xian took Chang Yao and resumed their monster grinding journey. Helping Chang Yao level up was actually just a sideline. Wang Xian didn't care about being the first in terms of level because being the first didn't offer any substantial benefits.
Being the first to reach level 1 was for the title of Pioneer's Foresight, while being the first to reach level 10 merely resulted in a world announcement and global fame.
Grinding for levels is a very boring task, especially when you're facing a bunch of green, ugly dwarves. That makes it even more tedious.
Around noon, perhaps due to Wang Xian's extensive killing, the goblin boss, the leader of the goblins, finally appeared.
Uncle, a boss, it's a boss.
Upon seeing the goblin boss, Chang Yao excitedly shouted. For half a day, Wang Xian was constantly slaying monsters, while Chang Yao hid to the side, leeching experience and browsing forums. Through the forums, Chang Yao learned a great deal about the current situation on Blue Star. Bosses, among all the information, were one of the things that interested her the most.
What are bosses? Equipment. Levels. Honor.
Therefore, upon seeing the boss, Chang Yao got excited. The goblin boss was almost twice the size of a regular goblin, and in its hand, it held a spiked club just like Wang Xian's, but its club was bigger and longer.
Don't shout, I'm not blind, I can see it. Wang Xian glared at Chang Yao.
It's just a boss, why get so excited?
Uncle, hurry up and go, kill it. Chang Yao ignored Wang Xian's look, still extremely excited. Kill what? Run quickly.
Wang Xian put his spiked club into his backpack, rushed to Chang Yao's side, picked her up, threw her over his shoulder, and ran madly towards the edge of the forest.
As for the goblin boss? Let whoever wants to fight it, fight it. A level 15 boss, he really couldn't beat it.
The goblin boss saw Wang Xian and Chang Yao running away and immediately gave chase, but the spiked club it was holding was a bit too big and heavy. After chasing for a while, it gave up. About 10 minutes later, outside the forest, Wang Xian put Chang Yao down from his shoulder and leaned against a tree, panting. Although Blue Star had been datafied, many aspects remained exactly the same as before datafication, such as getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and even needing to use the restroom, and so on. It wasn't that Wang Xian didn't let Chang Yao run on her own, it was simply that her speed was too slow and her stamina too poor. If she ran by herself, she would definitely be caught by the goblin boss.
As for why he didn't just pull her alone? It was even better to carry her. Uncle, why did we run away? Aren't we going to fight the boss?
Chang Yao asked, puzzled. She had wanted to ask this question earlier, but being carried by Wang Xian, jostled all the way, she couldn't open her mouth. Girl, one of us is level 9, the other is level 5, and we have to disregard your combat power.
Tell me, what are we going to use to fight a level 15 boss? Wang Xian wore a helpless expression. He wanted to kill the boss too, but he really couldn't do it. Uncle, you're so powerful, you can't even beat a boss? Chang Yao expressed some shock. In her opinion, Wang Xian was really amazing.
Those ugly green-skinned dwarves were taken down by Wang Xian in no time, and sometimes, he could even fight 2 or 3 at once.
How come he couldn't handle a big one? Are bosses really that strong?
When Wang Xian heard Chang Yao's words and saw her expression, he knew that she had no understanding of bosses beyond knowing they dropped equipment. So, Wang Xian once again gave Chang Yao a lesson in basic knowledge. After listening, Chang Yao finally understood the boss's terror. So the boss is that powerful. Since he's so powerful, how did that guy named the Immortal King manage to kill the boss? Did he just get lucky and stumble upon a boss with low health? Chang Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, with Immortal King himself present, was it really alright to say that? However, seeing that Chang Yao didn't know he was the Immortal King, Wang Xian chose to forgive her. Finding the backpack he had hidden earlier, Wang Xian casually took out some food. After filling his stomach, he continued to level up with Chang Yao by hunting monsters. This time, they weren't hunting goblins, but a type of monster with 4 arms, resembling a monkey, called a 4-armed monkey. As night approached, the experience bar was finally almost full. After killing the last 4-armed monkey in front of him, Wang Xian's level finally reached 10. Ding! You have leveled up, your attributes have increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 10, gaining 10 free attribute points from your growth talent. Ding! For unknown reasons, you have acquired a new talent, Sage. Ding! For unknown reasons, you have acquired a new profession, Priest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully changed professions, and your attribute points have been reset. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully changed professions, and you have gained an opportunity to change your nickname. After reaching level 10, a series of system notifications rang in Wang Xian's ears. Priest? What the hell was this? It sounded a bit like a support class? Wang Xian was completely dumbfounded. He remembered very clearly that the hidden profession he obtained in his previous life was Godslayer, a very powerful warrior-type profession.
With various doubts, Wang Xian opened his attribute panel. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King Changeable. Race, human. Profession, priest. Age, 24. Talents, learning normal, growth taboo, sage mythical. Level, 10. Experience, 0-1000. HP 1000. MP 800. Physical attack, 110. Magical attack, 90. Critical hit, 0. Physical defense, 105. Magical defense, 52. Strength, 22. Agility, 21. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 20. Endurance, 21. Free attribute points, 50 plus 55.
Skills, all spirits, compassion, control, heaven's disgust, God-forsaken, sacrifice, sacrificial dance, reverse future.
Remaining deaths, 3. Without allocating free attribute points, Wang Xian's current attributes are already magnificent, even terrifying.
And all of this is due to having transitioned to a hidden profession. In addition to powerful skills, the attribute bonuses of hidden professions are incomparable to those of ordinary professions.
Ordinary professions are generally divided into two types: physical and magical.
Physical professions include warriors, assassins, archers, and so on.
Magical professions include mages, priests, and so on. For ordinary physical professions, the bonuses are: physical attack, strength multiply 2. Spell attack, spirit multiply 1. Defense, endurance multiply 1. HP, constitution multiply 20. MP, spirit multiply 10.
Mage professions are just the opposite of physical professions.
Physical attack, strength multiply 1. Spell attack, spirit multiply 2. Defense, endurance multiply 1. HP, constitution multiply 10. MP, spirit multiply 20.
There are many hidden professions, and their bonus ratios also differ.
Physical profession bonuses: physical attack, strength multiply 3. Spell attack, spirit multiply 2. Defense, endurance multiply 2. HP, constitution multiply 30. MP, spirit multiply 20. Magical profession bonuses: physical attack, strength multiply 2. Spell attack, spirit multiply 3. Defense, endurance multiply 2. HP, constitution multiply 20. MP, spirit multiply 30.
Some powerful hidden professions might have even higher bonuses, but according to the statisticians of the previous life, the most powerful hidden professions on Blue Star only reached a 400% attribute bonus ratio.
What about Wang Xian?
His attribute bonus ratio reached 500%, and it's a full 500%.
Dumbfounded.
Wang Xian remembered that the hidden profession Godslayer he transitioned to in his previous life, though its bonus ratio was also very powerful, only reached 400%.
The priest's bonus is actually 500%. Terrifying. Are priests that strong? Wang Xian was shocked.
With this thought in mind, Wang Xian began to check the priest's skills. The power of a class, besides stat bonuses, depends on its professional skills. It must be said that the priest class indeed has quite a few skills. Communion of all spirits, can communicate with all things in heaven and earth.
Wang Xian? What's this skill for?
Compassion, priests show compassion for the weak. When in a team, if team members' levels are lower than the priests, killing monsters will grant the full amount of experience to all team members, including the priest themselves. For every additional member in the team, the experience gained by the priest increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%.
Wang Xian? Is he going to be the team's mascot? Control, the priest is a class favored by heaven.
They can ignore level restrictions and class restrictions to wear equipment of any class and learn skills of any class.
Wang Xian. Excellent. Very powerful. This skill truly exceeded his imagination.
With all class skills, combined with his stat bonuses, he could already imagine future combat scenarios. Fiery swordplay in his right hand, lightning bolt in his left, covered in dozens of buff effects.
Slaying gods if they block his way, slaying Buddhas if they block his way. Heaven's disfavor, the priest is a class favored by heaven.
Any being who actively attacks a priest will be cursed by heaven. Experience gain reduced by 10% for 3 days.
Divine abandonment, the priest is a class favored by heaven.
Any being who actively attacks a priest will be abandoned by the gods. All attributes reduced by 10% for 3 days.
Wang Xian. If compassion turned him into a mascot, then heaven's disfavor and divine abandonment turned him into a hedgehog.
Sacrifice offers sacrifices to a mysterious unknown entity to obtain various items. The higher the value of the sacrifice, the higher the value of the items obtained.
Can be sacrificed once every 7 days. Uses cannot accumulate.
Sacred dance, a mysterious dance inherited from the most ancient times, specific effects unknown.
Wang Xian.
What are these 2 skills?
The sacrifice skill is easy to understand. As long as it belongs to Wang Xian, any item can be chosen as a sacrifice. Of course, it's not just limited to items.
Wang Xian even had an inexplicable feeling that attribute points, skills, and even life itself could become sacrifices, offered to that so-called unknown mysterious entity.
Creepy. Too creepy.
This was the first feeling that arose in Wang Xian's heart after understanding some basic information about the sacrifice skill.
Moreover, Wang Xian had reason to believe that the so-called mysterious entity was the owner of the mysterious blood in the Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant. But wasn't Blue Star digitized and turned into a game? Why would such a weird thing appear? Unable to figure it out for a while, Wang Xian decided to test this skill. After a moment of consideration, Wang Xian chose the mace he was currently using as a sacrifice, offering it to the unknown mysterious entity. As for why he chose the mace as a sacrifice?
It's precisely because the mace was both the most useless and yet the most valuable item he possessed. After all, the description of the sacrifice skill also stated that the more valuable the sacrifice, the higher the reward. He was already level 10 now, with a level 10 green weapon, the scorpion tail sword, so the mace was no longer needed and would be perfect as a sacrifice. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian didn't hesitate, directly activating the sacrifice skill and selecting the mace as the offering. After the skill was activated, there was no fanfare, no strange celestial phenomena. The mace in his hand silently disappeared, as if it had never existed. Wang Xian's hand even remained in the posture of gripping the mace. Ding! You have offered a sacrifice to a mysterious unknown entity and gained 1 experience point. The system notification sounded. 1 experience point? Wang Xian was afraid he had misheard, so he quickly opened the log and clearly saw the system notification above, which indeed stated he had gained 1 experience point. Wang Xian was dumbfounded. Although the level 7 common equipment was a bit lackluster, it shouldn't just give 1 experience point, right? This was absolutely treating him like a beggar. Wang Xian was furious and filled with regret. He wished he hadn't sacrificed it. A level 7 common piece of equipment could now sell for at least 10 silver coins, or tens of thousands of dragon coins, Dragon Nation's currency, if sold for real money. Just as Wang Xian was fuming, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Your sacrifice was too inferior. The mysterious unknown entity's favorability towards you has decreased. The usage period of the sacrifice skill has been changed from once every 7 days to once every 10 days. What the heck was this again? And it even showed disdain? After showing disdain, it actually extended the skill's cooldown. He only knew that skills become stronger after leveling up, and a few skills reduce cooldowns, but he had never heard of a skill's cooldown being increased. Wang Xian almost swore, but suddenly remembered something. After a slight change in expression, he chose to ignore the matter and silently accepted the cooldown of the sacrifice skill as if it had always been once every 10 days. Then, Wang Xian focused his gaze on the most mysterious skill, ritual dance. However, remembering that he seemed to have displeased that mysterious unknown entity just now, Wang Xian decided it was better not to test this skill for the time being.
This left only one skill, reverse future. Reverse future expired, effect unknown. Reverse future? Reverse future. Wang Xian's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinholes.
He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, after consuming the mysterious blood, he had changed his class to God Slayer, and among his many skills, there was indeed this reverse future skill. At that time, the description of reverse future was exactly the same as now, effect unknown. The only difference was that back then, reverse future didn't have the 3 words expired. At this moment, Wang Xian finally understood that his rebirth was granted by reverse future, granted by that drop of mysterious blood. Reverse future. Rebirth, returning to the past. Isn't this reversing the future? Wang Xian stood dumbfounded. Uncle, what's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing Wang Xian standing still, his weapon inexplicably disappearing from his hand, and his expression changing from confusion, to excitement, to shock, to anger, to apprehension, and then to sudden enlightenment, Chang Yao, after much hesitation, decided to ask what was going on. She knew that Wang Xian had reached level 10. She initially thought he was getting used to the changes after level 10, but his expressions just now were dramatic enough for a movie, clearly not just him getting accustomed to his own changes.
Huh? What's wrong? Wang Xian looked at Chang Yao with a bewildered expression. What's wrong? Uncle, shouldn't I be asking what's wrong with you?
Chang Yao said, looking defeated by Wang Xian.
What's wrong with me? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback, then understood Chang Yao's meaning.
He shook his head and said to Chang Yao, "It's nothing, I just suddenly changed classes and it's a bit hard to accept. Professions cannot be hidden, just like leaderboards and various announcements that don't hide names or levels, as if deliberately stimulating or encouraging others."
Although many people were dissatisfied with this, what could they do?
They couldn't change these rules at all, they could only accept them. The only thing that satisfied those people was that the publicly disclosed information was just unimportant details like names, levels, and professions, while other crucial information such as talents, attributes, and skills remained hidden.
Of course, if you insist on hiding it, there are ways. Some special equipment or skills can certainly meet your needs. Changed classes? Uncle, you actually changed classes? Let me see, huh? Priest? Is it a hidden class? But it sounds like a support? Uncle, is it a support? Chen Yao opened the team list and was very surprised by the information displayed there. In her opinion, Wang Xian should have changed classes to a warrior, or at the very least, a mage. How could he now seem so much like a support, completely inconsistent with Wang Xian's established persona? I guess you could say it's a support. Wang Xian shrugged. He could learn all professional skills and completely become a support. Moreover, due to the existence of the skill compassion, he would definitely be the most desired team member for everyone in the world. When hunting monsters in a team, if a wild monster gives, for example, 100 experience points, and there are 10 people in the team, then when divided equally, each team member gets 10 points. Even with a 10% team bonus, each person only gets 11 points. But what about when Wang Xian is in the team?
Each team member can get 110 points, which is a tenfold increase. Moreover, the number of team members is not limited to 10. The number of team members can be increased by completing certain quests, with a maximum of 100 people. By that calculation, it's a 100-fold increase.
Terrifying.
After thinking about this, Wang Xian suddenly felt an urge to retire to some top guild. My updates have been a bit slow, which has made everyone unhappy, and for that, I'm truly sorry. So, I've decided to tell everyone some good news. I've signed a contract. The contract has already been sent out, and the status should change in about 3 days. Friends who haven't invested yet, hurry up, the revenue split is coming soon.
And then, about updates.
After the contract status changes, there will be a guaranteed 2 updates per day. As for extra updates, we'll see how it goes.
If there are enough recommendation tickets, there will definitely be extra updates. Tips? I won't think about it for now.
If there really are any, then I'll decide about extra updates at that time.
Uncle, I'm so sad, sob 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 sob.
Upon hearing Wang Xian confirm his class change was to support, Cheng Yao immediately put on a heartbroken expression.
Why are you sad? Wang Xian was very confused. Uncle, although you've changed to a hidden class, you're a support. How are you going to help me level up in the future? Cheng Yao said. Good heavens, is this the rhythm of me becoming a tool for others?
Stop being so dramatic, come with me.
How could Wang Xian not see that Cheng Yao was pretending to be pitiful?
He glared at her menacingly, but as the future number one support, this little privilege was permissible.
In his original plan, Wang Xian intended to be a lone wolf.
After all, with the powerful hidden class God Slayer and the knowledge of some important information from his rebirth, he was confident he could quickly rise to become a top-tier expert.
As for finding some future powerhouses and nurturing them, Wang Xian had considered it but ultimately gave up. Why? Lack of vision. Lack of understanding. Ultimately, Wang Xian was just an ordinary person, simply lucky enough to be reborn. However, rebirth couldn't change Wang Xian's understanding and vision.
In his previous life, Wang Xian was just an upper-middle tier player, like countless others, fretting over how to clear high-level dungeons, striving for a rare blue item, and his biggest dream was merely to obtain a purple legendary item.
How could such an ordinary person even talk about nurturing powerhouses? It's like asking a common city dweller to cultivate a national president. It's simply unrealistic. Yes, he was reborn, but the information he knew wasn't really that useful. For instance, national wars, what good was knowing about them? Could he prevent them? No. Other information? Special events?
Even if Wang Xian said nothing, others would still get the benefits they were destined for. Moreover, events had a strong correlation with strength and luck, so he really couldn't do much.
Dungeons?
In his previous life, Wang Xian only cleared high-level dungeons. For some people, high-level dungeons posed no real challenge. And most importantly, Wang Xian worried that his appearance might cause those future powerhouses to miss their original opportunities, which would truly be a net loss. Therefore, Wang Xian completely abandoned the idea of nurturing those future top-tier experts.
Things are different now. Wang Xian didn't become a god slayer but instead became a priest.
The priest's skill, mercy, forced Wang Xian to abandon the idea of being a lone wolf. Doing so would be a massive waste of this skill. The existence of this skill can not only rapidly increase Wang Xian's level but also bring up a large number of high-level individuals. High-level status combined with the growth talent, plus the priest's 500% bonus to panel attributes from its 5 basic stats, will undoubtedly drastically shorten the time it takes for Wang Xian to become a top-tier expert. So, what Wang Xian needs to do now is gather 10 people to form a complete team and then level up quickly. For now, the team members are tentatively set at only 2. The first, of course, is himself. The second must be the future number 1 support, Huashin Cheng Yao. However, Cheng Yao made Wang Xian a bit conflicted. He was afraid that by keeping Cheng Yao by his side, she might miss out on her hidden class, Huashin Flower God. Wang Xian, who couldn't immediately decide what to prioritize, ultimately chose to ignore the problem for now and would continue to consider it after killing the goblin boss. Yes, Wang Xian was now going to kill the goblin boss, and while he was at it, let Cheng Yao leech some experience. With the presence of pity, he wouldn't lose any experience. Instead, he would gain an additional 20% experience, pity 10%, party bonus 10%. The terrifying buffs from the sacrifice gave Wang Xian the confidence to kill the goblin boss, and he was also very curious to know if the god's forsaken skill would be effective against wild bosses.
Uncle, it's so late, where are we going? Cheng Yao asked curiously, following behind Wang Xian. Wang Xian said flatly, to kill a boss. The goblin boss from earlier today? Cheng Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Uncle, didn't you say the boss was terrifying? Why are you suddenly going to kill it now? Soon, Cheng Yao looked confused. Where do all these questions come from?
You're just a moocher, completely useless.
Just stay behind and leech experience. Uncle, how can you say that about me? I'm a cute girl, I can cheer you on from behind.
Cheng Yao immediately disagreed when Wang Xian called her a moocher, pouting and grumbling.
Oh please, you? A cute girl? Go remove that gaudy makeup first.
Wang Xian rolled his eyes.
Just by listening to Cheng Yao's voice, she did sound like a cute girl, but Cheng Yao's makeup was truly unflattering. The way she had applied it didn't suit a cute girl at all. Uncles are indeed all straight men. Cheng Yao glared at Wang Xian. What did he mean by gaudy makeup? She thought her makeup was clearly beautiful and very cool. Cheng Yao decided to ignore Wang Xian for now.
Only then, she believed, would the straight man uncle realize his mistake.
After the two walked for a while, Wang Xian spoke. Yao Yao, have you ever thought about getting plastic surgery? Cheng Yao was very happy when Wang Xian spoke.
She thought the straight man uncle had realized his mistake and was going to apologize to her, but his next words left her stunned.
What? Plastic surgery? What kind of vision did this straight man uncle have?
This girl was naturally beautiful, why would she need plastic surgery?
Uncle, is there something you're dissatisfied with regarding my appearance or figure? Cheng Yao asked through gritted teeth.
Wang Xian shook his head and said, Not at all, I just asked casually. He had actually wanted to ask this question ever since Wang Xian confirmed that Cheng Yao was the future first support, flower goddess Cheng Yao. There was no helping it, the current Cheng Yao and the future flower goddess Cheng Yao were just too different. Firstly, flower goddess Cheng Yao had a very tall figure, reaching 174 centimeters, while the current Cheng Yao was only about 160 centimeters. Secondly, the flower goddess Cheng Yao was very beautiful, looking around 25 years old. The Cheng Yao in front of him, although heavily made up, still looked to be only about 17 or 18, and her beauty was vastly different from that of the flower goddess Cheng Yao. Finally, the flower goddess Cheng Yao was at least a C cup, while the Cheng Yao in front of him was probably only an A cup. It had only been a little over a year since the flower goddess Cheng Yao became famous throughout the world. If it wasn't for plastic surgery, Wang Xian really couldn't think of any other way Cheng Yao could have undergone such a drastic transformation.
Cheng Yao was thoroughly annoyed by Wang Xian, pouting and ignoring him.
Wang Xian also kept quiet. He assumed Cheng Yao didn't want to talk, so he didn't try to find another topic. The two walked in silence all the way to where the goblin boss appeared during the day. At this moment, the goblin boss had lit a bonfire and was roasting the meat of an unknown animal.
Yes. That's right, the goblin boss was barbecuing.
When Cheng Yao saw this, her eyes nearly popped out. The information she had gathered from the forums hadn't mentioned anything like this. Wang Xian, however, was not surprised by this.
Ordinary wild monsters would wander within a certain area, they wouldn't get hungry or tired.
But bosses were different. While they also wouldn't get tired or hungry, they had their own preferences and would do things that would surprise, or even shock, humans. Humanoid or semi-beast bosses setting up bonfires to barbecue was already considered the most normal thing. In his previous life, there had even been instances of humanoid bosses snatching very beautiful women back to their territory to make them their wives. In short, all sorts of bizarre things happen, and once you've seen enough, it's no longer strange. Uncle, I'm not seeing things, am I? That boss is barbecuing? Cheng Yao said in shock.
What else would it be doing? Wang Xian chuckled. But. It.
Cheng Yao was at a loss for words.
Alright, no more buts. Go hide. I'm about to engage the boss. After we kill it, we can still enjoy the boss's barbecue feast. Wang Xian was quite happy now. He wouldn't even need to specially prepare dinner. Oh, uncle, be careful. Uncle, you can do it. Hearing Wang Xian say he was going to engage the boss, Cheng Yao no longer bothered with her shock. After cheering Wang Xian on, she hid behind a large tree. Wang Xian didn't rush into action. Instead, he first checked the boss's attributes.
Wild monsters and bosses below level 30 usually had their basic attributes visible.
Once they passed level 30, skills like detect or appraisal were needed. Goblin boss normal. Level 15. HP 10,000. Attack power 350. Physical defense 180. Magic defense 150. Skills unknown. As a level 15 boss, the goblin's stats were nothing short of magnificent.
Not to mention its tens of thousands of HP, its attack and defense stats were enough to drive level 20 ordinary professionals to despair.
Even if all free attribute points were poured into a single stat, they couldn't compare to the goblin boss. Of course, this assumes ordinary professionals are unequipped.
After understanding the boss's stats, Wang Xian first allocated 50 free attribute points to endurance, bringing his unequipped defense to 355 points. Adding the 15 points of defense from the centipede carapace, his total defense was 370 points.
The goblin boss couldn't even break his defense directly.
Of the remaining 55 free attribute points, Wang Xian allocated 30 to strength and 25 to constitution. This brought Wang Xian's HP to 2,250 points and his attack to 260 points. Counting the 35 attack points and 3 strength points from the scorpion tail sword, Wang Xian's attack directly reached 310 points. Looking at his panel stats after allocating the free attribute points, Wang Xian couldn't help but gasp. These stats were comparable to a level 30 character in his previous life. If he had to describe it with one phrase, only 4 words would suffice: terrifyingly powerful. Stats were sorted, next was naturally to engage the boss. For Wang Xian now, killing the goblin boss was incredibly simple. All he had to do was tank it head on.
An exaggerated smile involuntarily appeared on Wang Xian's face.
Tanking a boss head on, that was the ultimate dream of so many people, and now he had achieved it.
Gripping the dark green scorpion tail sword, Wang Xian strode towards the boss.
He extended his left hand, palm up, clenched it into a fist, and pointed his index finger at the boss, employing a supreme martial art created by an unparalleled master. Legend has it that this supreme martial art was created by that unparalleled master by merging 2 peerless martial arts.
Come here, you! Wang Xian crooked his left index finger and shouted loudly at the goblin boss. Chang Yao, watching from behind the tree.
As a humanoid boss, the goblin boss understood some human body language, and thanks to Wang Xian's skill myriad spirits, it even understood the challenge, and even insult, in Wang Xian's words at that moment.
How could the goblin boss endure it?
It let out wah 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 cries, picked up a huge spiked club nearby, gripped it tightly with both hands, and leaped, pouncing towards Wang Xian.
Clang!
The spiked club slammed heavily onto Wang Xian's head.
A number floated above Wang Xian. No damage. Wang Xian grinned.
The feeling of not being damaged by the boss was simply too good. At this moment, a number also floated above the goblin boss.
Wang Xian looked even happier. The skill God-forsaken was indeed effective against the boss. The goblin's full attributes were directly reduced by 10%, and the floating 1,000 was the health lost by the goblin boss. Of course, Wang Xian was not idle either.
The scorpion tail sword in his right hand struck backward towards the goblin boss. 148 all attributes reduced by 10%, defense changed from 180 points to 162 points.
A white normal damage number floated up.
Immediately after, a green damage number floated up. The poison attack attached to the scorpion tail sword. Any boss, more or less, has some intelligence. At this moment, the goblin boss was utterly bewildered. He didn't understand why, after he swung his club, the human who had provoked him was completely unharmed.
While the goblin boss was bewildered, Wang Xian was not.
Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive stabs with his scorpion tail sword. 3 damage numbers floated above the goblin boss's head. The poison damage from the scorpion tail sword also floated up again.
Wah wah wah!
The goblin boss finally reacted, gripping his club with both hands, and delivered a series of headbutts to Wang Xian. Alas, all he got in return was a string of zeros. And Wang Xian, while the goblin boss was hitting him, was not idle either, continuously stabbing the goblin boss with his scorpion tail sword. One man, one monster, you hit me, I stab you, it was quite harmonious. As they fought, the goblin boss suddenly let out a strange cry, and a black damage number floated above its head.
Wang Xian was stunned. Black number, critical damage? What's happening?
Wang Xian was initially confused, but when he saw where his scorpion tail sword had struck, he suddenly felt a cold draft coming from below. Wang Xian quickly pulled out the scorpion tail sword, and then stabbed that spot again, mumbling softly as he stabbed, "Sorry.
Sorry. I didn't mean to."
3 black damage numbers floated up, and the goblin boss's 2-meter-tall burly body directly fell down. A dignified level 15 outdoor boss, without even using a skill, died so ignominiously under Wang Xian's sword.
Tragic. Truly tragic. Too tragic.
Looking at the goblin boss's bloody and mutilated parts, Wang Xian even felt that he was too cruel. Shan Yao walked over, looking at Wang Xian with a speechless expression. She had been hiding behind a tree earlier and saw everything clearly.
The goblin boss's death was utterly desolate. "Uncle, why do men make things difficult for other men?" Wang Xian's face immediately darkened. What did she mean by "why do men make things difficult for other men"?
He was clearly trying to improve the efficiency of killing monsters.
Actually, speaking of it, this was the first time Wang Xian had encountered such a continuous critical hit.
In his previous life, he had never encountered goblin-type monsters, and basically all monsters wouldn't expose their fatal parts like the goblin boss did. To this, Wang Xian could only say, "Serves it right."
Wow! Uncle, I'm level 10 now. What's mercy? Is that your skill, uncle?
Shan Yao suddenly exclaimed. Her attention had been focused on how Wang Xian killed the boss, but now, looking at herself, she was shocked to find that her level had risen to 10. She checked the combat log and found a special status called Mercy, which allowed her to gain all the boss's experience. This brought her from level 7 straight to level 10, almost even 11.
Ignoring the loudly exclaiming Shan Yao, Wang Xian looked through his own combat log.
He had previously turned off some unimportant system notifications.
Ding! Killed a level 15 goblin boss. Experience gained 10% party bonus. Killing a boss 5 levels higher grants a 5% experience bonus.
Triggered skill Mercy, triggered talent Sage.
You ultimately gained 4,050 experience points. Ding!
You have leveled up. Your attributes have increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points.
Ding!
You have reached level 11. You have gained 11 free attribute points from the growth talent.
Ding!
You have leveled up. Your attributes have increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points.
Ding!
You have reached level 12. You have gained 12 free attribute points from the growth talent.
Ding! Title Boss Nemesis Skill Soul Siphon triggered.
You gain 0 free attribute points.
Ding! Title Boss Nemesis Skill Evolution triggered. Your title gained 1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations, your level has entered the Dragon Nation leaderboard, ranking first on the Dragon Nation level leaderboard. Ding!
Congratulations, your level has entered the world leaderboard, ranking first on the world level leaderboard. A series of system text notifications appeared in the combat log. Talent Sage? Wang Xian was slightly stunned, then realized. He gained a new talent every 10 levels he advanced. He had actually forgotten about gaining new talents because he had transferred to become a priest. Although he hadn't seen the specific attributes of the Sage talent yet, Wang Xian already knew its effect. However, Wang Xian still opened his attribute panel to view the attributes of his new talent, Sage. Talent, Sage Mythic. Effect, experience gained through any means will be increased. Current bonus 10% increases with level. Mercy plus Sage, this was basically setting him up to completely dominate the level leaderboard. He actually wanted to keep a low profile. However, having said that, Pity and Sage are really a perfect match for growth. The first two boost experience gain, allowing for rapid leveling up, and growth is related to level, meaning the higher the level, the more powerful the effect of growth. Wang Xian nodded secretly, indicating his satisfaction with the Sage talent.
Wow! Uncle, look, it's green equipment.
At this moment, Shan Yao struggled to drag a huge bludgeon to Wang Xian. This bludgeon was identical to the one in the goblin boss's hand. There was even a high probability it was the very one the goblin boss used.
Wang Xian took the huge bludgeon from Chang Yao and checked its attributes. Giant bludgeon green. Weapon, two-handed bludgeon. Attributes. Physical attack plus 50. Strength plus 7. Trait, mighty strength. Mighty strength, additional strength plus 3. Level requirement, 15.
Very good attributes, it can be considered a top-tier weapon among green equipment.
It's just that its size is quite exaggerated. The entire bludgeon is at least 2 meters long.
Wang Xian couldn't bring himself to like this kind of weapon, and coupled with the level requirement, he decided to put it into his backpack for now.
Yao Yao, is there anything else?
Wang Xian turned to look at Chang Yao, who was still picking up equipment.
There's one more. What equipment? Uncle, see for yourself.
Chang Yao picked up a wooden stick from the side, used it to poke a somewhat tattered piece of animal hide, and handed it to Wang Xian with a look of disdain.
Goblin's beloved leather pants green.
Apparel, leather pants.
Attributes. Physical defense plus 60. Magical defense plus 40. Level requirement, 15.
No wonder Chang Yao looked disgusted, even he felt a bit repulsed. But it was green equipment after all. Although it had no special trait, the defense it provided was very high, almost reaching the limit for green equipment, making it undoubtedly a top-grade piece of green equipment. Despite this, Wang Xian had no desire to wear this equipment whatsoever. Because seeing these leather pants reminded him of the goblin boss's death.
Miserable, utterly miserable. It was better not to stir up that memory.
Wang Xian decisively threw the animal hide shorts into his backpack, intending to find an opportunity to toss them into the consignment store or auction house.
Yao Yao, anything else? Wang Xian came up to Chang Yao and asked again.
No, just some money, uncle, here. Speaking, Chang Yao gave all the coins she picked up to Wang Xian. Wang Xian counted them and, wow, there were quite a lot, a full 7 gold and 44 silver.
You don't want them? Wang Xian looked at Chang Yao in surprise.
Chang Yao shook her head and said, Uncle, you killed the boss alone, and I didn't do much.
I can't take these things.
Little girl, your moral compass is quite straight. Wang Xian reached out and ruffled Chang Yao's head, then took out 2 gold coins and slipped them into her hand.
Uncle?
Chang Yao looked at Wang Xian, puzzled.
It's just 2 gold coins. Keep them for buying potions later. Wang Xian smiled.
With his current strength, he wouldn't be short of gold coins in the future. If it weren't for an upcoming event, he definitely would have given Chang Yao more gold coins.
Thank you, uncle. Chang Yao cheered.
She had learned the value of gold coins from the forums. With these 2 gold coins, she could at least exchange for 20,000 dragon coins. Although she wasn't short of money at all, why refuse something free? Alright, you're level 10 now. Don't level up for now. Wait until after you've changed classes to level up, or you'll waste some attribute points.
MHM. Chang Yao nodded frantically.
Whatever Uncle said now, she would listen.
She was going to cling tightly to Uncle's leg. A boss that dozens or even hundreds of people couldn't kill was taken down by Uncle alone.
Such a strong leg, she couldn't let him get away. Also, she had already learned the specific effects of the mercy skill through the status bar, which made her even more determined not to let this strong leg go.
Don't just stand there, come and taste how the goblin boss's roasted meat is?
Wang Xian sat by the bonfire, calling out to Chang Yao, who was standing there foolishly.
Coming.
Hearing Wang Xian's call, Chang Yao quickly put away the thoughts in her mind and walked towards the bonfire.
She was also curious, would the meat roasted by a boss really taste good?
It must be said, this goblin boss was ugly as sin, but the roasted meat was incredibly delicious.
Watching Chang Yao happily eating, Wang Xian suddenly wanted to tease her. So he lowered his voice and said ominously to Chang Yao, Yao Yao, is this roast meat delicious? Chang Yao was startled by Wang Xian's voice. After giving Wang Xian a glare, she said, it's delicious. I've never had such delicious roast meat before. Saying that, Chang Yao tore off another large piece of roast meat and continued to eat happily.
It is indeed very delicious. But, Yao Yao, what kind of meat do you think could be this delicious?
Wang Xian's voice grew even more ominous.
Cheng Yao finally realized something was amiss and quickly looked at Wang Xian, immediately seeing the sinister smile on his face.
Uncle, don't scare me.
The roast meat in Cheng Yao's hand dropped to the ground with a thud, and her voice began to sound tearful.
Yao Yao, what kind of meat do you think it is?
Wang Xian continued to speak in a sinister voice, his gaze beginning to sweep over Cheng Yao.
Human flesh?
Ugh. Cheng Yao seemed to instantly understand the meaning of Wang Xian's words. Her face turned pale, and after a trembling cry, she immediately bent over and dry heaved. Well, the effect was much better than he had imagined.
Seeing Cheng Yao's distress and fear, Wang Xian knew he had gone a bit too far.
He quickly got up and walked to Cheng Yao's side, patting her back while saying, "I was just messing with you."
If it were human flesh, would I still dare to eat it? Cheng Yao's body stiffened instantly.
She realized she had been pranked by Wang Xian.
Uncle!
Cheng Yao shrieked, grabbed Wang Xian's arm, rolled up his sleeve, and bit down hard.
Ah!
It was Wang Xian's turn to scream.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yao Yao, let go. Wang Xian let out a pathetic cry. Stinky uncle, you're too mean.
While biting Wang Xian, Cheng Yao grumbled, refusing to open her mouth and let go of Wang Xian.
Let go quickly, or I'll get angry. Wang Xian feigned anger. No letting go. Cheng Yao's bite grew stronger. It hurts.
Serves you right.
Yao Yao, I was wrong, please let go, okay? No.
Finally, after Wang Xian signed dozens of unequal treaties, Cheng Yao finally released him.
You're like a dog,
Wang Xian said, looking at the teeth marks on his arm with a speechless expression. It was a good thing his defense was high, otherwise, he would definitely have been bitten to bleed.
Humph.
Cheng Yao snorted, then ignored Wang Xian and continued to eat the barbecue.
Oh, you can still eat? Wang Xian teased.
Normally, if someone told you that you had just eaten human flesh, even if it was later clarified, many people wouldn't eat it again. Even if they did, they'd wait a very, very long time.
But what about Cheng Yao? She continued eating right after the explanation.
He really didn't know if she had a strong mind or was just thick-skinned.
Yao Yao, are you still going back today? After eating his fill, Wang Xian asked Cheng Yao.
Cheng Yao took out her phone, checked the time, shook her head, and said, "It's 9 o'clock already, too late.
Let's go back tomorrow morning." Alright, it's indeed unsafe to go back so late. Let's just sit here until dawn. Wang Xian nodded.
He had been grinding monsters for several days straight, his spirit constantly tense, so he could use a good rest.
Stay here until dawn?
Cheng Yao's mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide, as if she had heard something incredible.
Is there a problem? Wang Xian couldn't understand why Cheng Yao reacted this way. Uncle, are we going too fast?
Cheng Yao asked, her face slightly flushed.
Too fast for what? We're just sitting for one night. Wang Xian felt Cheng Yao was getting stranger and stranger.
Cheng Yao took a deep breath, lowered her head, and shyly said, "Then let's do it until dawn. But not right now, I just finished eating and need to digest, otherwise, I might get a stitch."
A stitch? You don't even have to move, so how would you get a stitch? Wang Xian was full of questions. I don't have to move? But if I don't, won't you be too tired, uncle?
Cheng Yao's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed.
Just sitting here until dawn, why would I be tired? Yao Yao, are you alright? Wang Xian stood up and walked towards Cheng Yao. He wanted to see what was exactly wrong with Cheng Yao.
Her tone was strange when she spoke to him, and she kept her head down. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Xian moved, Cheng Yao, like a startled fawn, sprang up from where she was. "Uncle, I'm going to wash up first." Dropping that sentence, Cheng Yao ran towards the nearby stream.
How peculiar.
Wang Xian truly didn't know what was wrong with Cheng Yao, but judging by the way she ran towards the stream, she seemed to be perfectly fine. Returning to his original spot, Wang Xian sat down and opened the forum.
It was a long night. What else was there to do besides browsing the forum? The forum was even more popular than a few days ago, with posts appearing and disappearing every second. However, a few posts consistently remained at the top of the forum.
Changes in the importance of levels and class transfers in a datafied world.
Speculation and analysis of the prophet identity.
Talent tier divisions.
Dragon Kingdom official recruitment of hidden class players, extremely high benefits.
On the impact of datafication on Blue Star.
The highest ranked post was still the one published by Wang Xian, followed by the post analyzing the prophet's identity. Wang Xian took a look and found the analysis within to be very logical.
There were 4 top voted replies in the post.
First, the prophet is related to the datafication of Blue Star, and might even be the mastermind behind initiating Blue Star's datafication.
Second, the prophet possesses superpowers, and as his name suggests, can foresee the future.
Third, the prophet is a reborn individual, which is why he knows so much.
Fourth, the prophet is an internal tester, and it's highly likely there is more than one internal tester on Blue Star, but only the prophet revealed the internal testing content. When Wang Xian saw the words reborn individual, he broke out in a cold sweat. There were actually people speculating in that direction, and quite a few people liked it. However, when Wang Xian clicked on the replies under that comment and saw the content, he breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the content in that thread was teasing and jest. It's clear that while many people liked it, they weren't stupid. There's no such thing as a reborn person in this world. Upvoting that reply was just a collective prank.
Wang Xian looked at the replies on other floors.
Among them, the prophet's reply, being from an internal beta player, received the most affirmation.
Closing that post, Wang Xian then checked a few other trending threads.
Except for the post about the Dragon Kingdom government recruiting hidden professionals, which piqued his interest slightly, he closed the others after a quick glance. Afterward, Wang Xian began drafting a post, intending to release some important information he had previously overlooked.
Cheng Yao fled from Wang Xian's side and went to the stream.
While removing her makeup, she gazed at her reflection in the stream by moonlight, muttering softly to herself.
Cheng Yao, oh Cheng Yao, how could you be so imprudent? You've only known Uncle for 1 day, how could you agree to such a request?
Even though Uncle is a bit handsome and very powerful, you shouldn't just skip all the preliminary steps.
But is Uncle's stamina really that good? To be able to last a whole night?
Even though I haven't experienced it, my friends with boyfriends have said it's usually a few minutes, at most a few tens of minutes. About 10 minutes later, after Cheng Yao had removed her makeup and was looking at her reflection in the water, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She huffed coldly and said haughtily, "That annoying uncle actually asked me if I wanted plastic surgery.
Do I, an invincible beauty like myself, even need it?"
After admiring her own appearance for a while, Cheng Yao suddenly seemed to recall something else. Her face quickly turned red, and then she tidied her clothes, took a deep breath, and returned the way she came.
"Uncle, I'm ready."
Just as Wang Xian finished editing and posting, he heard Cheng Yao's stuttering voice. He looked up, a surprised expression appearing on his face. By this point, Cheng Yao's face was no longer adorned with messy makeup, revealing a delicate and beautiful small face. On this small face, Wang Xian also finally saw the shadow of the future's top support, flower goddess Cheng Yao. At the same time, Wang Xian became even more curious about what could have possibly turned Cheng Yao from a 17 or 18-year-old girl into a beautiful woman of around 25 in just over a year. Wang Xian had previously thought it was plastic surgery, but now that he had a clear look at Cheng Yao's face, he completely overturned that speculation. Compared to the future flower deity Cheng Yao, the current Cheng Yao is merely a bit immature and hasn't fully bloomed yet.
"Uncle."
Cheng Yao again let out a sweet, coquettish voice. She was too embarrassed by Wang Xian's gaze.
"Huh? What's wrong?"
Wang Xian also came back to his senses amidst Cheng Yao's sweet, simpering voice. Seeing Wang Xian's confused gaze, Cheng Yao took a deep breath and said again, "I'm ready."
"Ready? Ready for what?" Wang Xian asked, puzzled. "Uncle."
Seeing Wang Xian's even more bewildered expression, Cheng Yao stomped her feet several times in embarrassment and anger. She believed this was Wang Xian's twisted sense of humor, deliberately teasing her.
Yao Yao, are you okay? Wang Xian looked at Chang Yao with a worried expression.
He had felt that Chang Yao was a bit strange before, and now she was even stranger.
Wang Xian's words and expression made Chang Yao even shyer. She was certain that this was Wang Xian's mischievous pleasure, and he was teasing her.
So, Chang Yao steeled herself, gathered her courage, looked directly into Wang Xian's eyes, and said, "Uncle, didn't you say we'd go until dawn?"
"I'm all ready."
"You still need to prepare? Just find a place to sit, and you're done. If you're really tired, just find a place to lie down for a bit anyway, the nights aren't cold now."
Wang Xian's face was a direct black man questioning emoji. He didn't understand. Just sitting until dawn, and prepared? Prepared for what? Wang Xian's reply completely stunned Chang Yao.
She finally realized that sitting until dawn as Wang Xian said and doing it until dawn as she understood were two completely different things. At this moment, Chang Yao wished a crack would appear in the ground so she could just crawl into it.
It's too embarrassing. How could she have such embarrassing thoughts?
By the way, Yao Yao, you just said you were ready.
Ready for what? Wang Xian asked.
Wang Xian's words were like a final stab, piercing Chen Yao's heart and making her feel even more ashamed.
Nothing. I said I'm ready to rest.
Cheng Yao glared fiercely at Wang Xian, then ran to the campfire, sat down, and stared blankly at the burning flames.
How strange.
Wang Xian muttered again, then ignored Cheng Yao, walked to a large tree, sat down, closed his eyes, leaned against the tree, and rested. He was truly tired. While Wang Xian was resting, the forum was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped, stirring up a huge commotion.
It all stemmed from the two posts Wang Xian had just published: Taboo, Talent Chapter, and Taboo, Nickname Chapter. Taboo, Talent Chapter. First, talent largely affects a person's achievements. For example, if someone's talent is fire element affinity, their best path is to become a mage, and specifically specialize in fire magic. Of course, having fire element affinity talent doesn't mean you must become a mage. You can still follow your preferences and become a warrior, priest, assassin, archer, etc. But your achievements in these professions will definitely not be as high as in fire magic. Although the digitized blue star is almost identical to online games, it is ultimately reality, and your achievements influence your future. Unless you can transfer to a hidden profession, or your talent level is very low, or there is no conflict between your talent and profession. Will you choose to become a dragon, soaring above the 9 heavens? Or will you choose to be an insect, trodden upon at will? It's all up to you. Second, hide your talent, especially those with mythical level talents. Mythical level talents are incredibly powerful, so powerful that those who don't possess them or haven't seen them simply cannot imagine their might. It's no exaggeration to say that with a mythical level talent, there will definitely be a place for you among the top powerhouses of the future. In fact, mythical level talents are even more powerful than hidden professions. Likewise, people with mythical level talents are very dangerous, very dangerous. Many people don't want you to survive, because your existence is their biggest threat. So, for your own sake, and for the future, hide your talent. Apart from yourself, even your closest relatives, it's best not to tell them. If you must say something, tell them a lie. If you have already revealed your talent, especially a mythical level talent, then you have only two paths to take. The first path is to retreat into the deep mountains and wilderness, burying yourself in diligent leveling. When you feel strong enough, and believe you can fear nothing, then reappear before everyone. However, I do not recommend this path. Loneliness is truly terrifying, and being a lone wolf is not so easy. More importantly, this will also waste your talent. Your level will fall behind, and your equipment will also fall behind. The second path is to seek protection. The dangers faced by owners of mythical grade talents are beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and only one person can shelter you, protect you, and help you grow successfully. I believe you all understand without me explicitly stating it. You can trust that person without any reason, believing that no matter the time or circumstance, she will steadfastly stand behind you, becoming your strongest support. Taboo, Nickname Edition.
After class advancement, you can perform one nickname modification, which I believe many of you are already aware of.
So, let me talk about the taboos regarding nicknames. Some nicknames are absolutely forbidden. Absolutely not allowed.
For example, Ancestor Hongjun, Primeval Lord of Heaven, Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, Goddess Nuwa, Jade Emperor, and so on.
These names are absolute taboos, do not use them under any circumstances.
Of course, if you insist on using them, no one will stop you. However, once you use these nicknames, and you continue to use them without modification after class advancement, or if you set up similar nicknames again, congratulations, you can find a place, dig a pit in advance, and bury yourself. Similarly, names related to these, such as Primeval Lord of Heaven's great uncle, Jade Emperor's second uncle, or even Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's biological son, which are sycophantic names, should also not be used. If you use them, congratulations again, you can also find a place to bury yourself. In short, the names of immortals and gods are all taboo. However, taboos can also be opportunities. If you consider yourself strong enough, you can try setting the names of immortals and gods as nicknames.
But again, do not touch those absolute taboos. Some minor gods or lesser immortals might be worth a try. However, it is highly unrecommended.
Additionally, do not set titles like Immortal King, God King, Underworld King, Dragon King, Ghost King, Heavenly Emperor, God Emperor, Lord of Heaven, Tao Ancestor, etc. The fate of those who use these names will not be too good either.
Secondly, nicknames cannot be duplicated.
Many people currently have duplicate nicknames simply because you haven't advanced your class yet. Once you advance your class, if someone sets a nickname you love, then I'm sorry, you can only set a new one, or you can only add a number after your beloved nickname. Therefore, for the sake of your beloved nickname, for the nickname you adore, and for all those brain cells that died from racking your brains to set your initial nickname, work hard to level up.
Finally, guild names.
Like nicknames, guild names should not be the same as certain powers, such as Taoism, Chanism, Jism, Heavenly Court, and the like.
The two posts published by Wang Xian instantly soared to the top of the forum, with the number of replies fluctuating by tens of thousands every second. Unfortunately, as the protagonist who posted them, Wang Xian had already entered dreamland. Those who saw Wang Xian's posts were confused, shocked, thoughtful, or deeply alarmed.
Naturally, those who possessed mythical level talents were in a state of panic. To show off, they had already told their friends and family, and even posted on forums, about their mythical level talents. Upon seeing Wang Xian's post, their former pride vanished, replaced only by fear. And after the fear came the immediate action of contacting the person mentioned in the post who could offer them protection. None of them were fools, they all understood who that person in the post was referring to. Secondly, many others were equally panicked, those who had adopted names like Yuanshi Tianzuan and Jade Emperor. However, among them, many looked as if they had survived a disaster, simply because they hadn't yet undergone a class change and still had a chance to reset their nicknames. But some looked pale and terrified they no longer had the opportunity to change their nicknames. Because of this, many among them ran to the forums to furiously attack Wang Xian, scolding him for not revealing these matters sooner. In short, there were all sorts of people, diverse in their reactions. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom government also acted swiftly. All major TV stations broadcast the same message, recruiting individuals with mythical level talents, with benefits that made countless people drool. Of course, while recruiting those with mythical level talents, the Dragon Kingdom government was also recruiting individuals with epic level and legendary level talents. Although the benefits weren't as good as for mythical level talents, they still enticed countless people. Not only were those who had revealed their mythical level talents moved, but even some who had not disclosed their mythical level talents were tempted. In just one night, the Dragon Kingdom government recruited nearly 50 individuals with mythical level talents, over 100 with epic level talents, and several hundred with legendary level talents, and this number was constantly increasing. In that same meeting room, a dozen or so old men gathered once again. The projector in the meeting room was on, displaying two posts Wang Xian had published under the ID Prophet, with some words underlined in black. Our people have been trying to contact the Prophet, but he hasn't responded. Just a short while ago, the Prophet suddenly posted two things on the forum, and the content is quite shocking. Please take a look. The content isn't extensive, but it hides a lot of information. Indeed, especially that phrase, for yourselves, for the future, it absolutely contains extraordinary information.
Considering the entire post, if I'm not mistaken, the hidden message in that sentence should be, those with mythical level talents have all died prematurely, and because of their premature deaths, our dragon kingdom has suffered unimaginable calamities.
That's exactly what it means. I also think that's what it means, but I'm very puzzled.
Are individuals with mythical level talents really that significant that they can affect a nation's future? That's actually possible. Here's some basic information on mythical tier talents, please take a look.
An old man picked up the remote control and clicked a few times. The content on the projector immediately changed.
Valiance mythical tier.
Effect: when the damage you receive exceeds 10% of your current HP, this damage is halved, and you are immune to all critical hit damage.
Sword heart mythical tier.
Effect: when using a sword as a weapon, the weapon's attributes receive a 100% bonus, sword type skill power is increased by 100%, and sword type skill proficiency gain is increased by 100%.
This talent can be actively activated.
Upon activation, all attribute bonuses are increased to 1000% for 1 hour. After the duration, you enter a weakened state for 3 hours, all attributes reduced by 90.
Talent cooldown, 30 days.
During the cooldown, the passive enhancement effect of the talent remains unchanged.
Fearless mythical tier. Effect: immune to all negative status effects.
When subjected to a negative status effect, it is reflected back with 100% increased power.
Divine strength mythical tier. Divine physique mythical tier. Goddess of fortune's favor mythical tier. One mythical tier talent after another left everyone in shock.
They had their own talents, but compared to these mythical tier talents, theirs were truly nothing but garbage.
Why is Goddess of Fortune's favor listed separately? An old man suddenly noticed that among the many talents, one was singled out. We'll discuss that later. Let's get back to the 2 posts made by the prophet first.
The old man clicked the remote control a few times, switching the projector back to the 2 posts.
I agree with everyone else.
I believe the hidden message in the phrase for oneself, for the future, is the prophet warning us that we will encounter immense disasters in the future, and the solution to these disasters lies with those who possess mythical tier talents, as well as hidden class users.
That's right.
Some of our people have already reached level 10 and have already become classes like warriors, mages, priests, and archers. Judging by the power of the skills they've demonstrated, it won't be long before their levels increase to the point where they no longer fear conventional hot weapons. And with some mythical tier talents combined with various classes, even forbidden nuclear weapons might find it difficult to threaten them.
So, does that mean the future belongs to class users? More accurately, it should be the era of hidden class users and those with powerful mythical tier talents. This is not a good sign.
When individual power becomes too strong, it can easily lead to various problems. An old man said with a deep frown and a serious tone.
But there's nothing we can do about it. We can't always suppress their level advancement, can we?
Not to mention whether doing so would prematurely trigger unrest, but if we suppress their level advancement and other countries don't, then in a few months, a few years, other countries will have a large number of people who can stand against nuclear weapons, while we have few or none. You should all understand the predicament our dragon country would be in at that time.
Silence fell over the conference room.
World peace is not something that can be achieved just by talking. It is formed by deterrence from powerful weapons. But if one day those powerful weapons lose their threat, peace becomes a joke.
Alright, let's not dwell on this heavy topic for now. Let's focus on the prophet's post about nicknames and tell me what hidden information you've gathered from it. This post emphasizes not having the same name as an immortal or deity, or even getting close to their names. Does that mean immortals and deities might truly exist?
In mythology, there's the concept of karma.
Taking a nickname that's the same as an immortal's or deity's name would likely anger them, and the consequence would probably be death. Agreed. That should be it. However, the prophet also mentioned in the post that taboos also represent opportunities. Does that mean taking a nickname that's an immortal's or deity's name implies the possibility of replacing them? An elder suddenly asked.
At these words, the others immediately erupted in an uproar. After careful consideration, they realized that the prophet's words indeed seemed to carry this meaning. It's not impossible, but if immortals and deities truly exist, and there's a possibility of replacing them, then there must be a struggle, and only the victor will become the true immortal or deity. It's tempting, but as the prophet said, taking a nickname that's the name of an immortal or deity would definitely provoke them, and the outcome is evident.
Silence fell over the conference room again. Who wouldn't want to become an immortal or deity? But wanting to become one, how could it be so easy?
Perhaps this matter can be pursued, but absolutely do not touch the names of top immortals and deities in mythology, such as Sanqing, the Jade Emperor, and so on. For minor gods and deities, with the strength of Dragon Country, there shouldn't be any problem, and we can even aim for the names of some intermediate immortals and deities. After a long silence, the elders seated at the head of the table said in a solemn voice, "This matter is of great importance and requires careful planning of the details. It would be best to contact the prophet and inquire about the specific situation."
Everyone nodded in agreement.
The elder at the head of the table clicked the remote control a few more times, and the projection changed again.
This time, what appeared was the forum post analyzing the prophet. Regarding the prophet's identity, there are many different speculations.
Among these speculations, the possibility of the prophet being an internal player has received the most approval.
Based on this speculation, our analysts have proposed another possibility for that immortal king.
As the old man spoke, he clicked the remote control, and Wang Xian's various data appeared on the projection screen. Analysts speculate that both Immortal King and Prophet are internal players, but for some reason, Prophet retained all memories of the inside, while Immortal King only retained partial memories. And this partial memory retained by Immortal King made him believe that the digitalization was just a dream he had always been having. The old man's words caused a stir in the conference room, and people began to exchange remarks. Analysts also mentioned a possibility: there might be many internal players, but the reason they didn't retain memories about the inside could be that they didn't meet certain conditions.
Does that mean the prophet met these conditions, and the Immortal King only met some of them? Yes, that's what the analysts concluded. Headache, too little information known. Isn't that the truth?
The old man in the main seat also sighed. Even with countless elites in Dragon Country, it was difficult to extract more important information from the little they knew.
Alas!
After another sigh, the old man in the main seat picked up the remote control and clicked a few times.
Gentlemen, let's continue.
Favor of the Goddess of Luck, a mythical grade talent, owned by Su Jin. After speaking, he clicked the remote control again, and two photos appeared on the projection screen. The younger one is Su Jin, the slightly older one is Su Jin's elder sister, Su Mu.
Is there anything special about these two? Someone asked.
The old man in the main seat nodded and said, Su Mu was once Wang Xian's girlfriend. A year ago, because Wang Xian resigned and returned to his hometown, the two broke up unhappily. Afterward, the two continued to communicate, but as time passed, communication went from once a day to once a week, then once a month.
Their last call was 2 months ago. Why are you showing us these? Not long ago, Wang Xian suddenly appeared on the level leaderboard, and he was ranked first.
His profession is priest, which should not be an ordinary profession.
So, win him over. He should know more useful information. This young man didn't reveal everything to us before. How do we win him over? Through Su Mu. Get them back together?
An old man said with a strange expression. They were at the pinnacle of Dragon Country's power, and now they had to act as matchmakers. According to our understanding, Wang Xian and Su Mu had an extremely good relationship, and their breakup was only due to unavoidable reasons.
And now, that unavoidable reason no longer exists. And then?
Our people proposed a method: first send Su Jin to Wang Xian, and then absorb Su Mu into our newly formed department, allowing Su Mu to develop a sense of belonging to us. This way, after Wang Xian and Su Mu get back together, even if Wang Xian doesn't become a member of this department, his relationship with us will be very close.
I have a doubt.
Instead of letting Su Mu and Wang Xian get back together, why don't we have our people contact Wang Xian? After all, our people have a stronger sense of belonging to Dragon Country. Moreover, our people are superior to Su Mu in every aspect. A young guy in his 20s would find it very difficult to resist.
An elder raised an objection.
In his opinion, it would be better to have their people directly approach Wang Xian than to painstakingly cultivate Su Mu's sense of belonging. Those people are carefully selected elites, perfectly capable of easily dealing with a young man. The elder in the main seat smiled slightly and said, "We've considered that too, but you must understand that times have changed. In the future, an individual's power could completely surpass that of a nation, or even dominate a planet. If Wang Xian achieves such a feat in the future, and our scheming against him is exposed, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Even if it isn't exposed, it would create a rift between us and him."
I believe no one wants to see either of these situations, right? Aren't we also scheming against that young man now? Someone asked.
The elder in the main seat gently shook his head and smiled. "Indeed, we are scheming against him now, and the goal of both methods is the same, but the significance is completely different."
I understand.
If our people approach Wang Xian and it's exposed later, then Wang Xian would turn against us, and we'd have nothing to say. But if Su Mu and Wang Xian get back together, even if Wang Xian finds out later, he won't be able to turn against us.
We're merely helping lovers reunite. An elder laughed loudly. This is indeed the best method, but there's a prerequisite. Is the relationship between Wang Xian and Su Mu really that good? Someone asked.
You don't need to worry about that.
Our people have conducted a detailed investigation.
Wang Xian and Su Mu still have an excellent relationship, which can also be felt from their call records. Then there's no problem.
Let's vote by a show of hands.
Without any surprise, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Subsequently, the dozen or so elders discussed other issues.
Uncle, wake up quickly. Yao, what's wrong? Wang Xian opened his eyes, looking confusedly at Cheng Yao, who was frantically shaking him. Meteor! A meteor!
Cheng Yao pointed at the sky and shouted loudly.
A meteor? Wang Xian looked utterly bewildered. Though not fully awake, he knew that a meteor couldn't possibly appear in broad daylight.
But when he looked up, following the direction of Cheng Yao's finger, his mouth immediately dropped open. A meteor with a starlit tail truly appeared in the sky. Even in the current daylight, with the sun's rays illuminating everything, it was still hard to obscure the meteor's starlight.
Cheng Yao, uncle, a daytime meteor is beautiful too. Wang Xian casually replied, "It's alright, I guess." To be honest, he wasn't really that impressed by this meteor. In the future, there would be a powerful hidden professional who could summon thousands of meteors. Now that scene would be truly magnificent, truly beautiful. Cheng Yao rolled her eyes at Wang Xian, seemingly faulting him for being insensitive, then clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. "Uncle, didn't you say it was just alright?
Why are you still staring at this meteor?" Cheng Yao opened her eyes after making her wish and saw Wang Xian still gazing at the meteor in the sky.
She thought Wang Xian was being disingenuous, so she asked in a teasing tone.
Wang Xian ignored Cheng Yao's teasing, his eyes fixed on the meteor in the sky, and asked in a solemn tone, "Yao, do you feel like this meteor is much bigger than it was just now?" Cheng Yao was about to continue teasing Wang Xian, but hearing the seriousness in his voice, she immediately looked up at the meteor. After watching for a while, Cheng Yao murmured, "It really does seem a lot bigger." Just like that, Cheng Yao and Wang Xian stood rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on the meteor in the sky. "Cheng Yao, uncle, this meteor is at least dozens of times bigger than when I first saw it."
Wang Xian, indeed. "Cheng Yao, uncle, don't meteors usually flash by in an instant? Why hasn't this one disappeared after so long?" Wang Xian, I don't know. "Cheng Yao, uncle, do you feel like this meteor has been flying straight towards us?" Wang Xian, it's probably just an illusion. Cheng Yao, maybe. A little more time passed. Cheng Yao, I don't think it's an illusion. That meteor is really flying towards us. Wang Xian, I've noticed it too.
Even more time passed.
Sheng Yao, uncle, shouldn't we be running? Wang Xian, why?
Sheng Yao, the meteor is still flying towards us.
I'm afraid if we don't run soon, we'll be crushed by it. Wang Xian, no need, we can't outrun a meteor anyway. If such a huge meteor hits, the entire G city will probably be gone. Where could we run? Besides, we can revive, so there's no need to be scared at all.
Sheng Yao, you're right, and getting killed by a meteor isn't a bad way to go.
Wang Xian,
Sheng Yao and Wang Xian just stood there, watching as the daytime meteor got closer and closer to them. However, what puzzled the two of them was that the daytime meteor seemed to be having an issue. It stopped getting bigger and instead started to shrink. When the daytime meteor was only a few hundred meters from the ground, it had already shrunk to the size of a football. And as it got closer to the ground, the daytime meteor continued to shrink. Wang Xian, looks like we won't be crushed by a meteor after all.
Sheng Yao, what a shame. Wang Xian, what a pity.
Sheng Yao, dying under a meteor shower with uncle, how romantic would that be? Just as Wang Xian and Sheng Yao were chatting, the daytime meteor finally fell to the ground. Nothing astonishing happened, no anomalies appeared, not even a sound was made.
Stop regretting, let's go.
Wang Xian pulled Sheng Yao and ran towards where the meteor had fallen.
Uncle, where are we going?
Sheng Yao was still regretting what had just happened. Being pulled by Wang Xian to run, she immediately asked in confusion. There's a good chance that meteor is a treasure, maybe even a divine artifact.
Let's go quickly. Treasure? Divine artifact? Sheng Yao's eyes immediately lit up.
She then stomped her feet and jumped directly onto Wang Xian's back. Although she didn't understand what a divine artifact was, just by hearing the name, she knew it must be an extraordinary treasure.
Uncle, run fast. Is this the rhythm of becoming a mount?
However, now was not the time to argue with Sheng Yao about this. Finding the treasure was the top priority. Besides, running while pulling Sheng Yao was indeed slower than carrying her.
10 minutes later, Wang Xian arrived at a half-dug lake with Sheng Yao on his back. Is this the meteor? Or a treasure formed by the meteor?
Sheng Yao got off Wang Xian's back and looked at the incredibly beautiful, unknown flower stuck in the ground before them.
Probably? Wang Xian couldn't be sure either.
The meteor had undoubtedly fallen nearby, and there was nothing unusual in the vicinity except for this flower, which was very out of place with its surroundings. Thanks again to him for the 100 Chi Dian coins reward.
Going to the field to pick winter melons, the next chapter might be a bit late.
A beautiful flower was stuck in the center of the unfinished lake. Around it, the soil was cracked and dry, with no trace of green visible. To say there was nothing unusual, no one would believe it.
Ha! Is this an illusion?
After observing for a while and finding no other problems, Wang Xian reached out to pick the flower, but was surprised to find his hand passed right through it. Clearly, this flower was not real.
How magical!
Sheng Yao also reached out towards the flower, but what neither she nor Wang Xian expected was that her hand did not pass through the flower like Wang Xian's. Instead, it genuinely touched the flower.
Uncle, what's going on?
Sheng Yao held the flower in her hand, looking at Wang Xian with a bewildered expression.
Wang Xian was also bewildered.
He tried to touch the flower again, but just like before, his hand passed right through it. Looking at the flower that seemed unreal to him yet genuinely existed in Sheng Yao's hand, Wang Xian suddenly seemed to recall something. With a hint of anticipation and a touch of nervousness, he said to Sheng Yao, Yao, can you check if this flower has any attributes? After the world became digitized, all things in it gained attributes, but the prerequisite was that you had to be able to see them, or even touch them. Although the flower before him was visible, he couldn't touch it, so Wang Xian had no way to acquire its attributes. Sheng Yao was different, she could not only see this flower but also touch it.
If nothing else unexpected happened, she should be able to see its attributes. Wow, uncle, it really does have attributes. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Sheng Yao gazed at the flower in her hand and, sure enough, saw its attributes.
What attributes?
Wang Xian immediately asked.
flower of the deity, a rare flower formed from the soul of a deity after their demise, edible.
Chen Yao read out the attributes she saw to Wang Xian. Hearing these attributes, Wang Xian's mouth twitched.
Just as he suspected, this flower was indeed the flower god class change item.
But wasn't this way of obtaining a hidden class a bit too absurd? Falling from the sky.
That would be fine, but this flower seemed specifically prepared for Chen Yao. Others couldn't even touch it.
That's going too far.
Uncle, here. Just as Wang Xian was lost in thought, Chen Yao held the flower god class change flower and handed it to him.
What are you doing? Wang Xian glanced at Chen Yao.
Although he had already guessed what she meant, he still asked.
Uncle, this flower sounds amazing just by its name.
You should eat it. Sure enough, Chen Yao intended to give him this divine flower. This is a top-tier treasure.
You won't regret it? Wang Xian asked. Chen Yao shook her head and said earnestly, Uncle, I'm just a noob. If I eat this, it would be a waste. It's better for you to eat it.
You're already amazing, and you'll definitely be even more powerful after eating it.
I just need to cling to your coattails. Are you really thinking that? Wang Xian gazed into Chen Yao's eyes.
Chen Yao didn't flinch at all, gazing back into Wang Xian's eyes, and nodded emphatically.
All right.
Wang Xian responded, extending his right hand, his index finger slightly bent.
With lightning speed, he flicked Chen Yao's round, smooth forehead. Ah!
Chen Yao immediately cried out in pain.
Uncle, what did you do? That hurt.
Chen Yao glared at Wang Xian, one hand continuously rubbing the spot where Wang Xian's finger had just flicked.
It hurt too much. You little rascal, did you intentionally say that because you saw Uncle couldn't touch this flower? Aren't you deliberately trying to annoy me, Uncle? Wang Xian looked at Chen Yao with a feigned angry expression.
Of course, it was all an act, but he was growing to like the uncle moniker more and more. No, I genuinely wanted to give it to you, Uncle. Chen Yao pouted, her expression a little displeased, as if blaming Wang Xian for not trusting her.
Just kidding.
Wang Xian reached out, intending to tap Chen Yao's head. Chen Yao, however, was like a startled deer, quickly covering her forehead, fearing Wang Xian would flick her forehead again. It wasn't until Chen Yao realized Wang Xian had merely tapped her little head and hadn't flicked her that she lowered her hand from her forehead, rolled her eyes at Wang Xian, and mumbled, Uncle, you're so annoying. Stop with the uncle this, uncle that. Quickly consume this flower and let me see what effect it has.
Wang Xian urged.
He was eager to know if this was indeed the flower god class change. After all, even with a strong hunch earlier, it was still just a guess. Chen Yao nodded, then plucked a petal and slowly put it into her mouth. However, to Wang Xian's confusion, after Chen Yao ate a petal, there was no change.
How is it? Wang Xian asked.
Chen Yao thought for a moment, then said, It tastes good. Wang Xian was stunned that wasn't what he meant. But, judging from Chen Yao's expression, there seemed to be no change.
So, Wang Xian said, another piece. Chen Yao nodded and ate another piece.
Still no change.
Eat them all. Wang Xian said.
Okay. This time, Chen Yao didn't eat them one by one. Instead, she opened her small mouth and put the entire flower into it directly. After a few chews, she swallowed it. The moment Chen Yao swallowed it, large petals appeared out of thin air, enveloping Chen Yao's entire body, forming a gigantic flower bud nearly 2 meters tall.
Seeing this scene, Wang Xian could finally confirm. The hidden class, flower goddess. No doubt about it.
Chen Yao had turned into a giant flower bud, and Wang Xian naturally couldn't leave her here alone. Although, according to the previous life's events, Chen Yao should have been fine, there's always a slim chance. After all, he wasn't there in the previous life, was he? After killing more than a dozen wild monsters who foolishly bothered him, the flower bud that Chen Yao had turned into finally changed. Like a real flower, the huge flower bud slowly bloomed, and Chen Yao's figure gradually appeared in Wang Xian's sight. At this moment, Wang Xian felt as if he was seeing a fairy.
Instantly, Wang Xian's nose started bleeding.
White numbers kept popping up from above Wang Xian's head, as if he had been poisoned.
Don't misunderstand, it wasn't that Wang Xian hadn't seen beautiful women before.
It was just that the fairy before him was a little disheveled.
Uncle, what's wrong?
While Wang Xian was in a daze, the disheveled fairy in the center of the fully bloomed flower opened her eyes. Seeing the numbers continuously appearing above Wang Xian's head and his bleeding nose, she quickly ran towards him.
With this run, Wang Xian's nosebleed became even worse. Ah! At this moment, the fairy finally realized something was amiss.
As she ran, she noticed that there seemed to be 2 extra burdens in front of her. She looked down, was startled at first, and then, remembering Wang Xian's reaction, let out a piercing scream. Here! Looking at Chang Yao, who was squatting on the ground, trying to cover her vital parts with both hands, Wang Xian took off his jacket, threw it to her, and turned his back.
Wang Xian had not expected that a hidden class transfer would cause such a dramatic change in Chang Yao. Firstly, she went from an A cup to a C or D.
Secondly, her appearance also changed from a 17 or 18-year-old girl to a beautiful woman of 24 or 25. Finally, her height also surged from 1.6 meters to about 1.75 meters. In just a few minutes, Chang Yao's body seemed to have leaped 5 or 6 years, directly reaching a relatively mature age.
Uncle, I'm dressed.
After putting on Wang Xian's jacket, Chang Yao said to him, her face flushed red.
After hearing Chang Yao's call, Wang Xian turned around, walked to Chang Yao emotionlessly, and asked, "What effect does that divine flower have?"
Although he already knew it was the flower god's class change, he still had to pretend not to know. At the same time, he could also distract Chang Yao, so she wouldn't continue to be embarrassed. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Xian mentioned the divine flower, Chang Yao's face immediately lit up with excitement, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle, I also got a hidden class."
Oh? A hidden class? Is it because of that divine flower?
Seeing Chang Yao's expression, which practically screamed "Ask me, hurry and ask me," Wang Xian could only continue to play along.
MHM.
Chang Yao immediately nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "Uncle, it was that divine flower. I really didn't expect it to give me a hidden class."
Yao, open your stats panel and let me see your hidden class. Wang Xian said.
Flower god Chang Yao's stats were a mystery in his previous life. Due to her level, no player could ever peek at her attributes. The only thing that was certain was that flower god Chang Yao was a blood ox, a tank that made all assassins despair. Flower god Chang Yao was ranked first on the forum's killing post, with a bounty 10 times higher than the second place holder. The reward for killing Chang Yao drove countless people crazy. Unfortunately, even with such a high bounty, no one went to assassinate Chang Yao. It all stemmed from an assassination from an enemy country. That time, Chang Yao's 4 bodyguards, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, were engaged by the enemy, and Chang Yao single-handedly withstood the simultaneous attacks of 8 top assassins. At that moment, the damage numbers appearing above Chang Yao's head made countless people despair. 8 black damage numbers were so glaring. Critical hit. Critical hit. All were critical hits. But the next moment, everyone's expressions changed from despair to shock. Because they saw that after flower god Chang Yao endured 8 critical hits, her health bar only dropped by 1%. After that, things were simple. Upon hearing that flower god Chang Yao was assassinated, top powerhouses from the Dance of the Nine Heavens Guild descended and completely annihilated all the assassins. Although digitalization has a limit on death counts, some treasures can resurrect people on the spot, though they still lose a death count upon resurrection. Even more domineering was that these treasures could forcibly resurrect people, regardless of their will. It was precisely that assassination that made countless people curious about what kind of attribute the flower goddess Chang Yao possessed. 8 top assassins dealt fatal damage, yet it only caused flower goddess Chang Yao's HP to drop by 1%. Now, this attribute, which countless people had been curious about, was finally going to be displayed before him. Wang Xian was a little excited. Name, Chang Yao. Nickname, Yao Yao can be changed. Race, human. Profession, flower goddess. Age, 18. Talent, divine grace mythical tier. Level,
10. Experience, 892-1000. HP 720. MP 1100. Physical attack, 32. Magical attack, 88. Critical hit, 0. Physical defense, 30. Magical defense, 15. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Spirit, 22. Constitution, 18. Stamina, 15. Free attribute points, 50. Skills, transplant, waterwood clarity, spring blossoms, 100 flowers compete, a new hope, blessing of the flower goddess. Remaining deaths, 2.
Looking at Changyao's attributes, Wang Xian calculated and found that the hidden profession of flower goddess was indeed powerful enough. Her MP mana points, boosted by spirit, actually reached 500% of his own priests, surpassing the highest conclusion of 400% reached by data statisticians and analysts in his previous life. Her HP health points, boosted by constitution, although not the same as his own, also reached 400%, the highest boost concluded by data statisticians and analysts in his previous life. Her defense was decent, with only a 200% boost from stamina. With such attribute boosts, she could definitely be considered a tank. However, the speculations about Changyao's attributes in the previous life were still far off. With such attribute growth, even if Changyao reached the level she did in the previous life, and had a full set of epic tier HP equipment, she shouldn't have been able to withstand the fatal damage from 8 top assassins. Therefore, the problem must lie in Changyao's skills. Thus, Wang Xian checked Changyao's skills. Transplant. HP and MP can be freely converted, with no cooldown. When taking damage, MP is consumed first. The moment he saw this skill, Wang Xian finally understood. In the previous life, why did Changyao HP only drop by 1% despite those assassins dealing so much fatal damage? It was all because of this skill. Waterwood Clarity. Restores 100% of magical attack power in HP to a single target. Additionally, the lower the target's HP, the higher the restoration amount, which can be increased by up to 100%. Cast time, instant. Mana cost, 100 MP. Cooldown, 1 second. Spring Blossoms. Restores 100% of magical attack power in HP to multiple targets. Meanwhile, the lower the target's HP, the higher the recovery amount, up to a maximum increase of 100%. Cast time, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 300 magic points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Blooming Flowers. Select a single or multiple targets and bestow upon them the blessing of blooming flowers, increasing all of the target's attributes by 10% for 600 seconds. Cast time, instant. Mana cost, 100 magic points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. A New Hope. Select a target and leave a mark on them. Only one mark can exist at a time. When the target's HP is depleted, the mark triggers, and the target is immediately resurrected. The resurrected HP will be 100% of their magical attack value. This resurrection does not consume a death count. The mark lasts for 3,600 seconds. Cast time, instant. Mana cost, 1,000 magic points. Cooldown, 600 seconds. The appearance of this skill instantly struck Wang Xian like lightning, freezing his body in place. Death counts can be said to be everyone's most precious asset. Whether it's a priest's resurrection spell or any other resurrection skill, they all consume death counts. However, Changyao's skill, A New Hope, can not only be cast in advance but also consumes no death counts, making it a dream skill for countless people. Wang Xian truly didn't know what would happen if this skill were exposed, but one thing was certain: hostile countries would definitely go to any lengths to eliminate Changyao. Blessing of the Flower God. Can learn all priest skills. Every time a level is gained, spirit attribute gains an additional +5. Excellent. Very powerful. Even so, with the A New Hope skill having just been revealed, Wang Xian was no longer as shocked. Yao, you must never show your attribute panel to others in the future, unless they are someone you completely trust. And as for your A New Hope skill, never use it on anyone you don't trust.
After signaling Cheng Yao to close her attribute panel, Wang Xian advised her. Why? A new hope can save people, and it doesn't waste precious death counts. Cheng Yao asked with great confusion. In her opinion, this was a skill that could save lives. Since it could save lives, why not use it? That's right, this skill can save people, but some people simply cannot tolerate the existence of this skill. Wang Xian explained the pros and cons of this skill in detail to Cheng Yao, who listened with alternating surprise and alarm. She couldn't have imagined that a mere skill could involve so many complications, and even endanger her own life. Uncle, I understand. I promise I won't easily use this skill, nor will I easily show my attribute panel to others. Cheng Yao assured Wang Xian with a serious expression. Good. Wang Xian nodded. Yao, how come you've died one less time? Wang Xian suddenly remembered that when he looked at Cheng Yao's attribute panel just now, the number displayed in the deaths column was only 2, so he asked curiously. I saw a super cute little guy, one of those Western dragons, all plump and chubby, and I couldn't resist. I wanted to go up and hug it, but I didn't expect that little guy to breathe a mouthful of fire and burn me to death. Cheng Yao's face showed an indignant expression. She had thought the little dragon was cute, yet it had burned her to death with a single breath of fire. Oh, right, uncle, let's go catch that little guy. I saw on the forums that someone has already gotten a pet. That little guy who burned me to death with fire is a dragon, it must be very powerful. If we catch it, we'll be rich. Cheng Yao said to Wang Xian, her eyes shining. You're dreaming. Wang Xian knocked Cheng Yao on the head, saying grumpily. Catch a dragon? Only someone who was tired of living would do that. Dragons usually start at level 100. Even if the dragon Cheng Yao encountered was a young one, its level should still be over 50. Moreover, if it's a pure-blooded dragon, it would be at least a legendary boss. Although his hidden profession was very powerful now, he wasn't so arrogant as to go provoke a legendary boss of at least level 50. But then again, how did such a Western dragon appear in Eastern territory? And he had never heard of this in his previous life. Uncle, you hit me again. Cheng Yao glared at Wang Xian. But besides glaring, she seemed to have no other way. Stop staring with those big eyes. Let's grab something to eat, then everyone goes home, everyone goes to their mom. Wang Xian ignored Cheng Yao and walked towards the bag storage area. Uncle, wait for me. Seeing Wang Xian turn and leave, Cheng Yao immediately followed. Uncle, am I pretty now? After catching up with Wang Xian, Cheng Yao excitedly asked him, using her phone as a mirror to admire her transformation. Wang Xian ignored her, hurrying on his way. Uncle, do you want a chance to pursue this great beauty? Cheng Yao had a triumphant expression. She clearly remembered Wang Xian saying he wasn't interested in little kids. But times were different now. Although she was pretty before, she hadn't fully grown up and was considered a little kid in Wang Xian's eyes. But now, it was different. She had become a super invincible great beauty. She didn't believe that Wang Xian would still be uninterested in her, now that she was so beautiful. Cheng Yao could already imagine Wang Xian falling at her feet. At that time, she would coldly kick Wang Xian away, watching him with an expressionless face, heartbroken and helpless, kneeling on the ground crying, seemingly plunged into endless regret for having rejected her before. Thinking of that scenario, Cheng Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. After laughing for a while, Cheng Yao suddenly remembered that she was a great beauty now and couldn't be as ungraceful as before, so she immediately stopped laughing and put on an elegant pose. However, after waiting for a moment, Cheng Yao felt something was off. It was fine that the imagined scene of Wang Xian falling at her feet didn't appear, but why hadn't Wang Xian's voice sounded either? Turning to look beside her, Cheng Yao was instantly dumbfounded. Wang Xian was gone. Cheng Yao became anxious and immediately searched for Wang Xian. After looking around, she finally spotted Wang Xian, who was almost out of sight. Uncle, wait for me. Cheng Yao shouted loudly and immediately chased after Wang Xian, completely disregarding her image as a great beauty. Her legs were about to give out. What good was a beauty's image then? Lakeside.
Chang Yao sat on a piece of deadwood, gazing resentfully at Wang Xian, who was grilling meat.
Can you stop staring at me? I'm getting goosebumps all over. Unable to bear Chang Yao's gaze any longer, Wang Xian finally spoke.
He had just left a bit hastily, not waiting for her, but did she really need to stare at him with such a resentful look? If others saw it, they might think he had done something to Chang Yao.
UNC. Stop. The meat's ready, eat quickly.
The moment Chang Yao opened her mouth, Wang Xian stuffed a piece of grilled meat into it. It was the meat of a wild monster called a red star rabbit, which he had casually killed on the way back.
Stinky uncle.
Chang Yao took the meat out of her mouth, glared fiercely at Wang Xian, and then continued to eat with relish. Seeing this, Wang Xian smiled, picked up another grilled red star rabbit, and began to eat as well. While eating, he said to Chang Yao, "Yao Yao, after dinner, you should go home first. I also need to go home for a trip."
Go home?
Uncle, I'll go with you.
Chang Yao immediately said. In your current state?
Wang Xian glanced at Chang Yao's torn clothes. I'd better go back to the hotel first.
Chang Yao looked at her clothes and realized they were indeed inappropriate for meeting people.
Hotel?
Wang Xian was puzzled. Wasn't Chang Yao from Jicheng? Uncle, I'm not from Jicheng.
The reason I came to Jicheng this time is because my cousin had something to do here. I happened to be free, so I came along to play, Chang Yao explained.
Oh. Wang Xian replied, but didn't inquire about Chang Yao's cousin.
Yao Yao, you still need to pay attention to your skills, and for your free attribute points, just add them all to spirit from now on. Thinking that they were about to part ways, Wang Xian instructed Chang Yao on some things to pay attention to.
With the transplant skill and a 500% spirit bonus, not adding all free attribute points to spirit would be a tremendous waste. Uncle, I understand.
Right, we haven't added each other as friends yet, let's do that first.
Wang Xian sent a friend request to Chang Yao.
Chang Yao immediately received a system notification. Brother Guang wants to add you as a friend, do you accept?
Brother Guang? Uncle sounds much better.
Hearing the system's prompt, Chang Yao muttered before accepting Wang Xian's friend request.
Wang Xian heard Chang Yao's mutter and his mouth twitched involuntarily.
He had completely forgotten about tricking Chang Yao with a fake name. It seemed he was in for another round of complaints and disdain from Chang Yao. Just as Wang Xian was about to tell Chang Yao his real name, a dozen people in black appeared and quickly rushed towards them. Wang Xian stood up, pulled out his scorpion tail sword from his backpack, and stared at the dozen people.
He sensed ill intent. The dozen people stopped a few meters from Wang Xian.
A middle-aged man, about 35 or 36 years old, stepped forward, pulled out an identification, and said to Wang Xian, 7th Bureau, Wang Xian, come with us. All dozen of these individuals were level 10, had already completed their class change, and were all assassins. To be honest, even if all these dozen assassins attacked him together, Wang Xian could easily take them down.
With such ordinary professions, they probably couldn't even break his defense. However, Wang Xian couldn't do that.
The 7th Bureau, commonly known as the Dragon Country Security Bureau, is a special department specifically tasked with handling incidents that pose a threat to the Dragon Country.
Gentlemen, I don't believe I've committed any offense. Wang Xian put away his scorpion tail sword and calmly looked at the dozen people.
He had already guessed why they were here. Wang Xian, male, 24 years old, Tianjin University graduate, later settled in Tianjin. A year ago, sold the house for the down payment, returned to his hometown and idled for 10 months, then opened a farm.
After datafication began, you got the first kill on a boss, triggering a world announcement, correct?
The middle-aged leader said. That's right, very detailed. But I want to say, none of this is illegal, is it?
Wang Xian asked with a smile.
The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged. He said coldly, you don't need to remind us.
We just want to understand some situations from you.
Please. With that, the middle-aged man made a gesture for him to come.
Since they were being so polite, what could Wang Xian do?
He had anticipated this matter long ago, originally thinking he would encounter these people after returning home, but he didn't expect them to find him here.
She's a silly girl, so she doesn't need to come with me, right?
Wang Xian pointed at Chang Yao, who was being closely watched by several people. At this moment, Chang Yao was chewing a piece of meat, looking completely dazed. The middle-aged man stared at Chang Yao for a while, then slowly nodded. If it were before, they would certainly have taken Chang Yao away, but now there was no need. If someone wanted to escape, they couldn't stop them. The simplest method was suicide. After committing suicide, one could choose to resurrect at any place they had visited before.
Let's go then. Wang Xian didn't say anything to Chang Yao and led the way towards the entrance of the wetland park. A dozen people from the 7th Bureau immediately followed. It was a long time after Wang Xian left that Chang Yao recovered from her daze, and her expression instantly turned exasperated. She had learned from the words of those men in black just now that Wang Xian's name wasn't Brother Guang at all. His real name was Wang Xian, and his nickname was Immortal King, which was hotly discussed by countless people on the forum. She wanted to send a message to Wang Xian, angrily reprimanding him for his deception, but found that Wang Xian had blocked all messages. With nowhere to vent her frustration, Chang Yao could only shout on the spot. Uncle, you tricked me again. Wang Xian, why did you sell your house in Tianjin and go home to open a breeding farm? Big cities are stressful, it's more relaxed back home.
Wang Xian, you should know that since we invited you here, it means we can confirm that your existence poses a threat to Dragon Country.
Speaking requires evidence. You can't just say that because I opened a breeding farm and raised some cockroaches, earthworms, mice, centipedes, and so on, I'm threatening Dragon Country, can you?
Wang Xian really wanted to spread his hands, but they were bound to the chair, so he could only give up.
Wang Xian, you should understand that resistance is useless. Tell us everything you know.
The middle-aged man pressed his hands on the iron table, his eyes fixed on Wang Xian's.
Tell what? Everything I want to say is already written in that letter. You must have read it. Wang Xian smiled. Seen in a dream? Wang Xian, are you treating me like a 3-year-old child?
The middle-aged man began to lose his patience.
I'm telling the truth and you don't believe me. Do I have to tell you I'm a reincarnator for you to believe? Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man with a teasing expression.
The middle-aged man's expression immediately stiffened.
A reincarnator? That's even more ridiculous than seeing it in a dream.
As an old hand in the 7th Bureau, he had experienced countless events and dealt with numerous special cases. Each year, they caught dozens of so-called reincarnators and transmigrators, none of whom ever proved to be real. Believing Wang Xian was a reincarnator would be less credible than believing he dreamed it. You've asked what you needed to ask. When will you let me go? I need to rush home for lunch.
Wang Xian asked.
Wang Xian, I advise you to tell the truth. If you don't, you won't be leaving this room. The middle-aged man said coldly.
Sigh. Wang Xian sighed. What makes you think you can keep me? With this inferior metal?
As Wang Xian spoke, he exerted a slight force with both hands, and the metal restraints connecting to the chair and binding his wrists instantly snapped apart. Seeing Wang Xian snap the metal restraints, the middle-aged man's face showed shock. He knew how sturdy those metal rings were.
Under the digitization, the defense of the metal restraints reached 290 points. Wang Xian's ability to break the metal restraints proved that his attack power exceeded 290 points. An attack power of 290 points was terrifying at this stage. It was worth noting that even someone who put all their free attribute points into strength only had an attack power of around 150. Although shocked, there was no fear on the middle-aged man's face. After all these years, what kind of situation hadn't he seen? Just then, the room door suddenly burst open, and 5 or 6 people rushed in, each holding a firearm, pointing directly at Wang Xian's vital points. In the age of digitization, firearms still possessed powerful lethality. For example, the firearms they held generally had an attack power between 200–300, which was even higher than the damage of ordinary blue-grade weapons. However, firearms also had a disadvantage: killing monsters with them yielded no experience or equipment. It was also impossible to cripple monsters with firearms for later kills. The experience and equipment drop rates upon a monster's death would be reduced according to the damage dealt by firearms. At this stage, ordinary firearms were terrifying weapons for almost everyone. Unfortunately, it was almost everyone, and did not include Wang Xian. Wang Xian's current defense was as high as 370 points.
These firearms couldn't break his defense at all. To break his defense, at least a sniper rifle would be needed.
Moreover, Wang Xian's current level was 12, and he still had 33 unassigned free attribute points.
If all were allocated to endurance, his defense would break through to over 500 points in one go. At that point, to try and hold Wang Xian with firearms, it would require powerful heavy sniper rifles or explosive firearms.
"Don't move!"
The people who rushed in shouted at Wang Xian.
"I'm not moving." Wang Xian looked innocent. "Now, do you still think I can't keep you here?"
The middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian with a cold expression.
"So what if it's digitized? It's still the age of firearms. You expect these things to keep me?" A mocking smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. That's right, they didn't know his defense. Firearms with 200-300 attack power, in their eyes, were indeed unstoppable. Unfortunately,
Wang Xian ignored the threatening stares of the others, walked up to one person, quickly extended both hands, grabbed the person's hand, and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Ding!
The former was the sound of a hot weapon firing, the latter was the sound of a bullet hitting the ground. "Sir, times have changed."
Wang Xian laughed. He walked out openly from Bureau 7's office in Jicheng.
It wasn't that Wang Xian relied on his strength, thinking the people from Bureau 7 couldn't do anything to him, that he walked out. It was the middle-aged man who, after suddenly taking a phone call, directly told Wang Xian to leave. After Wang Xian left, the middle-aged man squatted down, picked up the bullet that had fallen to the ground, touched the no longer sharp bullet, and fell into silence. A long while later, the middle-aged man's slightly hoarse voice echoed in the room.
Times really have changed. Wang Xian rode his electric tricycle out of the Bureau 7 office.
After asking someone for directions to the class change temple, he headed straight there. Although the bonuses of the priest class were powerful, there were no damage-dealing skills, only a single divine rejection skill, which could only be considered half a damage skill, as it was only effective once per target. Priests could learn skills from all classes, and Wang Xian wanted to try if he could learn skills from a class instructor. It would be best if he could. If not, he would just have to hope someone was selling skill books. The class change temple was located in a plaza in the center of Jicheng. Wang Xian found a place to store his electric tricycle, then walked towards the class change temple. It must be said that Jicheng's class change temple was far, far smaller than the one in Jinshe, let alone comparable to the imperial capitals. Outside the class change temple, just like in his previous life, a marketplace had already formed, though it was still in its nascent stages.
Wang Xian looked around and found nothing particularly good. Most stalls were still selling food, clothes, and some trinkets.
As for equipment, only a few people were selling it, and they were all common white-grade items. These items naturally held no interest for Wang Xian. He merely observed the people selling equipment.
Because of the mercy skill, Wang Xian wanted to find some teammates.
These people were already level 10 and had changed classes, which initially met Wang Xian's requirements.
However, Wang Xian didn't immediately extend an invitation, hoping he might find better teammates. Entering the class change temple, Wang Xian walked towards the nearest class instructor.
This was a burly middle-aged man over 2 meters tall. He was the warrior class instructor.
"Instructor, I'd like to learn skills." Wang Xian approached the middle-aged man and said respectfully,
"You can treat the digitalized Blue Star as an online game, but not entirely. At least the instructors are the ones you absolutely cannot provoke.
If you anger them, they might just slap you to death."
Every instructor's level exceeded 100, making it incredibly easy for them to kill someone. More importantly, most mentors of the same profession have good relationships. If you anger them, your chances of changing professions, learning skills, or advancing your career are basically ruined.
"Little guy, you're not a warrior. Why are you coming to me to learn skills? Go play somewhere else."
The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Xian, then waved his hand directly to shoo him away.
"All right.
The idea of learning skills from a professional mentor was hopeless.
Since he couldn't learn skills from a professional mentor, Wang Xian could only use skill books.
After leaving the profession change temple, Wang Xian found the busiest area. He spent 10 silver coins to pay off the person who was already setting up a stall there, thus acquiring that spot. He then spent another 1 silver coin to buy the sign from the person next door. After borrowing a pen, Wang Xian wrote a few large characters on the sign, selling green equipment, buying all profession skill books. Once finished, he placed the sign down and took out the giant club green and Goblin's beloved leather pants green from his backpack, casually dropping them on the ground. After setting the attributes of both items to display mode, he also conveniently sent the attributes of both items to the local channel, along with his coordinates. It was very similar to setting up a stall in an online game, but without the system protection of an online game.
Someone could snatch the equipment left on the ground at any time. However, Wang Xian was skilled and bold. If someone wanted to snatch his equipment, they would have to see if they had the ability.
For a formal stall, one would have to rent a space in the market. But Jiqing was still a bit too small, no market had formed, let alone auction houses or consignment shops. Afterward, Wang Xian sat on a small folding stool and began to wait. Within a few seconds, Wang Xian's stall was surrounded by a crowd, packed so tightly that not even water could pass. Everyone was swallowing hard, their eyes burning as they gazed at the 2 pieces of equipment Wang Xian had dropped on the ground.
"Bro, how much for this club?"
a young man asked, his hand unconsciously reaching for the club on the ground.
Swoosh!
A cold glint flashed, and the scorpion tail sword appeared in Wang Xian's hand, its sharp tip pressed against the young man's neck.
"You can look, but don't touch."
Wang Xian's voice rang out.
There was no other way. What if the young man actually touched it and put it into his backpack? "Bro, misunderstanding. I just couldn't resist."
The young man explained, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, and pulled his hand back.
"Okay." Wang Xian nodded and put away the scorpion tail sword.
"Bro, you still haven't said how much this club costs?" Wang Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, 10 gold coins. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped in an uproar. They simply couldn't believe what they had heard. Although everyone had some money, more or less, it was usually only a few dozen silver coins at most.
10 gold coins were simply an astronomical figure to them. "Bro, can you make it a bit cheaper?"
the young man asked.
"How much can you offer?" Wang Xian asked.
The young man's face showed an embarrassed expression as he said, 47 silver coins.
Wang Xian's mouth twitched. Is this supposed to be a discount?
This wasn't just cutting off his main artery, this was dismembering him.
Are you kidding me? Wang Xian looked at the young man with displeasure.
The young man also knew his price was outrageous, but he really couldn't produce 10 gold coins, and 47 silver coins were all he had.
"Buddy, can I pay with dragon coins? Just tell me how much you want."
Although he didn't have gold coins, he had dragon coins, and getting tens or hundreds of thousands was easy for him.
Wang Xian shook his head and said, "No."
The young man choked.
"Really not?"
the young man asked again.
This time, Wang Xian didn't directly refuse, but instead asked, "Do you have skill books?" "I have one, it's the priest's professional skill, heal."
As the young man spoke, he took a skill book out of his backpack.
He got this skill book from killing monsters, but priests can learn heal just by changing their profession, and it's free.
He tried to give it away, but no one wanted it. However, he felt it was a waste to discard it, so he kept the skill book in his backpack. Anyway, his backpack was empty, and he could always discard it later when the backpack space was full. "Go find some more skill books, no matter what profession, as long as I'm satisfied, I'll give you this spiked club." Looking at the skill book in the young man's hand, Wang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking to the young man. He really didn't want to waste too much time on such a matter, it was just a green tier equipment, really not worth it.
"Buddy, what you're saying is too vague." "Satisfied by you, but how can I satisfy you?"
the young man asked with a bitter smile.
Satisfied? This was one of the hardest questions in the world. Satisfied? How do I make you satisfied?
Wang Xian thought for a moment and said to the young man, 10 skill books, not including this heal one.
As long as you bring me 10 more skill books, you can take this weapon. Really?
The young man's eyes immediately lit up. He really couldn't get 10 gold coins for now, but skill books were easy to talk about. Currently, the skill books that drop are generally basic skills for various professions. Although the drop rate is very, very low, he still knew some people who had them. He just needed to buy those skill books.
I'm not in the mood to trick you.
Wang Xian checked the time on his phone and added, you only have 3 hours.
Once the time is up, I'll leave.
Okay, buddy, wait for me. You must wait for me. The young man shoved the heal skill book into Wang Xian's hand, immediately pushed through the crowd behind him, and ran out.
After the young man left, someone asked, Buddy, can we also exchange 10 skill books for this weapon?
Wang Xian glanced at the person, shook the skill book in his hand at them, and pointed to the goblin's beloved leather pants on the ground, saying, the weapon has already been reserved by that young man.
If you have 10 skill books, you can take this armor.
Although the people around were a little disappointed after hearing this, they left with excited expressions.
If they couldn't get a weapon, defense was also good.
Wang Xian put the weapon back into his backpack, leaving only the goblin's beloved leather pants on display. As one group left and another arrived, Wang Xian grew tired of explaining to each new group. So, he simply wrote some information on a sign with a pen. Then, Wang Xian started browsing the forums. There were many interesting things on the forums. Some people were so good at stirring up discussions that you couldn't help but admire them. After browsing the forums for a while and finding nothing noteworthy, he closed them and opened the new features that became available after reaching level 10. Wang Xian was no stranger to these features, as they had been thoroughly explored in his previous life. This was also why he didn't immediately check them when he reached level 10 earlier.
Wang Xian first opened the ranking feature. There were 2 leaderboards, the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard and the World leaderboard. Each leaderboard was further divided into level rankings, pet rankings, and equipment rankings. Wang Xian directly clicked on the Dragon Kingdom's level ranking. First place, Jian Ershizan, level 12, Sword Saint. Second place, Shen Yu, level 12, Warrior.
Third place, Du Yangping, level 12, Archer.
Fourth place, Long Outyan, level 12, Dragon Warrior.
Fifth place, Qin Zhang, level 12, Emperor.
Sixth place, Xian Wang, level 12, Priest. Seventh place, Lin Feng, level 11, Mecha Pilot.
8th place, Yu Ying, level 11, Assassin.
9th place, Fen Tian, level 11, Mage. 10th place, Feng Yun Zai Qi, level 11, Mage.
Without leveling up overnight, Wang Xian had dropped from first place to 6th on the level ranking, but he didn't care. He wasn't concerned with it to begin with.
Moreover, with Mercy and Sage in his possession, his level would catch up quickly. The leaderboard contained many of Wang Xian's acquaintances.
Long Outyan, the guild leader of Longyu, the Dragon Kingdom's top guild. His growth experience was truly as legendary and fexed up as his name suggested. Qin Zhang, guild leader of Dynasty, the Dragon Kingdom's third largest guild. It's rumored that he's a descendant of Qin Shi Huang. As for the truth, no one knows. His profession is very unique. Not only does it grant him a hidden profession, but it also comes with a special profession, Dragon Suppressing Guard. The Dragon Suppressing Guard is a warrior class profession, more powerful than a regular warrior profession, but slightly weaker than a hidden warrior class profession.
Lin Feng, legendary mech master. One of the most admired men in the Dragon Kingdom. Mechs are a man's romance. This saying is really more than just words.
Mech masters are one of the trigger-based professions, and Lin Feng isn't the only one who has it. Other countries also have them. As for why they specialized as mech masters, that has to do with their hobbies.
Before Blue Star became digitalized, these mech masters had already built their own mechs.
Of course, those mechs were just toys, but under the effect of digitalization, their mechs were enhanced, or rather, digitalized into real mech equipment. Shadow, presumably the future leader of the Dragon Kingdom's top assassin organization, the Pavilion of Slaughtering Life, with the profession of God of Slaughter.
However, it seems he hasn't successfully specialized yet.
As for the rest of the people, Wang Xian didn't recognize them, especially Sword 23, who was in first place. He had never heard of him in his previous life. After closing the Dragon Kingdom's level leaderboard, Wang Xian opened the world level leaderboard. It was uniformly level 13, with the top spot taken by Road Fielding, who had triggered the world announcement, a paladin. Wang Xian just casually glanced at the rest and closed the list. Didn't recognize any of them. Wang Xian didn't bother looking at the pet or equipment leaderboards. He knew without looking that those two lists would be empty, as only legendary pets and equipment would make it onto the rankings. 2 hours later, the young man Wang Xian had arranged to meet appeared before him, panting. "Dude, can you take a look at these skill books? There are 14 in total, 3 of which are duplicates." The young man took out a stack of skill books from his backpack and handed them to Wang Xian. "All right." Wang Xian flipped through them and found it was just as the young man said. "Dude, what about the weapon?" The young man only then noticed that only the leather pants were in front of Wang Xian, with no weapon. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly asked. Wang Xian smiled gently, took out the giant spiked club from his backpack, and tossed it to the young man. "Thank you, thank you." The young man hugged the spiked club and repeatedly thanked Wang Xian. "No need, this is our trade." After putting away all the dozen skill books, Wang Xian looked at the goblin's beloved leather pants on the ground and asked the young man, "Do you want this piece of equipment?" "I don't have any money," the young man said helplessly. Of course he wanted it, but he really couldn't afford it. 50,000 dragon coins, and these leather pants are yours, Wang Xian said. Really? Joy lit up the young man's face. Really? Wang Xian nodded. Without another word, the young man pulled out his phone and said, "Can I pay by transfer?" "No problem." Wang Xian took out his own phone. Scanning the QR code and paying was done in one swift motion. "Buddy, let's add each other as friends." After paying, the young man said, "No need, I'll be leaving Jiqing soon, and there probably won't be another chance to meet again." Wang Xian declined the young man. The young man's level was only 8, and he really had no interest in adding him as a friend. Oh. The young man was disappointed. Wang Xian paid no more attention to the young man, stood up, and walked towards where he had parked his electric tricycle. It was time to go home. Among the crowd, a seemingly ordinary person watched Wang Xian's receding back, pressed the Bluetooth headset by his ear, and whispered, "Target has left Central Plaza. Preliminary estimate, arrival in 5 minutes. Uncle, I really have money." In front of a jianbing stall, a girl of 17 or 18 looked at the jianbing vendor with a face full of grievance. "If you have money, then pay up," the vendor said. "My bag was stolen." The girl pouted, her expression of grievance deepening. "Then you should have copper or silver coins, right? You can pay with those too," the vendor said again. They were all conned away. Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes. All right, it's just a few yuan, don't cry. Just consider it a treat from Uncle." Seeing the girl about to cry, the vendor quickly said. He could also tell that this girl wasn't the type to deliberately cheat for food. Besides, a jianbing only cost a few yuan. There was really nothing worth scamming for. No sooner had the vendor finished speaking than the girl burst into tears. Whoa whoa. Looking at the crying girl, who was now tear-streaked, the vendor felt a bit flustered, especially with the people nearby who didn't know the reason already pointing fingers at him. "Little girl, please don't cry. Anyone who doesn't know would think I did something to you." The vendor looked at the little girl in front of him with a pained expression. "Thank you, Uncle. I will definitely pay you back," the girl said, still sobbing. "All right, it's not easy for a young girl like you to be out alone, and the world has changed so much. If you have nothing else to do, hurry home. Uncle will make you a few more jianbing to eat on the way," the boss said, then turned to open the stove and started making pancakes. "Uncle, no need, this is enough. It's not much money. You can sit here and wait for a bit." The boss handed the girl a stool. "Thank you, Uncle."
The girl quickly thanked him. Little girl, where are you from? Your accent doesn't sound like Jiqing local, does it? The boss asked while making pancakes.
Jean, sure.
Oh, that's not close. Your bag is gone, what now? Report it to the police? I don't know. Do you know anyone?
The girl and the boss chatted back and forth. Suddenly, a bewildered voice sounded in their ears.
Xiao Jin? Wang Xian looked dumbfounded at the girl sitting in front of the pancake stall.
His parked electric tricycle was nearby, but as he passed the pancake stall, he saw a girl sitting there, eating a pancake while crying, so he curiously took an extra look. It was this curious extra glance that brought a figure he had almost completely forgotten into his sight.
Su Jin.
His girlfriend Su Mu's younger sister. The two sisters had lost their parents when they were young, so they had an excellent relationship. In Su Jin's eyes, Su Mu was both her sister and her mother. In the previous life, Su Jin was studying at a university in the imperial capital. After the blue star became digitized, she gained a mythical level talent. However, this little girl liked to show off and talked about her mythical level talent everywhere. Therefore, it wasn't long before she died in an assassination. At the time, Su Mu almost committed suicide after hearing the news. It took Wang Xian a long time to comfort her before she recovered from her grief. Later, to prevent Su Mu from continuing to be sad, Wang Xian never mentioned Su Jin, and neither did Su Mu.
Gradually, Wang Xian and Su Mu began to fade their memories of Su Jin. So, even after being reborn, Wang Xian followed his habit from memory and overlooked Su Jin's matter. Now, seeing Su Jin suddenly, those once faded memories immediately became clear. Brother-in-law? The girl sitting on the stool, eating a pancake, Su Jin, opened her small mouth and looked at Wang Xian with some disbelief. It really is you, little girl. What are you doing here? Wang Xian was full of questions.
According to the trajectory of the previous life, this little girl should be in the imperial capital right now.
Humph.
Su Jin was originally very happy to see Wang Xian, but suddenly, as if she remembered something, she snorted at Wang Xian, turned her head away, and stopped looking at him.
Wang Xian was stunned but immediately knew why.
It must have been because of his breakup with Su Mu. Thinking of the reason for his breakup with Su Mu, Wang Xian sighed softly. His relationship with Su Mu was excellent. The reason for their breakup was that he believed digitization would come, and when he told Su Mu, she said he was sick and told him to see a doctor. Wang Xian couldn't convince Su Mu, and coupled with selling the house that was meant for the down payment, that's when Su Mu truly got angry. Despite this, the two still didn't break up. After Wang Xian returned to his hometown, they maintained contact. However, 2 months ago, he completely lost touch with Su Mu. Wang Xian knew that Su Mu was probably completely disappointed in him, then deleted all contact information and changed her phone number. When Blue Star became digitized, Wang Xian also tried to add the friend whose nickname was Su Mu in his previous life, but he found that the nickname no longer belonged to Su Mu. Wang Xian had no solution for this, so he could only plan to go to Jin City to find Su Mu after the Zhongyuan festival. Now, before he even had a chance to look for Su Mu's sister, Su Jin, suddenly appeared before him.
Young man, do you know this little girl?
The owner of the Jia Bing stall asked.
Wang Xian nodded and said, "This is my girlfriend's sister." Is that so?
Little girl, since this is your brother-in-law, you should go with him quickly.
The owner turned to look at Su Jin. He's not my brother-in-law.
Su Jin glared at Wang Xian and took a fierce bite of the Jia Bing in her hand, as if she wasn't biting the Jia Bing, but Wang Xian himself.
The owner smiled and said nothing more.
He handed the finished Jia Bing to Su Jin. He could tell that Wang Xian and Su Jin indeed knew each other, but they were just having a spat. Xiao Jin, I'll tell you about your sister and me later. First, tell me, how did you end up here?
Money.
Su Jin looked at the Jia Bing in her hand and held out her hand to Wang Xian.
Money? Wang Xian was stunned. Just take it when I tell you to.
Why so much nonsense?
Su Jin glared at Wang Xian again. Wang Xian let out a bitter laugh. He knew that Su Jin was still angry about what happened between him and Su Mu. Do you want dragon coins or gold coins? Wang Xian asked. Su Jin, dragon coins. I don't have any cash here. I'll transfer it to you using my phone. Wang Xian took out his phone. My phone was stolen. Here's my phone. The payment password is your sister's birthday. Wang Xian directly placed his phone in Su Jin's hand. Humph.
Hearing Wang Xian's words, Su Jin snorted again, then opened the phone and lightly scanned the QR code posted on the Jiabing stall.
100 yuan received.
A voice rang out from a somewhat battered Bluetooth speaker.
Little girl, that's too much, too much.
The owner hadn't intended to charge Su Jin in the first place, and now, hearing that 100 yuan had been received, he quickly said,
Uncle, consider the extra as my thanks to you.
After Su Jin said this to the owner, she threw the phone back to Wang Xian and walked away.
Thank you, boss. Wang Xian also thanked the owner.
He had already gathered some of the story from their conversation.
No problem, no problem. Wait a moment, I'll give you the change. The owner immediately took out his phone. No need, boss, goodbye. Wang Xian quickly turned and chased after Su Jin. Xiao Jin, where are you going? None of your business.
Su Jin replied to Wang Xian while eating a sandwich.
What do you mean none of my business? I'm your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Heh, that was before. Su Jin sneered. Alright, he couldn't refute that point.
My sister and I will talk about our business later.
Didn't you say your bag was stolen? Your ID and everything else should be gone too, right? Tell me, if I don't take care of you, where can you go? Wang Xian asked.
Su Jin choked for a moment, but quickly said, I still don't need you to take care of me.
Even if I get kidnapped, it's better than being with a scumbag like you.
After saying that, she continued walking forward.
Wang Xian was immediately amused by Su Jin's words. How was he a scumbag? You little brat, I can't handle you.
Wang Xian took 2 steps at a time, caught up to Su Jin, reached out his big hand, grabbed the back of her clothes, and with a gentle lift, picked her up. After datafication, there were many marvelous changes. Each of the 5 basic attributes had its special function. An increase in strength not only boosted attack power but also increased physical strength proportionally. Su Jin was only about 1.65 meters tall and weighed less than 100 pounds.
For Wang Xian, whose strength attribute already exceeded 50, lifting her was no different from lifting a chick. Wang Xian, let go of me.
Su Jin was startled when Wang Xian picked her up by the back of her clothes. Then, she struggled and screamed. Unfortunately, her short arms and legs, and her weak strength, made it impossible to break free from Wang Xian's large hand. Wang Xian ignored the screaming Su Jin, picked her up, turned, and walked towards his electric tricycle. The direction Su Jin had been walking was completely opposite to where he had parked his electric tricycle. During this time, he ran into the sandwich vendor again. The vendor smiled when he saw Wang Xian carrying the shouting Su Jin, and Wang Xian naturally smiled back. Su Jin also seemed to realize that her struggles were useless, so she simply stopped struggling, picked up her sandwich, and started eating again. Of course, Wang Xian's action of carrying Su Jin drew stares and pointing fingers from passers-by, but he ignored them all. Arriving at the place where the electric tricycle was parked, Wang Xian placed Su Jin on the rear platform, paid the parking fee, started the vehicle, and headed home. Once on the tricycle, Su Jin was much more docile. Although she didn't speak to Wang Xian, she didn't do anything foolish like trying to jump off. Since Su Jin wasn't speaking, Wang Xian also kept quiet, until he felt Su Jin tug at his clothes. Only then did Wang Xian pull the vehicle to the side of the road, turn his head, and ask, "What's wrong?" Su Jin still didn't speak, but extended her hand and pointed in a certain direction.
Wang Xian looked, and immediately chuckled.
It turned out Su Jin was pointing towards a seafood market.
Want some? Wang Xian smiled. Okay. Su Jin nodded, a little embarrassed.
She originally didn't want to bother Wang Xian, but after seeing the seafood market, the cravings in her stomach went wild and couldn't be suppressed. Helplessly, she had no choice but to seek out Wang Xian. Wang Xian said nothing more, started the car, turned it around, and headed towards the seafood market. The seafood in the market had also transformed into wild monsters, but their levels were very low, mostly 0-3, with only a few reaching level 5. Moreover, these wild monsters basically had no offensive power. The uncles and aunties selling seafood naturally had higher levels than the seafood, generally ranging from 6-8. Controlling the life and death of the seafood, they certainly didn't lack levels. What do you want to eat? I want to eat everything. Su Jin squatted in the car trunk, her eyes almost sparkling as she stared at all sorts of seafood, especially king crabs. Seeing this, Wang Xian smiled and stopped the car. Boss, 2 king crabs, please. Before the boss could speak, Su Jin suddenly interjected, no need, I don't like them. Hearing Su Jin, the boss looked at Wang Xian. Don't mind her, I'll take those 2 biggest ones. Wang Xian told the boss. Alright. The boss happily went to fetch the king crabs. Why buy these things, they're so expensive? Su Jin looked at Wang Xian with some dissatisfaction. Her original intention was to just buy some cheap seafood like crabs and shrimp. Who would have thought Wang Xian would go and buy king crabs? More importantly, Wang Xian was no longer her brother-in-law, and she felt genuinely embarrassed to let Wang Xian buy such expensive things. You little girl, just don't worry about it. After saying that, Wang Xian called out to the boss again, Boss, this one, that one, and that one, give me a few of each. Alright. The boss placed the weighed king crabs into the car trunk, then went to fetch the other seafood Wang Xian had mentioned. Wang Xian couldn't name those other seafood items, nor did he know which ones were tasty or not. He just picked whatever was big, and whatever was expensive. Finally, the boss, with a wide smile, moved all the seafood into the car trunk. The sheer volume of seafood pushed Su Jin, who was inside, into a corner. Boss, how much? A total of 35,700. Let's round it off, 35,000 will be fine. The boss grinned. Wow, that's really not cheap. Wang Xian sighed, took out his phone, and prepared to pay. That expensive? No, don't buy it. Upon hearing the price the boss quoted, Su Jin was instantly startled. She exclaimed, stood up, and tried to snatch Wang Xian's phone to stop him from paying. Wang Xian firmly pressed her down, putting Su Jin back into the car trunk. Under the boss's expectant gaze, he scanned the QR code and paid the bill. How could you do that? It's such a waste. Let's go back and return it. Outside the seafood market, Su Jin grabbed Wang Xian, her face stern, and said, Not short on money. Wang Xian smiled. Wang Xian was very happy with Su Jin's current demeanor. At least Su Mu's education of Su Jin on how to conduct herself was very successful. What do you mean not short on money? My sister told me you've been freeloading at home for a year without a job. How could you not be short on money? Wang Xian, I'll just eat some ordinary crabs, let's go return them, okay? Su Jin looked at Wang Xian with a pleading expression. She really didn't want Wang Xian to waste money. In her opinion, the money just spent was definitely the money Wang Xian got from selling his house. Although she was very angry with Wang Xian right now, she hoped even more that Wang Xian and her sister would get back together. Wang Xian and her sister had a very good relationship, and she didn't want them to be troubled by money issues someday after they reconciled. Returning them is impossible. Just sit tight, we're going home for a seafood feast. Wang Xian pressed Su Jin back into the car seat again, started the car, and headed towards home. 35,000 dragon coins, is that a lot? Yes. In the past, that was the amount Wang Xian would save in a year after expenses. But now is not the past. Dragon coins are really easy to earn. More importantly, whether it's dragon coins or the currencies of other countries, they will gradually be phased out. The copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins produced by wild monsters, dungeons, quests, etc. are the ultimate universal currency? Not only because these copper, silver, and gold coins are universally accepted, but also because they are the only recognized currencies in places like main cities, market districts, black markets, ghost markets, and auction houses.
This is why he didn't feel bad about spending dragon coins at all.
As for selling Goblin's beloved leather pants to that young man for 50,000 dragon coins, it's because dragon coins are one of the last currencies to be phased out in the short term, they won't be eliminated.
Humph.
Su Jin snorted again, ignoring Wang Xian, but in her heart, she kept calculating how much money she had saved over the year. Just in case her sister and Wang Xian get back together and worry about money, she'll take out her savings. From the city center to Wang Xian's home, it wasn't actually too far, but because Wang Xian's electric tricycle was quite old, it resulted in a very slow speed.
The journey home took nearly an hour in total.
When they entered the village, they encountered many villagers who, upon seeing Su Jin and Wang Xian's cart, showed surprised expressions.
After greeting some elders, Wang Xian turned his bike into the alley.
Just as they reached the door, the main gate of the house opened.
"You little brat, you still know how to."
His mother appeared, reaching out to pinch Wang Xian's ear, roaring, but her hand was only halfway extended and her words only halfway out when she saw Su Jin sitting in the cart.
Cough, cough.
His mother lightly coughed, and with a smiling face, said, "Son, you're back."
"Auntie, I've missed you so much."
Su Jin jumped out of the cart and rushed towards his mother.
"You're Xiao Jin?"
His mother was initially bewildered by Su Jin rushing towards her, but after getting a clear look at Su Jin's face, she was instantly surprised.
"Yes, Auntie, I'm Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin came to see you." "Auntie, did you miss Xiao Jin?"
After hugging his mother, Su Jin linked arms with her and started to act spoiled.
"Yes, Auntie missed Xiao Jin too."
His mother replied with a smile.
"Mom, Xiao Jin, why don't you two go inside and chat?" Wang Xian said. "All right, let's go inside and talk."
His mother and Su Jin walked towards the house, while Wang Xian drove the tricycle inside and closed the gate. His mother and Su Jin met one summer. It started when his mother heard he was dating, so she went directly to Jin's city.
Coincidentally, Su Jin was also on holiday, and that's how they met.
Su Jin lost her parents at a young age, and his mother very much wanted a daughter, so the two hit it off immediately and had an incredibly good relationship.
"Son, why did you buy so many things? Did you buy them specifically for me to butcher?"
His father appeared, looking at the various seafood in the cart, and asked curiously.
"Dad's certain attribute has really been unleashed."
Looking at Dad's level, I saw he was only level 5, which was indeed very suitable for killing these seafood.
So I said, "If you want to kill them, go ahead. Then Dad won't be polite."
As Dad spoke, he reached out and took a level 4 lobster, about to snap its neck.
"Dad, don't be in such a hurry. You and Mom should team up."
Wang Xian quickly stopped his dad.
Mom's level wasn't high either, one level lower than Dad's.
Plus, with his mercy skill, letting Dad kill them by himself would be a bit of a waste.
"Son, your mom doesn't like leveling up.
I'll level up by myself." Dad glanced at the room and whispered.
"Lao Wang, what did you say?"
Suddenly, a furious roar came from the room. Dad's face changed, and he quickly said, "I said, you come out quickly, let's team up to level up together." Mom and Su Jin also walked out of the room at this moment. Seeing Mom about to speak, Wang Xian quickly sent a team invitation to her. Mom glared at Wang Xian, then accepted the team invite.
Afterward, Wang Xian pulled Dad and Su Jin into the team.
Once everyone was teamed up, Wang Xian said to Dad, "Dad, it's all set, start killing." Upon hearing this, Dad immediately began.
"Open your attribute panel, let me see." Wang Xian walked over to Su Jin and said.
Su Jin actually didn't want to show Wang Xian, but seeing Mom beside her also curious, she had no choice but to display her attribute panel.
Name, Su Jin. Nickname, Scumbag Deserves a Bad End. Race, Human. Profession, Student. Age, 18.
Talent, Favor of the Goddess of Luck Mythical.
Level, 9.
Experience, 204-1000.
HP 180. MP210. Physical attack, 16. Magic attack, 21. Critical hit, 0. Physical defense, 16. Magic defense, 8. Strength, 16. Agility, 17. Spirit, 22. Constitution, 18. Endurance, 16. Free attribute points, 45. Skills, none. Remaining deaths, 3.
Her attributes were quite ordinary, only her spirit was relatively strong, which was actually normal, as Su Jin was somewhat of a top student. It was just those free attribute points that made Wang Xian slightly puzzled. She was already level 9, yet she hadn't allocated a single free attribute point. He truly wondered how this girl had leveled up to 9. Her talent was also mythical, just like in the previous life. In his previous life, Wang Xian only knew that Su Jin's talent was mythical level, but he didn't know exactly what kind of mythical talent it was. At that time, Su Jin said she would tell him and Sumu face to face, but she was later assassinated, which led to Wang Xian never knowing what Su Jin's mythical level talent truly was. Driven by curiosity, Wang Xian asked Su Jin to open the specific attributes of that talent. Favor of the Goddess of Luck mythical level. Attributes. 1. When gaining experience, there is a 30% chance to gain double experience, a 10% chance to gain triple experience, a 1% chance to gain quintuple experience, and a 0.01% chance to gain tenfold experience. 2. After killing a wild monster, 100% full money is obtained when in a team, teammates can enjoy this effect. 3. When killing a boss, equipment drop rate plus 30%, and there is a 0.01% chance to increase the equipment quality dropped by the boss by 1 tier, up to mythical level when in a team. It is still effective if teammates kill the boss. Thanks to user, this is a long and stinky name for a 100 Chidian coin reward. This is already the nth time this user has given a reward, thank you again. Thanks to user Long Xiaoxiao for a 200 Chidian coin reward. Thanks to user Kuaishou Yufiming for a 100 Chidian coin reward. Thanks to user Agame Dream for a 1000 Chidian coin reward, thank you big shot. PS, 2 chapters are sent first, I will continue to write, and then the book is currently in a recommendation period, please vote more, these few days are really important. If conditions permit, please give a reward, not much needed, just 1 yuan will do. Finally, the number of investors has reached 91. Everyone, go invest and gather 100. Su Jin's talent almost blinded Wang Xian's eyes. Wang Xian even doubted several times whether Su Jin's talent was truly mythical level. It felt even stronger than his forbidden level talent. Of course, what also almost blinded Wang Xian's eyes was Su Jin's nickname. Scumbags don't die well. Without even thinking, Wang Xian knew that the scumbag in this nickname was referring to him. Son, isn't Xiao Jin's talent very good? His mother asked. Wang Xian nodded. If this talent wasn't good, then there probably weren't any good talents. Experience. Money. Equipment. After datafication, these 3 most needed things for everyone were all included. Especially the third attribute of the talent, it could no longer be described with good, it could only be summarized with 2 words, perverted. It could actually make equipment dropped by a boss increase by 1 level. This meant that there was no need to kill mythical level bosses. Killing epic level bosses could yield mythical level equipment. In the previous life, although no one had killed an epic level boss, top tier professional players had already begun strategizing. However, even after killing an epic level boss, only epic level equipment would drop. Mythical grade equipment is a distant dream for everyone. With Su Jin's talent, it's different. Killing an epic grade boss can drop mythical equipment. Although the probability is only 0.01%, this probability is still higher than killing a mythical grade boss. It's also fortunate that this talent belongs to Su Jin. If it were someone else, Wang Xian would go to great lengths to kidnap that person. If he couldn't, he would even consider killing them. Did you tell anyone about your talent? Wang Xian asked. Although he felt the probability of this was very low, he still asked. My classmates and teachers all know, Su Jin said softly, already aware of the consequences of exposing her talent.
Sigh.
Wang Xian sighed, just about to say something, but Su Jin preempted him. I only told them that I have a mythical grade talent and the first attribute of that talent.
You're not too stupid. Wang Xian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief.
If Su Jin had revealed all the attributes of her talent, it's estimated that not only would there be assassinations from other countries, but those in Dragon Country who couldn't get Su Jin wouldn't let her live either.
If I can't have it, neither can you is never an empty threat. Suddenly, Wang Xian's body stiffened.
He thought of a possibility. Perhaps in his previous life, Su Jin didn't die from assassinations by other countries, but rather was killed by people who couldn't get her after her talent was exposed.
Son, what's wrong? Mom noticed Wang Xian's abnormality. Nothing, I was just shocked by Xiao Jin's talent. Mom, please don't tell anyone about Xiao Jin's talent. Wang Xian quickly warned.
No matter if Su Jin died at the hands of people from other countries or her own countrymen in the previous life, in this life, he would protect Su Jin well, and no longer let Su Mu be heartbroken. Whoever dares to harbor ill intentions towards Xiao Jin, Wang Xian would kill them.
You scamp, don't you trust your mom?
Your mom knows the consequences of exposing talent.
Mom tapped Wang Xian's head. Mom knows all this, awesome. Wang Xian immediately gave his mom a thumbs up. Son, I'm done killing. What should we do with these seafood corpses? Dad's voice suddenly rang out.
Wang Xian looked at the seafood, all of which had lost their lives, and said, "Of course, we eat them."
Can you cook seafood? Dad asked. Wang Xian decisively shook his head. He had never eaten it, how could he cook it? Mom, can you cook it? Wang Xian looked at his mom. Mom also decisively shook her head.
Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Uncle, Auntie, I can cook, Su Jin said weakly, raising her small hand. Although she hadn't cooked this specific kind of seafood, she had cooked crabs, so she figured it should be similar. Alright, since Xiao Jin can cook, let Xiao Jin do it then.
Wang Xian waved his hand, settling the matter. Xiao Jin, I'm so sorry to trouble you.
Coming to Auntie's house as a guest, and you still have to cook yourself. Mom said, holding Su Jin's hand.
Auntie, it's no trouble at all.
Su Jin gave Mom a sweet smile, then began to tidy up.
Mom also got up to help. Son, didn't you and Xiaomu break up? What's going on with Xiao Jin?
Dad pulled Wang Xian aside and asked in a low voice. There was nothing to hide about this matter, so Wang Xian recounted how he encountered Su Jin in the city today.
Why was Xiao Jin in the city? It couldn't have been to find you, could it? Dad asked, puzzled. Wang Xian shook his head and said, it shouldn't be to find me.
As for why Xiao Jin was in the city, let's ask her during dinner.
All right.
Dad nodded, then excitedly started chatting with Wang Xian about his monster-slaying adventures outside, making Wang Xian break into a cold sweat. With Su Jin and Mom working together, a grand seafood feast was laid out on the table.
You call this knowing how to cook seafood?
Wang Xian stared speechlessly at the table, filled with nothing but steamed seafood, steamed king crab, steamed huge lobster, steamed. Every dish of seafood on the table was either steamed or steamed.
These are supposed to be steamed, though.
Su Jin's face was slightly flushed. In fact, there were many ways to cook these seafoods, but she didn't know them, she only knew how to steam.
Why all the fuss? Be glad you have something to eat.
Mom picked up a king crab leg and tapped Wang Xian's head with it.
Wang Xian exclaimed indignantly, Mom, I'm your biological son. Not anymore.
Mom replied expressionlessly, then handed the crab leg she had just peeled to Su Jin.
Son, just eat your meal obediently. You can't win against her.
Dad sighed, then grabbed a lobster as big as a basin and started gnawing on it.
Wang Xian's mouth twitched.
He decisively heeded his father's words, picked up another large lobster, and started eating. After a few bites, Wang Xian suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Su Jin why she was in Jiqing City.
Xiao Jin, how did you end up in Jiqing City? I don't know.
Su Jin swallowed the crab meat in her mouth, a confused expression on her face.
What do you mean, you don't know? Don't you know how you yourself got here? Wang Xian asked with a somewhat darkened face. He knew his sister-in-law was a bit muddled in addition to being a glutton, but she couldn't be so muddled that she didn't even know why she was in Jiqing, could she? I really don't know. Last night I was still in the imperial capital. Several big brothers and sisters formed a team to level up with me all night. I got a bit tired, so I sat down to rest, and then somehow I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was here. At this point, Su Jin also had a face full of question marks. She, too, wondered why she had ended up here. Mom looked at Su Jin's small face, full of doubt, and after a moment of hesitation, said, Xiao Jin, you weren't kidnapped, were you? Overnight, she went from the imperial capital to Jiqing, and her bag, phone, ID, and everything else were gone. It certainly looked like she had been kidnapped. But if she was kidnapped, why was she released afterwards? After hearing Mom's words, Su Jin was slightly startled and said in a very uncertain tone, it shouldn't be kidnapping, should it? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's good that Xiao Jin is fine. As for the bag, phone, and everything, we'll just buy new ones. The ID can just be reissued. Dad said. That's right, Xiao Jin, since you're fine now, let's not think about those unhappy things. Come, eat more. Mom handed the peeled shrimp and crab meat to Su Jin again. Thank you, Auntie. Su Jin thanked Mom and buried her head in her food. Wang Xian was also puzzled and felt a bit strange about Su Jin's experience, but couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange about it. However, what Mom and Dad said made perfect sense. As long as Su Jin was alright now, why dwell on those things? So, Wang Xian also picked up his unfinished lobster and continued to eat it. After dinner, Mom and Su Jin chatted together, while Dad went out, saying he had an appointment to go monster hunting and leveling up. Dad originally wanted Wang Xian to come along. After all, when they were killing seafood just now, he learned about Wang Xian's mercy skill and wanted Wang Xian to come along as a tool person. Wang Xian refused, saying he had important things to do. Dad didn't insist and went out with a determined look on his face. Back in his room, Wang Xian opened the communication function. Looking at the switch that rejected all messages, he hesitated for a moment before turning on the switch to receive friend messages. As he expected, as soon as the receive friend messages switch was turned on, an avatar in his contact list began to flash madly. It was Cheng Yao. You can freely choose to turn the switch for receiving friend messages on or off, but messages sent by friends will not be lost. They will all be sent to you in a flurry once you turn on message reception. Old man, you liar. Damn old man, stinky old man. Old man, if you don't reply, I'm going to ignore you. Old man, I'm really going to ignore you. Old man, can't I just get a reply? Stinky old man, I'm really angry. Countless messages bombarded him, making Wang Xian break out in a cold sweat. Just how much resentment did Cheng Yao have to send so many messages? Wang Xian scrolled for a minute or two but couldn't reach the end. Although he didn't scroll to the end, he generally understood the main points. All the information could be summarized into 3 key points. Scammer. I'm angry. I'm never talking to you again. Previously, he was worried about Cheng Yao missing out on the hidden profession, flower goddess, but now that Cheng Yao had already transferred to flower goddess, Wang Xian completely made up his mind to keep her by his side. Oh, and there's also Su Jin, the mascot. That's right, in Wang Xian's eyes, Su Jin, with her blessing of the goddess of luck, was just a mascot. With the mercy skill, his, Su Jin's, and Cheng Yao's levels could all rise rapidly. A super strong support, an item-dropping mascot, plus his own incredibly powerful self, they were sure to become top-tier experts. Thinking of this, Wang Xian smiled so broadly his mouth almost reached his ears. So, Wang Xian no longer hesitated and sent a message to Cheng Yao. Then, Wang Xian was bombarded with all sorts of messages from Cheng Yao. Message after message poured in, expressing the sender's grievances. After glancing at those messages, Wang Xian chose to ignore them. They were all just like the previous ones, nothing worth reading, entirely composed of contempt for him. I'll take you leveling the day after tomorrow.
Wang Xian, seeing the endless stream of messages, finally squeezed out a few words and sent them to Cheng Yao, then reactivated the function to reject all messages. The day after tomorrow is the first day of the 7th lunar month, which marks the beginning of the Zhongyuan festival event.
The Zhongyuan festival is one of the traditional festivals in Dragon Country. The Zhongyuan festival is also known as Ghost Festival.
After datification, the Zhongyuan festival was given real meaning, becoming a true ghost festival. Starting from the first day of the 7th lunar month, countless ghost gates will open within Dragon Country, and various types of ghosts will walk through them, wandering throughout the land. Of course, these ghosts are not ghosts in the true sense, they are just another type of wild monster.
Ghosts are neutral wild monsters. As long as you don't attack them, they won't attack you.
As for why only Dragon Country has a ghost festival, it's naturally because it's a festival belonging to Dragon Country. I know other countries also have similar festivals, but they're not called Zhongyuan Festival, so let's not dwell on that. Every country will launch festivals with special significance to that country, just like Christmas in the West.
Some countries will also launch events, but Dragon Country will not.
In Dragon Country, the Zhongyuan festival can be said to be the most anticipated yet most troublesome festival for the people of Dragon Country after datification, second only to New Year's Eve. Because the Zhongyuan festival introduced a new race within Dragon Country, the ghost race. The ghost race truly behaves like ghosts in legends, immune to all physical attacks, as ghosts are, after all, incorporeal. Similarly, due to their incorporeal nature, after transforming into a ghost, one naturally cannot possess physical attacks.
This renders some professions utterly useless against them, such as warriors, archers, and assassins.
For those who have already completed a class change, there's no need to worry. After transforming into a ghost race, you can choose whether to clear your original class. If you choose to clear it, you can retake class change quests and select a new class. Of course, the ghost race is immune to physical attacks. As a trade-off, they take 100% more damage from magical attacks. So, there are advantages and disadvantages.
However, for some mages, transforming into a ghost race is the best choice.
After all, a mage's natural enemy is pure physical classes like assassins, and after transforming into a ghost race, they no longer fear assassins. This often leads to some ghost race mages provoking assassins, making those assassins grit their teeth in frustration, yet unable to do anything.
The Ghost Gate will remain open until the early morning of July 15th, and during this period, several events will be activated. During the events, points will be earned.
The top 100 individuals with the most points will qualify to transform into a ghost race. Of course, if you don't wish to transform into a ghost race, you don't have to. This qualification will automatically be extended until 100 people have transformed into the ghost race. During the period the Ghost Gate is wide open, there are 3 ways to earn points. First, scare a ghost. As the name suggests, it's about humans scaring ghosts. You can use any method you can think of to scare the ghosts that emerge from the Ghost Gate. As long as you succeed in scaring a ghost, you will earn 1,000 event points. This method is the most difficult, with almost no one succeeding. And those who have succeeded have never revealed how they managed to scare a ghost. Second, get scared by a ghost. As the name implies, it's about being scared by a ghost. Ghosts emerging from the Ghost Gate will appear anywhere. As long as you are scared by these ghosts, you will earn 1 event point. Note that being scared here doesn't mean being afraid of ghosts, but rather being startled when a ghost suddenly appears in front of you and you are unprepared. It's somewhat similar to a prank where someone hides and then suddenly jumps out to scare you. Also, don't think that being scared by a ghost is easy. Since you already know about the existence of ghosts, you'll have a psychological suggestion to always be on guard for potential ghosts. In this situation, being scared by a ghost is actually quite difficult. Third, kill ghosts emerging from the Ghost Gate. The ghosts emerging from the Ghost Gate are neutral, but once you attack them, they will also attack you. After killing them, you will gain experience. At the same time, you will also earn points equal to 1% of the experience value gained. These points are calculated based on the first digit of the experience value gained. For example, if you kill a ghost, whether you gain 100 experience points or 199 experience points, you will only gain 1 point. In the early morning of July 15th, the ghost gate will close, and all ghosts will return.
Then, two new events will be activated. The first is the lantern release on the Soul River. In the early hours of July 15th, a Soul River will appear.
Everyone can spend activity points to purchase a river lantern, and after placing the lantern in the Soul River, they will randomly receive a reward.
The price of a river lantern ranges from 1 to 10,000 points.
However, this does not mean that a more expensive river lantern will yield a better reward when placed in the Soul River.
Everything is random, it's just that more expensive river lanterns have a higher chance of yielding rare rewards.
Second, the wrath of the Ghost King. In the words of the so-called system, due to the human race extensively killing ghosts, the Ghost King is enraged and sends down avatars to punish humanity. Avatars of the Ghost King will appear in each area, and people can purchase attack items with activity points to attack the Ghost King. Each attack on a Ghost King avatar will return 0.1 to 2 times the points spent on purchasing the attack item. Moreover, there's no need to worry about the Ghost King avatar's damage, its attacks are very weak, and there will basically be no casualties. Furthermore, the Ghost King avatar will also be confined to a specific area. If a Ghost King avatar is defeated, all participants in the kill will receive a certain amount of points as a reward, proportional to the damage they inflicted on the avatar. After these two events conclude, the so-called system will also enable point exchange and point lottery functions. At that time, whether to exchange items or participate in the lottery will depend on individual choice. These are all the activities for the Ghost Festival. Since Wang Xian had participated more than once, he remembered them very clearly. But remembering them was one thing for him, they didn't really hold much meaning. He had tried many methods for the so-called human scares ghost activity, but none were successful. Instead, he got scared quite a few times.
Can you imagine, one night, you excitedly wanted to burrow into bed, and after pulling back the covers, instead of your girlfriend, there was a green-faced, fanged ghost on the bed? Can you imagine, you're hiding in a corner, trying to scare a passing ghost, but suddenly a ghost taps you on the shoulder and asks, "Hey buddy, what are you doing?" And can you imagine, you've cooked a meal, and after opening the lid, there's a ghost in the pot?
In short, those ghosts would always appear quietly at inappropriate times and in inappropriate places, then give you a fright.
As for being scared to death, that wouldn't happen.
After all, a body that has undergone data transformation has no diseases and simply cannot be scared to death, only scared unconscious. The appearance of ghosts caused great trouble for the Dragon Kingdom, throwing it into a state of chaos, yet it also allowed the people of the Dragon Kingdom to rapidly increase their levels and brought them generous rewards. Therefore, the Ghost Festival became both the most anticipated and most troublesome holiday for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. With 2 days remaining until the Ghost Festival activities began, Wang Xian wasn't idle. He took his parents and Su Jin to the wetland park to level up by fighting monsters, and then they underwent class advancements. His father became a warrior, his mother a priest, and Su Jin a mage. The 31st day of the 6th lunar month, 2 p.m., 8 hours before the Zhongyuan festival event begins.
Wang Xian had sent his parents and Su Jin home, and was now riding his electric tricycle towards the city center. He was going to pick up Cheng Yao, and once the ghost gate opened, they would start leveling up. Originally, according to Wang Xian's intention, Cheng Yao could just ride her motorcycle and come to him. However, Cheng Yao said that she was with her cousin and her cousin's 4 friends, and wanted to ask Wang Xian to take them all to level up together. After thinking about it, Wang Xian agreed. Anyway, it takes 10 people to make a complete team, and bringing Cheng Yao's cousin and her friends would make exactly 10 people. It also saved him the trouble of finding more people. Moreover, bringing Cheng Yao's cousin could also help improve his relationship with Cheng Yao, so why not? After they had discussed it, Cheng Yao asked Wang Xian if he had a car. Wang Xian naturally said yes. Cheng Yao then asked if it could fit 6 people. Wang Xian naturally said it was no problem. So Cheng Yao told Wang Xian to drive his car to pick them up. Wang Xian naturally didn't refuse. Therefore, Wang Xian slowly rode his electric tricycle to Jinan's Taibai Tower. "Uncle, you call this a car?" In front of Taibai Tower, Cheng Yao gaped, looking at Wang Xian's electric tricycle with a speechless expression. "Isn't this a car?" Wang Xian asked.
Cheng Yao, with a face full of black lines, said, "It is a car, true, but you plan to use this car to pick us up?
Is there a problem?" Cheng Yao glared at Wang Xian and said grumpily, "No problem."
If there's no problem, then quickly call your cousin and her friends over. I don't mind riding your broken car, but my cousin and her friends might. Cheng Yao shook her head helplessly. A few minutes later, 3 women and 2 men appeared in front of Wang Xian's vehicle, their faces showing the same profound speechlessness as Cheng Yao's when she first saw the electric tricycle.
Unlike these 3 women and 2 men, Wang Xian was shocked after he clearly saw their appearances.
He didn't recognize the 2 men, but he did recognize the 3 women. They were none other than the high-ranking members of the Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens Guild in his previous life. Especially one of the women, she was the guild leader of Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens, and also Nangong Wu, known as the #1 mage of Dragon Kingdom.
Nangong Wu. Age, unknown. Talent, unknown. Profession, Phoenix Celestial Maiden.
Guild leader of Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens.
#1 mage of Dragon Kingdom. 15th on the 100 Flowers list. Information about Nangong Wu instantly appeared in Wang Xian's mind.
There was no way around it. As a man, his familiarity with the 100 Flowers list was almost as profound as his familiarity with his own body. Especially since Nangong Wu was also the #1 mage of Dragon Kingdom and the leader of Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens, the second largest guild in Dragon Kingdom.
Let alone Wang Xian, almost everyone in Dragon Kingdom knew who she was. The 2 women by Nangong Wu's side were not ordinary people either.
Flower goddess Cheng Yao had 4 guardians: wind, flower, snow, and moon. These 2 women were wind and moon among the 4 guardians.
Wind, Feng Luoli. Moon, Yu Rushuang.
As for whether those were their real names, Wang Xian had no idea.
You know us.
Suddenly, Nangong Wu took a step forward, approaching Wang Xian, her beautiful eyes fixed on his.
Are women's intuitions always so accurate?
You're trying to make excuses.
Before Wang Xian could say anything, Nangong Wu spoke again. Holy crap!
At this moment, only these 2 words remained in Wang Xian's mind. I was just struck by how pretty you are, a bit shocked. Seeing Nangong Wu about to speak again, Wang Xian quickly interjected.
Yao Yao, since everyone's here, let's go quickly.
Wang Xian turned to look at Cheng Yao, saying this while turning the vehicle around, completely denying Nangong Wu a chance to speak. Seeming to sense that there was no point in asking further, Nangong Wu didn't speak again, but her brows furrowed slightly, as if she was deep in thought.
Cousin, aren't you mistaken? How would Uncle know you? Cheng Yao didn't notice Nangong Wu's unusual behavior, wrapping her arm around Nangong Wu's and saying with a smile. Perhaps I was mistaken.
Nangong Wu smiled softly, patted Cheng Yao's hand, signaling her to release her arm. Once Cheng Yao let go, she lightly leaped into the bed of the tricycle. Seeing this, Feng Luoli and Yu Rushuang immediately jumped in as well.
As for Cheng Yao, she pouted, unhappily hopping onto the vehicle. Aren't you coming up?
After the 4 women got in, Wang Xian's gaze fell on the 2 men who showed no intention of moving.
The 4 pretty women didn't care, so were these 2 big men too good for his beat-up vehicle? Don't mind them, we can just go. As Wang Xian waited for the 2 men to reply, Nangong Wu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. All right. Since Nangong Wu had said so, and the 2 men didn't object, Wang Xian naturally wouldn't refuse.
He started the vehicle and set off. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet.
My name is Nangong Wu, and these 2 are Feng Luoli and Yu Rushuang.
After the electric tricycle drove out of the city, Nangong Wu in the back suddenly spoke. Wang Xian said without turning his head, Wang Xian. Although he already knew the names of the 3 women, he still had to pretend not to.
The esteemed name of a mortal king is indeed well known. Nangong Wu said. You can just call me Wang Xian. Wang Xian's mouth twitched.
Being called Immortal King was still quite embarrassing. Even though he had been called that countless times and teased about it countless times in his previous life, it still felt a bit embarrassing. But for that thing, even if it meant shame, even if it meant being hunted by the immortals, Wang Xian was willing to go all out. If it wasn't for the immortal who completely killed him, who mentioned the Immortal King, he would never have taken that nickname.
At this moment, Chang Yao suddenly said faintly, "Uncle, didn't you say your name was Brother Guang?" "Ha ha, when you're out and about in the world, you always need a few alt accounts, don't you?"
Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly.
"Humph." Chang Yao snorted coldly, saying nothing more.
Wang Xian had already explained this matter to her many times through the communication function and apologized, and she had long forgiven Wang Xian.
Now, she just wanted to annoy him a little. "How about this, like Yao Yao, we'll call you uncle too."
Nangong Wu's eyes flickered a few times, then she suddenly said,
"No need, right?" Wang Xian's expression stiffened.
It was understandable for Chang Yao to call him uncle. After all, he was 24 this year, and Chang Yao was only 18, a 6-year age difference.
But Nangong Wu looked to be about the same age as him. For her to call him uncle, that was a bit much. "Uncle, let's just decide it. This is my cousin. I call you uncle, so my cousin calls you uncle too, isn't that perfect?"
Chang Yao's eyes darted around, and she said with a grin,
"Uncle." Nangong Wu seized the opportunity and called out directly, "Uncle! Uncle!"
Immediately after, the voices of Feng Luoli and Yu Rushuan also rang out.
Oh well.
He hadn't done anything, but after going out, he had gained 3 more nieces. Since they had already called him that, Wang Xian just let them be. More importantly, being called uncle by the future top mage of Dragon Kingdom, the guild leader of Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens, Wang Xian felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction.
Although he felt great inside, Wang Xian didn't show it. He said calmly, "It's just a title, call me whatever you like."
Afterward, Wang Xian drove and chatted with Nangong Wu and the others.
At first, Wang Xian was afraid that Nangong Wu would ask some nerve-wracking questions, just like at the beginning. Gradually, however, he found that Nangong Wu only asked questions about datafication and how Wang Xian killed the first boss. The only somewhat unexpected question was, what was his dream? When asked this question, Wang Xian was slightly startled, then said, "Naturally, it's to become the strongest expert." "How do you become the strongest expert?" Nangong Wu asked again.
Wang Xian replied without hesitation, "Level up, do quests, and kill bosses."
Nangong Wu smiled gently, then said nothing more.
With Nangong Wu no longer speaking, Wang Xian naturally kept quiet too, and even Chang Yao, usually the most talkative, became quiet.
Suddenly, the entire car fell silent. Half an hour later, they arrived at the village entrance. Wang Xian didn't head straight home.
After parking the car, he said to the girls in the car, "You girls stay in this hot pot restaurant for a while, I'll go home first."
"Uncle, why don't you just take us straight to your place?" Chang Yao immediately said. "Yeah, uncle, we also want to see what your home looks like." Nangong Wu also spoke up. "Alright, but my home is a bit messy, just don't mind it."
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There were still 7 or 8 hours until the Gate of Ghosts opened wide, and staying in the hot pot restaurant all this time indeed wasn't very comfortable.
At home.
His dad patted Wang Xian's shoulder and whispered praises, "Son, you're amazing."
"Dad, that's enough, how many times have I explained it?" "They're friends, just ordinary friends." Wang Xian, utterly resigned, explained again. "Son, your dad understands. You young people, don't you all like calling guys uncle?"
His dad had an "I get it" expression.
"You understand jack shit."
Wang Xian really wanted to shout that out, but it was his dad, after all. He couldn't bring himself to say it and could only resentfully let his dad continue. Ignoring his dad, Wang Xian walked over to Nangong Wu, Feng Luoli, and Yu Rushuang and asked, "Do you mind if I take a look at your stats?" The 3 girls didn't think much of it and generously displayed their stats directly.
Their names and nicknames were the same, Nangong Wu, Feng Luoli, and Yu Rushuang.
Their ages were also the same, all 25 years old. Their professions were all mages, and their levels had all reached 11. Their stats were also very ordinary. Wang Xian calculated that they were just typical human stats. Also, there were their talents. Nangong Wu had an ordinary talent, while Feng Luoli and Yu Rushuan had a higher tier, elite talent.
Everything seemed normal, with absolutely no problems. However, this was very different from Wang Xian's memories. Nangongwu's talent was not publicly known in the previous life, now it's ordinary, so it's not problematic to say there's no issue.
As for her profession, that's fine too, perhaps she hasn't received the Phoenix Celestial Maiden class transfer quest yet.
Feng Luoli and Yu Rushuang were different.
In the previous life, these two women's talents were both epic tier, with screenshots to prove it.
How could they both be elite tier talents now? The difference between elite tier talent and epic tier talent was significant. What exactly was going on? Was it photoshopped? Wang Xian fell into contemplation. Uncle, you seem disappointed with our stats? Nangongwu's voice rang out. Haha, am I? No.
Wang Xian scratched the back of his head and laughed.
Disappointed? Indeed.
In his opinion, Nangongwu's talent, even if not mythical tier, should have been epic tier, or at the very least, legendary tier. An ordinary tier talent really didn't live up to her future title as the Dragon Kingdom's #1 mage.
Feng Luoli and Yu Rushuang's talents also left him somewhat disappointed.
How could such talents, coupled with ordinary professions, become the two guardians of the flower god, Shang Yao?
Is that so? A mysterious smile appeared on Nangongwu's face.
Well, I'll go check if the water is boiling.
I'll make you some tea. Wang Xian immediately fled.
Being with Nangongwu was simply too uncomfortable. He always felt that she had guessed something.
After Wang Xian left, Nangongwu looked at Feng Luoli and asked softly, "How do you feel?" He has secrets. Then how would you evaluate him as a person? Nangongwu asked again.
After a moment of silence, Feng Luoli uttered a few words, "A salted fish with a dream." Nangongwu's expression froze for a moment, then she chuckled, "Having dreams and ambitions, yet lacking fighting spirit and passion, a salted fish with a dream indeed describes him perfectly."
Night. 23:55.
Uncle, you said you'd take us leveling up, but why do we have to level at night?
Can't we do it during the day?
Shang Yao pouted, looking at Wang Xian with a hint of displeasure.
Exactly. Brother-in-law, what made you think of leveling up in the middle of the night? Su Jin also asked.
Due to the appearance of Chang Yao, Nangongwu, and others, Su Jin had changed her address for Wang Xian from his name to brother-in-law, as the looks of the other girls gave her a strong sense of crisis. For her sister's happiness, she decided to call Wang Xian brother-in-law first, to let those women know that Wang Xian was already taken.
Ha! Son, why are you out leveling up in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What were you thinking?
His father yawned, looking very sleepy. The seer told me that a large number of wild monsters would appear early tonight, and urged me to level up quickly.
Wang Xian said calmly. The seer?
Everyone showed shocked expressions.
In today's Dragon Kingdom, practically no one didn't know about the seer.
After all, the few posts the seer had published on the forum had had too great an impact. Countless people wanted to contact the seer, hoping to get more information from them, but it seemed no one had ever succeeded. Now, Wang Xian actually claimed to know the seer, and the seer had even told Wang Xian that a large number of wild monsters would appear tonight, urging Wang Xian to seize the time to level up.
How could they not be shocked? Son, how do you know the seer? His father asked curiously.
I don't know him, he added me as a friend and told me about it. Wang Xian replied, his face showing no blush or hesitation.
Everyone was stunned. The seer, whom no one could contact, actively added Wang Xian as a friend. Wasn't that too fantastical?
Just as everyone was about to ask Wang Xian more about the seer, the system announcement suddenly rang in their ears.
Ding!
System announcement, the Ghost Gate has opened, and the Ghost Festival event has begun. For specific details, please click to view.
Ding!
System announcement, the Ghost Gate has opened, and the Ghost Festival event has begun. For specific details, please click to view.
Ding! System announcement, Ghost Gate opens, Zhongyuan Festival event begins.
For details, please click to view. Everyone was stunned, then immediately checked what this so-called Zhongyuan Festival event was all about. Wang Xian was no exception and checked the event details, but after one glance, he stopped looking. The event content was exactly the same as he remembered.
Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Wang Xian's face.
He saw a ghost wild monster appear behind Su Jin.
The ghost wild monster approached Su Jin's neck and gently blew a breath. "Stop messing around."
Su Jin felt a chill on her neck but paid it no mind, mumbling a complaint before continuing to check the system announcement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Seeing Su Jin's reaction, the ghost wild monster blew several more breaths.
"I said, stop messing around."
Ah!
Su Jin angrily turned around, but when she saw what was behind her, a shrill scream escaped her lips. This scream drew everyone's attention to Su Jin.
And then... Ah! Ah!
Continuous screams erupted, and even Wang Xian's mother let out the same piercing shriek. To prevent everyone from continuing to scream, Wang Xian slightly raised his right hand, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly incinerating the ghost wild monster.
Lightning bolt.
Summons a bolt of lightning, dealing 200% spell damage to a single target, with a chance to paralyze the target.
Cast time, instant. Mana cost, 100 MP. Cooldown, 15 seconds.
One of the basic spells after a mage's class change, it is the most powerful among many basic spells, but also has the longest cooldown. This was one of the skill books exchanged for weapons by that young man in Jiqing City back then. The appearance of this lightning bolt not only destroyed the ghost, but the accompanying thunder also completely drowned out their screams, silencing them all.
"Son, was that just a ghost?"
Dad's face was also a little pale. He'd lived for decades, and it was his first time seeing a ghost.
Wang Xian smiled. "Yeah.
Son, when you said, 'kill wild monsters,' you didn't mean things like that just now, did you?"
Mother's trembling voice asked.
"That's right.
Brother-in-law, how about we just forget it? Wouldn't it be better to kill other wild monsters?"
Su Jin's voice was tearful. She had been terrified by that ghost, especially when she remembered the cold breath on her neck, sending shivers down her spine again.
"Uncle, I think we should forget it too."
Cheng Yao clung tightly to Nangong Wu's arm, looking around nervously, afraid another ghost would appear.
Although Nangong Wu, Feng Luoli, and Yu Rushuang didn't say anything, their expressions clearly showed their fear and aversion to ghosts.
"You all should look carefully at the system announcement. You can't avoid it."
Wang Xian sighed. Being afraid of ghosts is actually human nature.
In his previous life, he was scared quite a bit too, but he got used to it after seeing them often.
Wang Xian's words made everyone pause, then they examined the system announcement.
After reading it, their faces turned even paler.
Especially the Zhongyuan festival event, which left them even more speechless. Ghosts scaring people? That's still understandable. Humans scaring ghosts? What kind of event is this, seriously? Which crappy planner came up with this? Alright, don't be scared anymore. They're just some wild monsters. Follow me. Wang Xian turned and walked into the farmland.
There were many ghosts emerging from the ghost gate, especially in the farmland, where you could spot one every 10 meters or so. The levels of these ghosts are generally between 10 and 20, which is just right for everyone to level up. Of course, there are also ghosts in the village, but their levels are between 0 and 10. In short, the further away from densely populated areas, the higher the level of ghosts, and the more numerous they are. If they work hard, this Zhongyuan festival event can basically raise everyone's level to above 25. Once Wang Xian started moving, even if the remaining people were scared, they had no choice but to brace themselves and move alone. After all, hiding is useless if you don't look for ghosts, ghosts will look for you. The farmland late at night was very quiet, and also a bit terrifying. Coupled with the wide-open ghost gate and dark clouds covering the sky, this silent night was left without a shred of light.
Ghostly figures roamed everywhere in the farmland, instantly making the already terrifying night even more so. Puff! A soft sound. A light exploded in Wang Xian's hand, and a fist-sized orb of light emerged from his hand, slowly floating above his head, illuminating an area with a radius of about 10 meters, centered on him. One of the basic spells for priests, light. Light conjures an orb of light that continuously illuminates the surrounding space. Cast time, instant. Mana cost, 1 MP per second. Cooldown, none.
The appearance of light brought a slight sense of relief to everyone.
Sometimes, ghosts aren't scary. What's scary is the endless darkness without a glimmer of light.
You mages, come with me to kill monsters,
Wang Xian said to the mages.
There were 4 mages in the group: Nangongwu, Fengluoli, Yu Rushuan, and Su Jin. Although the first 3 were still scared, they nodded firmly.
Wang Xian had already told them that these ghosts were just wild monsters. Their current fear was only due to the fear of ghosts in their memories.
Only Su Jin looked pitifully at Wang Xian and said in a pleading tone, "Brother-in-law, can I not kill them?" Just as Wang Xian was about to say something, his mother spoke up. "Xiao Jin is scared. If you don't want to kill, then don't kill.
You can just stay with me."
Mom, if you're scared yourself and want Xiao Jin to accompany you, just say so directly.
I won't laugh at you. Wang Xian looked at his mother with a smile. You brat.
Seeing the smile on Wang Xian's face, his mother instantly became annoyed. With a wave of her right hand, a beam of light immediately fell upon Wang Xian's head, piercing through his body. A number floated up from above Wang Xian's head. One of the priest's basic skills, Holy Strike. Holy Strike conjures a beam of light that deals 60% of spell attack damage to a single target.
Cast time, instant. Mana cost, 30 MP. Cooldown, 1 second. This was the only offensive skill for priests before level 30.
Other than being instant cast and easy to hit targets, this skill is utterly useless, far inferior to even the universal skill Magic Missile that all spellcasting professions come with.
Magic Missile
conjures and hurls a magic missile, dealing 100% spell attack damage to the target hit.
Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 5 MP. Cooldown, none.
A truly infuriating skill, almost all spellcasters have complained about it.
Why? Because this skill is literally thrown. You gather mana in your hand to form a magic missile, then throw it.
As for whether you hit anyone, or how far it goes, that's entirely up to you. So, unless their mana is truly depleted, almost no spellcaster will use this skill. As for why damage appeared above Wang Xian's head just now, that brings us to another rule. After datafication, Blue Star no longer has the various attack modes found in online games, such as Party Attack Mode, Guild Attack Mode, or National Attack Mode, etc. Datafied Blue Star has only one attack mode: Full Party Attack Mode. What is Full Party Attack Mode? It means that even if you form a party, if your teammate attacks you, you will still take damage.
It's that realistic. Heh, no damage.
Wang Xian smiled triumphantly at his mom, which only made her angrier.
No damage, is it?
His mom scoffed, striding quickly to Wang Xian. As Wang Xian looked on, puzzled, she swiftly reached out, pinched his ear, and twisted hard.
Mom, ow ow ow. Wang Xian immediately cried out. You brat, didn't you say no damage? What about now?
His mom asked, looking triumphant.
Pulling his ear still didn't deal damage, but it hurt. Alright, you two, stop fighting.
His dad spoke up, trying to mediate.
Mom, I was wrong. Wang Xian immediately admitted his mistake.
So what if you're powerful? Your mom is still your mom, and there are ways to deal with you. His mom snorted, then released Wang Xian's ear.
His mom's words made Wang Xian's mouth twitch.
He always felt that what his mom had just said was very awkward, but after thinking it over carefully, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it.
What? Am I wrong?
His mom glared at Wang Xian.
No, whatever you say, old lady, is right. Let's hurry up and level up.
Wang Xian said with great difficulty, waving his hand to summon a lightning bolt that instantly obliterated a ghost that happened to be passing not far from them.
Uncle, are you taking your anger out on that poor ghost?
Cheng Yao's voice rang out. Wang Xian choked, turned his head, glared at Cheng Yao, and said irritably, You're not afraid of ghosts anymore?
And you actually feel sorry for it?
Whether I'm afraid of ghosts or whether that ghost is pitiable are two completely different things. Cheng Yao hugged Nangong Wu's shoulder and said proudly. Very good, a very powerful reason, he actually couldn't refute it. Too lazy to bother with this peculiar-minded girl, Wang Xian walked forward with his illumination spell. After more than 10 minutes, he stopped. The level of the ghosts nearby had already reached level 15.
However, calling them ghosts isn't entirely accurate, they have their own name, wandering souls. Wandering soul. Level 15. HP 2300. Magic attack 250. Magic defense 100. Skills unknown.
The attributes of the wandering souls aren't actually very high for Wang Xian, but for others, they are a powerful presence. Each attribute of the wandering souls is higher than that of an ordinary professional who has leveled up to level 15 and put all their free attribute points into a single attribute. If an ordinary professional were to face such a wandering soul, they would basically have no chance of winning.
After checking the wandering soul's attributes, Wang Xian checked his own. Name: Wang Xian. Nickname: Immortal King. Race: Human. Profession: Priest. Age: 24. Talents: Learning Normal, Growth Taboo, Sage Mythical. Level: 15. Experience: 485-6000. HP 3000. MP 1650. Physical attack: 350 plus 35. Magic attack: 165. Critical hit: 0. Physical defense: 430. Magic defense: 215. Strength: 67 plus 3. Agility: 36. Spirit: 33. Constitution: 60. Stamina: 86. Free attribute points: 25 plus 65. Skills omitted. Remaining deaths: 3. These past few days, Wang Xian's level has also risen from 12 to 15, his attributes have increased significantly, and he has also discovered another pleasant surprise brought by his hidden profession, priest.
After changing professions, if you continue to level up, in addition to each of the 5 basic attributes increasing by 1 point and gaining 5 free attribute points, you will also gain additional basic attribute points. The additional basic attribute points are also 5 points, and depending on the profession's direction, these 5 basic attribute points will be automatically allocated to the 5 basic attributes. Warrior-type professions generally get 3 points in strength, 1 point in stamina, and 1 point in constitution. Mage-type professions generally get 3 points in spirit, 1 point in stamina, and 1 point in constitution. Support-type professions generally get 2 points in spirit, 2 points in constitution, and 1 point in stamina. Agility-type professions generally get 2 points in agility, 2 points in strength, and 1 point in constitution. Don't think that 5 basic attribute points are few. After each basic attribute exceeds 1000, special attributes will be gained. Under normal circumstances, a single basic attribute reaching 1000 points usually requires at least level 115. If you level up without changing professions, the time it takes for your attributes to reach 1000 will be significantly delayed. Leveling up from 10 to 11 and from 115 to 116 are completely different concepts. This is also why Wang Xian has always reminded everyone to level up only after changing professions. As for the surprise Wang Xian discovered that his hidden profession, priest, brought him, it's about gaining additional attribute points after leveling up. Whether it's a hidden class or a regular class, the extra attributes gained upon leveling up after a class change are 5 points. However, the priest class gains 10 points, a full 5 points more than other classes. How could Wang Xian not be thrilled to get an extra 5 attribute points per level? Although he possesses the powerful growth talent, having more attribute points is always a good thing. The only thing that slightly annoyed him was that these 10 attribute points were evenly distributed among the 5 basic attributes. And this is why Wang Xian has not allocated the free attribute points gained after level 10. He truly hasn't found his positioning yet. The priest itself doesn't have many damage dealing skills, but due to the existence of the skill control, he can learn skills from any class. In his previous life, he chose to be a warrior. Logically, focusing on a warrior build would have been a very sound choice. However, he also very much wanted to become a mage who could conjure powerful magic with a flick of his hand. he envied the elegant and swift archer, and even yearned for the elusive assassin. Therefore, Wang Xian, who suffers from a slight case of decision-making difficulty, found himself in a dilemma.